The betrayal. The Valley of the End. An ancient battleground to two gods of shinobi, also a place where ideals clashed. The valley was like a large scar upon the land, a titanic clash that shook the boundaries of the ninja world and beyond. Madara Uchiha engages old friend and rival Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, in a battle to the death to decide who would be the Hokage and lead the village of their dreams, the dreams they created as children. Armed with the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the Kyuubi no Kitsune as his pet, Madara could very well win if he was battling a normal opponent. Hashirama Senju was known as the god of shinobi, the strongest man in the world. The Hokage was known for having a powerful Keki Jinkai. The wood release by simultaneously using water release and earth release was the Senju leader able to create forests and jungles in a barren landscape. The wood release also allowed him to restrain and control Biju, tailed beasts, chakra monsters, whatever you want to call them. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, one of the Nun Biju and the most powerful among them, was used as a tool by a human with amazing visual prowess. If there was one thing the Kyuubi hated, it was humans. If there was one thing the Kyuubi despised, it was the Sharingan. The damn copy will I. Put these two together, and you have something the Kyuubi loathed with all its being. The giant fox with its massive 9 tails that could crush mountains and create tsunamis. With its breath, it could forge hurricanes or produce infernos, would never allow itself to be subjugated, especially to an Uchiha. It would not become like the rest of its brethren, caged. However, that's exactly what happened, and now it was helpless unless someone freed it from its chains. History was repeating itself yet again. The descendants of the two sons of the Rakuto Sennin, sage of 6 paths, were spilling blood again thanks to their different ideals. The older son's belief that power secured peace became the curse of hatred that most, if not all, Uchiha would inherit. While the younger son's belief that love was the true way to achieve peace transformed into the will of fire, an ideal that all in the Hidden Leaf Village would learn and accept. The two powerhouses assaulted each other with powers none thought were capable. Cutting mountains, splitting the landscape, and overall destruction was what created the valley. But even with the power of the Kyuubi under his belt and the strength of the Sharingan at his beckon, Madara lost the battle, stabbed in the back by a man that was once his friend, betrayed by his clan, his family, seen as a pariah who would rekindle the flames of war, called the person that stole his brother's eyes, had lost everything when he felt the cold metal of a sword pierce his chest. In remembrance of the conflict that happened all those years ago, 2 statues were erected, one of Hashirama and the other of Madara, holding the seal of confrontation. The place where Hashirama Senju defeated the Kyuubi, and the place where Madara died, or so everyone thought. Present day, the valley was quiet. Nothing could be heard, except for the loud chirping of birds emanating from within the valley itself. Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha of Konohagakure, had fled his village in order to gain power from Orochimaru of the Sannin. The reason why he was joining the treacherous snake was so he could become stronger to kill his older brother Itachi and avenge his clan that were massacred by said brother. He knew that at his current level, he could never defeat Itachi, even with the cursed seal of heaven, and he knew it. So he sought ever more power. Sasuke also left for other reasons, such as his teammate, Naruto Uzumaki, becoming stronger than him in a few months, and if there was one thing Sasuke disliked, it was being weak compared to other combatants, especially the dead last of his academy years. Naruto Uzumaki was a hyperactive, unpredictable, knucklehead blonde ninja that wore a hideous orange jumpsuit that screamed "kill me." How he was able to evade the Chunin and the Anbu of the village was a total mystery to everyone. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The massive fox the size of the Hokage mountain was sealed into him when he was a newborn by the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The blonde had been ostracized his entire life. He would be subjected to glares of hatred and fear, or his entire existence would be ignored altogether along with the rare beatings he would get from the villagers. So he created a psychological mask to hide his pain and anger, and later that mask became his personality. Naruto's skill as a shinobi wasn't very good to begin with. The teachers at the academy would tamper with his tests and sabotage his learning. Only Iruka was willing to teach him. while Iruka was one of the only people to acknowledge Naruto's existence and see him as him instead of the fox. But now he was at the mercy of a comrade that was like his brother. When Sasuke left the village, Tsunade, the Godame Hokage assigned recently promoted Shikamaru to create a retrieval team to bring Sasuke back, taught the village. Although she preferred to lock up the spoiled brat or give him a massive beating. Shikamaru brought along a highly capable team of genin. Kiba Inuzuka, a heavy hitter and great tracker. Choji Akimichi, just your well-rounded ninja, though not too bright. Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. His Byakugan would be a major asset, and our favorite blonde ninja Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. They pursued Sasuke endlessly through the Land of Fire, where each squad mate sacrificed themselves to battle the members of the Sound Four. But some unforeseen complications arose with the arrival of Kimimaro Kagaya. Naruto wasn't a challenge to subordinate of Orochimaru, and he was wasting time by battling him. He had to get to Sasuke. But with the timely appearance of Rock Lee, was he able to go after Sasuke directly without interference. And now, we find ourselves at the current time and place. Sasuke holding up Naruto in his right hand with the power of the cursed seal, empowering him. A Chidori in his left hand, the signature technique of Kakashi Hitaki of the Sharingan Eye. Naruto was thoroughly dominated by the Sharingan user. He could barely fight back thanks to the speed and strength the cursed seal gave the Uchiha. So many emotions were going through Naruto's head, sadness and anger the most prominent. As Sasuke, why? Asked Naruto as he felt his throat being crushed. The reason is simple. Naruto, it's because that pathetic village could offer me no more power to help me kill Itachi. Spoke the Uchiha. But right now I can get even more power. Saki started having flashbacks to what Itachi told him about the Mangekyō Sharingan, about how he needed to take the life of his best friend by taking your life in exchange for the Mangekyō. And with those words, Sasuke rammed his Chidori through Naruto's heart. However, the blonde's own thoughts occupied his attention away from the hand through his chest. Sasuke, I thought you were my brother. I was happy that there was someone like me out there. I wanted to be like you, strong and confident. All their eyes were on you, praising you. I wanted those eyes to look at me as well. We may have hated each other in the beginning, but I loved it. I loved competing against you. And someday, I wanted to be acknowledged by you. Sasuke, thought Naruto as his eyes closed. Sasuke removed his hand from Naruto's chest, an emotionless look on his face. He then tossed Naruto in the water and proceeded to the Land of Sound. Goodbye, Naruto, thought Sasuke as he spared one last glance at the valley. Tears were now visible, and they were falling freely from the Uchiha's eyes. He didn't notice that his Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyō. His Mangekyō consisted of 3 ellipses that converged on the pupil resembling an atom model. Taking the life of someone precious to you and regretting it was a price only an Uchiha could make. The Kyuubi was lying in its cage with the kanji for seal in the middle. Darkness was encroaching from every corner of Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi felt its own life slipping away with each passing second. The wound is too great for me to heal with my chakra. So this is how it ends, stupid brat. He got me killed, and now I'm going to die within your spawn, Kushina. Curse you, Yondaime Hokage, for giving me this fate. I hope that pitiful village of yours was worth the price of your son. Shodaime Hokage, your wretched will of fire has been extinguished, spat the Kyuubi to no one in particular. It closed its eyes as it died, its chakra discreetly dispersing around the world. As Naruto was floating above the river, a gaping hole within his chest, his thoughts were occupied by his pink-haired teammate. I am Sorisekure. I wasn't able to bring him back. I just wanted to make you happy, and that I never got to tell you how I felt. Those are Naruto Uzumaki's final thoughts before the Shinigami claimed him and he drew his last breath of life. Unknown to anyone, there was a third party nearby. It watched the entire spectacle. This figure was wearing a black cloak emblazoned with red clouds. It had a Venus flytrap extension that covered its torso and head. It had short green hair and yellow eyes. One half of its body was completely white, while the other half was black and lacked any facial features except a round eye. That was quite the fight. Shut up, That was the most one-sided fight I've ever seen. If only he called Mangekyō's chakra, he would have one. Compared to the power of Biju, Orochimaru's curse seal doesn't hold a candle to it, spoke the plant, human thing. Although, this could present us with an invaluable opportunity, spoke the black half. What do you mean? Inquired the white half. Although the QB's chakra has dispersed toward the corners of the world, its Jinchuriki's body is still, mostly intact, uttered the black half. Can you still elaborate? Asked the white half. I thought you were smarter than this. It doesn't matter. Jinchuriki are known to have massive supplies of chakra because their coils have to harden in order for their bodies to cope with the stress of the Biju's chakra, stated the black half. So this boy has large reserves of chakra. The black half seemed to sigh at its counterpart. Isn't that what it just said? Yes, the average chakra reserves for a Chunin-level Jinchuriki are greater than that of a Kage, said the black thing. However, there's more, because that Jinchuriki was among the last members of the Uzumaki clan, continued the black half. Who were the Uzumaki clan again? Probed the white half. They were extremely powerful shinobi clan of Fuinjutsu users, sealing jutsu, answered the black half. Fuinjutsu, an extremely powerful ninja art, spoke the white half. The Uzumaki also had great stamina and life force, coupled with their extremely powerful and large chakra reserves. A Chunin-level Uzumaki had the chakra reserves of a Kage, and so on and so forth. I see. Then if this kid lived well into his adult years, he would have Biju-level chakra reserves, spoke the plant thing. However, there's more, said the black half, garnering the white half's attention. The Uzumaki were also an offshoot clan of the Senju, who broke away from the clan when they tired from the fighting with the Uchiha. They later fled to an island which they dubbed the Land of Whirlpools and created powerful seals and jutsu. However, they also had close ties with the Senju. This friendship was strengthened even further when Mito Uzumaki married Hashirama's Senju. So this boy is a descendant of the younger son of the Rakuto Sannin, they said. I see now. If we were to bring the boy to him, he can get what we wants, and we can finally finish what he started. He could combine the sage's body and the sage's eyes, uttered the white half. Exactly. So shall we do it? Asked the white half, even though it already knew the answer. Yes. The plant man thing made its way down to the valley and walked across the water, using its chakra, where it picked up Naruto's body that was still floating on the surface. It headed to the bank of the river, where it melded with the ground and disappeared along with the body of Naruto. Kakashi Hitaki, prize student of the Yondaime Hokage, was running with the wind at his back, and desperation filled his heart. With him was his personal summons, a pug dog by the name of Pakin. It's not much farther, their scent is getting stronger, shouted Pakin. Good Pakin, I just hope we make it, said Kakashi, fear evident in his voice. Then the sight of the Valley of the End was in sight. However, it started to rain, which would complicate things for Kakashi. Double time, Kakashi, we're losing Sasuke's scent, yelled Pakin. At the rate they were going, they wouldn't be able to make it. Kakashi and Pakin burst forth from the tree line and gazed upon the valley. They made their way down into the basin at the feet between the two legendary shinobi. I am Soda Kakashi. I've lost his scent. The rain will wash away any trace of his scent, spoke Pakin dejectedly. But Kakashi didn't appear to hear him. The silver-haired man was searching the valley for any inkling of another person. Where's Naruto? Kakashi asked out loud. From what I can gather with my nose, Naruto's scent stops here. Even with the rain, I would still be able to get a general direction, but it's as I said, informed Pakin. It's likely that Naruto ended up in the river, where his scent would be untraceable. Okay, Pakin, take the left side of the bank, and I will take the right. Bark when you find any sign of Naruto, commanded Kakashi. He had already lost one student. He wasn't going to lose another. The shinobi and his dog summon searched along the river for hours on end. They didn't find anything. In fact, they found nothing that can prove if Naruto was alive or dead. After 6 hours of scouring the banks of the river, they decided to head back to Konoha and see if any news on Naruto had survived. Or at least that was what Kakashi hoped for. Sasuke, Kabuto, and Orochimaru, who had recently traded bodies, were walking through their underground hovel. They passed by multiple people. Men, women, and children were locked behind bars, moaning and crying in pain and sorrow. Sasuke seemed unfazed by all the torture. He was seeing his own pain was far greater than theirs. I'm so glad you were able to make it to my base relatively unharmed. Sasuke-kun, drawled Orochimaru in his heavenly but vile voice. Just give me the power I desire, soon, spat Sasuke. Kabuto, who had been watching the interaction, was not impressed. Should I remind that you are speaking to Orochimaru-sama and that you should show proper respect? Snapped Kabuto as he grabbed Sasuke's shoulder, but flinched when he felt the intensity of the Uchiha's chakra. As such strong chakra, thought Kabuto as he shuddered from the touch. Yes, he's the one that shall be my next vessel. These next 3 years in the future are going to be quite intriguing indeed, thought Orochimaru gleefully as he licked his lips. How right he is. Kakashi had just returned to Konoha, where he met Sakura at the gate just like she was last time. When she asked where Sasuke and Naruto were, he responded with, I don't know. Kakashi also noted that the rain that was at the valley seemed to follow him all the way back to the village. As he walked to the Hokage Tower, people were running around taking shelter, hopefully to escape the downpour. Kakashi himself was cold and drenched to his very core. His gravity-defying silver hair was downcast and dark. Even though you couldn't see his face, you could tell that Kakashi wasn't doing so well on the inside. When he reached the tower, he was about to knock, but hesitated at the last second. How would he tell Tsunade of Naruto's disappearance? He knew that she didn't care about Sasuke at all, but the blonde, orange-wearing knucklehead was like a son to her. How would she take the news? Gathering all his confidence, he knocked on her door twice. He heard it come in from the other side. When he entered, he saw Tsunade working behind her desk, a bottle of sake on her right side. But something wasn't right. She had bags under her amber eyes as if stress had really gotten to her, and you could see some wrinkles on around her face. It seemed that she had dropped her special hinge just a little. Anything to report, Kakashi? She asked in a stalwart voice, snapping Kakashi from his wandering eyes. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I tracked the scent of Sasuke Uchiha with my personal ninkin, Pakin. We found a scent when it started to rain that eventually diluted his scent, making it untraceable. Reported Kakashi. Tsunade noted that something seemed off about his report, like something was eating at him. She looked down at her desk. She pondered asking this question, but she needed to know. And what of Naruto? Kakashi didn't say anything, but a red flag popped up in his head. What do you mean? Didn't Naruto arrive with the rest of his squad mates? Asked Kakashi fearfully. Tsunade seemed to deflate at this. He wasn't found with the others? Asked Kakashi, fearing the answer. No. Please tell me. Tell me, Kakashi, did you find any trace of him? Implored Tsunade. No. Pakin and I searched the valley and the riverside, and we found no remnants of Naruto, only his scent which stopped at the valley. But Sasuke also wasn't there, but he's alive, replied Kakashi. I don't care about the spoiled Uchiha. Where is Naruto? Tell me, roared Tsunade. He's spoke Kakashi, but he was interrupted by the arrival of a new voice. He's dead. Kakashi and Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill, his arms crossed, and he was angry unbelievably, so his visage was marred in an eternal sneer. What? The two other ninja said at the same time. Thunder struck in the background, creating a sense of foreboding. It's true, I was contacted by Fukusuka-sama telling me that Naruto's name was taken off the summoning registration board at Myobo-Kuzen. He really is dead, said Jiraiya angrily. And he was killed by Sasuke Uchiha. Jiraiya spat the name like it was venom in his mouth. Stood Kakashi, but he was silenced by Jiraiya. Shut up. Remember back on the hospital roof on how you berated me on trying to teach Naruto how to protect himself, for he would need it when the Akatsuki would come after him, growled Jiraiya. But what did you teach Sasuke? That's right, you taught him a bunch of fire jutsus and the Chidori, jutsu designed for killing. You may have sealed the cursed seal's dark effects, but you gave him the power to wield. It almost sounds like you wanted Sasuke to use that power. Kakashi just looked down at the floor in guilt. You didn't even bother to learn what nature affinity Naruto had. You just pushed him to the side and gave him to someone that openly despised him. While you taught the Uchiha how to properly kill someone, scolded Jiraiya. Minato never showed favoritism, not to you or any of your other teammates. This just proves to me that you're not fit to be a sensei, and now Minato's legacy is dead. All because you weren't bothered to teach him. I can understand because of Obito, but still the level of attention to Naruto was barely minimal. Jiraiya's words was like a sword piercing Kakashi's heart. The only thing you did teach him was to climb trees with your chakra, which is the basic necessity for all ninja and all those useless teamwork exercises. Look how that turned out. I'm the only person that really taught him anything. I taught him one of his father's treasured jutsu, the Rasengan, and you berate me for teaching him what was rightfully his. Jiraiya nearly shouted. Tsunade didn't choose to intervene because Kakashi needed to hear this. She agreed on Jiraiya's assessment. Even though Sarutobi praised Orochimaru, he never showed any favoritism to him or her or Jiraiya. You can add this to the list of all the failures you have made in your life. You failed Minato, you failed Kushina, and you also failed Obito and Rin. Jiraiya stopped his verbal assault and turned toward the window. Minato would be disappointed. Kushina would be disappointed. Sarutobi-sensei would be disappointed. They would all be disappointed in you. I hope you have the guts to face them when it's your time to go, said Jiraiya as he jumped away from the Hokage tower. Hokage-sama, said Kakashi. Just leave. I want you out of my sight this instant. Don't show your face to me in another week, ordered the Hokage. Kakashi didn't look up, he just dragged himself out of the office. If you would look closely, you could see tears falling freely like a waterfall. Tsunade had her hands intertwined together, her eyes were overshadowed by her hair. Silent tears were crawling down from her eyes as she silently cried. Her cursed necklace had taken another one of her precious people, the boy who was like a son to her. She sobbed for hours because she wouldn't hear the hyperactive blonde's voice again. She wouldn't see the hideous orange jumpsuit he loved to wear. She would never see his big foxy smile, the smile that filled her with happiness, happiness that she would never feel again. She blamed Sasuke, and she also blames Kakashi. But no matter how many people she would blame, nor how many times, it couldn't bring the whiskered blonde back to her. Kakashi was on his way to the memorial stone. He would go there every day to speak to his best friend Obito Uchiha, the person that gave him the Sharingan. Jiraiya's words hit him hard, but he was right. He failed Minato, he failed Kushina, he failed Rin, he failed Obito, and now he failed Naruto. Kakashi's life were only filled with failures. Kakashi-sensei, the copycat ninja, looked up and saw his last remaining student, Sakura Haruno. The pink-haired girl looked worried, like there was something on her mind that always seemed to bother her. "Yo, Sakura," said Kakashi, downcast in sadness. "Where's Naruto and Sasuke-kun?" she asked curiously. He couldn't tell her here, not in the middle of a street. "Follow me to the memorial stone," uttered Kakashi. Sakura nodded and followed after her sensei. When they reached the memorial stone, they didn't say anything until Sakura brought up a conversation to speak about. "Kakashi-sensei, I've been thinking lately," she said. Her eyes never left the stone that was in front of her. "When I was waiting at the gates for Naruto and his team to come back, Ino asked me something. She asked me who I was waiting for, and I answered Naruto. I was waiting for him and not Sasuke," she continued. Kakashi just listened to her. Now, telling her that Naruto was dead was becoming harder, and his guilt was weighing heavily on him. I then started thinking about Naruto and all he's done for me. I was so cruel to him when he just wanted to be my friend. I berated him when he brought up an idea, and when Sasuke-kun suggested the same thing, I praised him for it and not Naruto. I then remembered his promise to me. I could see he was hurt when I asked him to bring Sasuke back. I don't know whether he was hurt because he saw me so sad or whether it hurt him because he thought my heart belonged to someone else. But when he put aside his own feelings for my own, I was so happy because he was so selfless and caring. Now that I think about it, he never treated me in a bad way. To Kakashi, this was just becoming harder and harder with every word she said. I then remember a time when we were younger. I was being bullied by these boys who were making fun of my forehead, but Naruto came over and defended me. Eventually, the boys beat him up. If it wasn't for my mom who came around the corner, they would continue beating him, so she stopped the boys hitting Naruto. But when she saw that it was him, she turned away and took my hand, saying, "Stay away from him." I was too young to understand. Maybe I'll never understand. Kakashi just let a few stray tears escape his eyes, knowing what her mother meant by stay away from him. Later, I became the one who would verbally hurt Naruto and put him down to make myself feel better. Sakura, Kakashi said, but she continued. When we became a Genin team, I was so happy that I was on Sasuke-kun's team. Later, I was sitting alone by myself when I saw Sasuke-kun. He complimented me on the one thing I hated, my forehead. But now when I look back at our time as a team, I realized that Sasuke would never say that to me, but it was something that Naruto would say. And now that I look back, I figured something out, that the one I truly love, the one that would sacrifice anything for me, even his own happiness, the one that stood by me the whole time, is Naruto. I love Naruto, and when he comes back, I'll tell him that, and then I'll share my feelings with him, she said with pure determination. I used to think that I knew what love was, but it was just some wayward crush. True love is putting one's happiness above your own, and that's what Naruto would do for me in a heartbeat. But I want to be happy with him. This was too hard for Kakashi. He would have to tell she deserved to know. So when will Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun be back? She asked with unrestrained glee. That's the problem, Sakura, said Kakashi. The pink-haired girl was confused. Why was Kakashi so sad? There were complications on the retrieval mission, spoke Kakashi with his head still down. What do you mean? She was fearing the worst. What did Kakashi know that she didn't? Naruto is dead. Those words seemed to shatter glass. No, it can't be, she muttered as she took some steps back. Her eyes were now watering, and she felt this pain in her chest like someone clenching her heart. He was killed by Sasuke. That was the final nail in the coffin as Sakura's waterworks started to flow. She ran out of the training ground, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi didn't make a glance at the memorial stone. He was just filled with guilt. He dropped to his knees as his tears started again. Minato-sensei, I'm sorry I failed to protect your son, said Kakashi as he freely sobbed. No one had ever seen this side of Kakashi, not since Obito died. Shikamaru Nara was waiting in the hospital. No news had come in from his teammates. Even worse, there was no news on Naruto. He battled a powerful member of Orochimaru's elite followers. She used summons and a strange flute. If it wasn't for the arrival of Gaara's sister Temari, then he would be dead. The only injury he suffered was a broken finger. He saw something in the corner of his eye. Tsunade, the Godame Hokage, walking towards him. He could see visible tear streaks. Shikamaru, we need to talk. She now had his undivided attention. It's about Naruto. Hope seemed to fill Shikamaru until it was knocked down by the news she gave him. It can't be no, he shouted within the hospital. I will call a council meeting, and then I will inform the village. I'm truly sorry, she said as she started crying again. She turned her back on the young Nara, as kept chanting no. The council room was filled up. The semicircle-like table was in the middle with the heads of the respective shinobi council on the left and the civilian council on the right with the elders in the middle. Then Tsunade walked in slowly, her head down, which seemed to spark something in the minds of the shinobi council and the elders. Why have you called us today, Tsunade-sama? Asked Kohori Utatane, one of the Hokage's advisors. I came to inform you of the results of the retrieval team, tasked with capturing Sasuke Uchiha and returning him to the village, she said emotionlessly. So has Uchiha-sama been returned to the village? Asked a fat member of the civilian council. No, the mission was a failure. It resulted with a shinobi being mildly injured, to another that would require care for a few weeks, 2 critically injured and 1 death. So who were the shinobi that were wounded? Asked another civilian member. The one that was mildly wounded was Shikamaru Nara. The other that would require some treatment is Kiba Inuzuka, and the 2 that were critically injured were Choji Akimichi and Niji Hyuga, informed Tsunade. And who was the one death? Asked Hayashi Hyuga, generally curious. Naruto Uzumaki, he was killed by Sasuke Uchiha, choked Tsunade. When the civilian council heard the news, they immediately started to cheer, happy that the demon was gone and that Uchiha-sama saved us. When the shinobi council heard this, they were both saddened and repulsed. Saddened by the blonde's passing because they believed he was a pure soul who couldn't do anything that would make him evil. Because they weren't idiots. They knew the difference between a kunai and the scroll it was sealed into. And they were repulsed by the civilian council's total disregard to the blonde's life. The elders were worried. They had lost their Jinchuriki. Their military power had taken a nosedive. If word spread to the other nations that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki, then the other nations may attack. Tsunade was barely controlling her anger at the stupidity of the civilians, until one of them asked a stupid question. Hokage-sama, we the civilian council request that a statue be erected to honor Uchiha-sama's great deed. Shut up. No, I will never create a statue for that spoiled brat. He just abandoned the village, joined Oro Kaimaru, and killed the Konoha Nin, and I the Go-Dame Hokage hereby declare Sasuke Uchiha a wanted nuke Nin. Announced Tsunade, her anger overweighing her sadness. The Shinobi Council seconded this declaration, said Shikaka Nara. All this other shinobi clan heads nodded at this. Later the village was informed of Naruto's death and Sasuke's defection. Half the village were cheering and throwing parties in celebration of the death of the demon, while the other half were sorrowful because the blonde had done so much for them already. When Gaara heard the news, he was crushed. The first person that treated him like someone worthy of existence was dead. He made a vow that he would strive to become great to serve Naruto's legacy. He would not allow revenge to consume, but should he come across Sasuke Uchiha, he would not hesitate to kill him. Irika was angry and sad, but mainly angry. The person that was like a younger brother to him was dead, and the idiotic villagers were celebrating. He knew what kind of life Naruto led. He acknowledged his suffering, but he was even more disappointed that Naruto's death was at the hands of another of his students. He decided to lock himself in his apartment, and no one had seen the scarred Chunin for a whole week before he revealed himself. To everyone around him, he was a mess. He had bags under his eyes and his cheeks, and eyes were red and puffy, probably from all the crying. Out of everyone that was informed of Naruto's death, Konohamaru took it the hardest. He locked himself in his room and hardly came out for a week until Naruto's funeral. The whiskered boy was like an older brother to him. Now he was gone, just like his grandfather, the Sandaime Hokage. He wasn't for a long time. The smell of ramen didn't jolt him from his depression, and even the mention of Naruto's name around him made his depression worse and worse with each beating second. He hadn't felt like this since the death of his grandfather when Orochimaru invaded the village with help from Suna. It was always raining after Naruto's death. It rained non-stop as if the heavens were weeping that such a pure soul was gone. Everyone that liked Naruto or had met him in person attended, except Kakashi, where he wasn't invited, and Jiraiya, because it was too painful for him. The people that did attend were all the Konoha Genin in the last Chunin exams along with their proctors and senseis. Even the Sand siblings went. The funeral lasted for a few hours where everybody started to leave, but one person stayed. This person was Konohamaru, Sarutobi. He just looked at the tombstone without a body. I promise that your sacrifice won't be in vain. I will continue your legacy and become stronger for your sake. Naruto Nizan, said Konohamaru as he made a promise he intended to keep. At Myobo-kuzen, the elder sage was in deep thought. How could someone like Naruto die so early? He secretly knew that Naruto was the child he spoke about in his prophecies. So why did the world think he was dead? Unless another force may have a hand in bringing Naruto back, and the elder knew that whatever it wasn't good. In a dark place stood a man with metallic purple eyes, with concentric rings surrounding his pupil. However, his body was distorted, and it appeared like a rainbow. Then images of other people with different eyes, but the same distorted appeared around him. All of them had one thing in common. They had black cloaks with red clouds on them. How long has it been since we were all together like this? Asked a tall man with beady eyes. 7 years, not since Orochimaru left the organization to pursue his idiotic goals, said a hunched person. So Orochimaru has the Sharingan. Hey Itachi, isn't that your little brother? Said another member. Itachi didn't visibly react to this jab, nor did he speak in any other way. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is dead, said the plant-like member among them. Really, Zetsu? Who killed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Demanded the member with a ripple-like eyes and a dangerous voice. It was Sasuke Uchiha Itachi's brother, answered the plant man, now identified as Zetsu. If you had only killed your brother the night of the massacre, the Kyuubi would still be alive. Instead, its chakra is dispersed, which has set us back by years, reprimanded another with green eyes. Itachi didn't say anything, but his thoughts were different. Foolish little brother, you have made the greatest mistake anyone could make in your shoes, thought Itachi as he closed his eyes. We will just have to wait until the QB reforms, although that will take about 5 years. Until then, we extract the rest of the Biju, but the QB must be sealed last, or else the plan will fail. Now go and use the time you have now to train yourselves until we face the Jinchuriki, commanded the person that seemed to be the leader. All the illusionary bodies then began to disappear, except for Itachi. Naruto, I don't believe that you are dead, and if so then, where are you? Thought Itachi as his illusionary body also disappeared. A lone man, withered man, was sitting upon a tree-like throne. He had light gray hair that went down to his waist and 2 shoulder-length bangs. One covered his right eye entirely. He wore a black robe that covered most of his body, except for his back, which had 3 tubes connected to a massive statue. He was completely skinny, and his face had many wrinkles along with a single visible Sharingan eye. He also had the remnants of an old Kusarigama that acted like a cane. He seemed immobile. If anyone saw him, they would assume he wasn't breathing. This man had seen and participated in thousands of battles. He had witnessed death in every corner of his vision. But yet it didn't affect him at all. He had lost too much to war, too much to hatred. He was once called a god, but now he was nothing more than a dusty scroll who had both of his feet in the grave but refused to die. How long has it been since he saw sunlight, since he smelled the forest around him? To him, time had no meaning, no purpose. He was just waiting, but for what exactly he didn't know. He hadn't seen the face of another person for. He doesn't care how long. He seemed to be taken out of his thoughts. As a subordinate, Zetsu rose up from the ground. His fly trap was the first thing he saw, but he quickly took notice of a bundle of cloth in Zetsu's arms. The bundle was large, but not too big, and it wasn't tiny, but it was small compared to Zetsu. Zetsu, breathed the man hoarsely. What are you doing here? And what is that in your arms? Questioned the withered man as he pointed his scythe at the cloth. The reason why I'm here is because of what I'm carrying, answered Zetsu. He laid the bundle down on the ground carefully in front of the old man, to which the skeleton narrowed his lone, visible eye. The man picked up his Kusarigama and used the blade to unwrap the wad. What he saw made his eyes narrow even more in suspicion. It was a boy. Well, to be more precise, it was a dead boy with a gaping hole in his chest. This boy had sun-kissed blonde hair that was wild and untamed. He couldn't see his eyes because they were closed. He had 3 distinct whisker-like marks on each cheek, and he was wearing a repugnant orange jumpsuit. That just disgusted him to no end. Tell me, Zetsu, why did you bring me this corpse? Inquired the mummy with a melancholic look. You always wanted someone to continue your plans, and I have found someone who could guarantee that, responded Zetsu happily, as if nothing bothered him. I would have preferred someone whose blade had pierced flesh and taken life away, and more importantly, if his heart was beating, barked the old man, who then started having coughing fits. But what if I told you that this boy is a former Jinchuriki who also descends from the Uzumaki clan? Replied Zetsu. Now the man was intrigued. He knew everything about the Uzumaki clan, especially their blood ties to the Senju and their amazingly powerful chakra. Oh, he was also killed by an Uchiha for the Mangekyō, stated Zetsu matter-of-factly. The old man didn't care. Interesting, said the man, a member of the Uzumaki clan and also former Jinchuriki. Intriguing, he could become an extremely powerful shinobi if taught correctly. This could present me with the opportunity to continue it. So you assume that if I return his life, then persuade him to become part of my plan, he could become an extraordinarily powerful asset that could further my goals, queried the old man, where he received a nod from the colored thing in front of him. Very good, Zetsu. The man shifted his eyes toward the body of Naruto. But tell me, what of his skill level? Asked the wilted man. From what I was able to gather, he knows the basic ninjutsu from the academy, but he has 3 powerful jutsu in his arsenal. But don't bother with Jinjutsu with his chakra levels. He would be unable to perform Jinjutsu. However, I don't know about Taijutsu, explained Zetsu. The white half seemed to be happy that he was pleasing his master. The other didn't seem to care. And what would be these ninjutsu? Responded the parched man. He knows the Kagebunshin no Jutsu and the Taiji Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Also, he knows a powerful A-rank ninjutsu that took its creator 3 years to develop, but it took him 1 week to master, claimed the 2 halves. Now, the old shinobi was knee-deep in getting his hands on the boy. It didn't matter how much natural talent you had or how hard you worked. If you had the Kagabunshin no Jutsu, it wouldn't matter for you could learn 1 year's worth of experience in 6 months. And a Jutsu he mastered in a week, an A-rank Jutsu. He had a lot of potential from what Zetsu was telling him. You truly brought me a diamond among rocks, Zetsu. My faith is not given out easily, but you have earned it. His lone Sharingan shifted into a purple eye with multiple rings around his pupil, resembling a ripple pattern. He went through a few hand seals before stopping at the snake seal and focused his chakra intensely. Head, Rina Tensei no Jutsu. A demonic head faded through the ground. It was surrounded by a purple aura and had the kanji for king on its forehead. It opened its mouth, and out came a single wisp of green energy, which ensnared Naruto's body. It instantly healed his wound where his heart should have been. However, there was a scar over his heart that seemed to look like lightning sparking away from the point of impact. Madara knew that if he wasn't directly connected to the statue, he would die. A few seconds passed, and one could hear heavy breathing coming from Naruto. He was alive, but he was unconscious. He will not awaken for a few more days. Zetsu began a blood transfusion. Zetsu nodded at his master's command and readied the necessary things required for a transfusion. A few hours later, the transfusion was a complete success. The man's blood was now running through this boy's veins, granting him the old man's gifts to be the boy's own. So tell me, Zetsu of the Uchiha that killed him. The old man was curious, but he needed Zetsu to confirm his suspicions. Who can I tell him, please see? Begged the white half to its black counterpart. Knowing that its other half was going to interrupt when it talked, the black half just let it speak whatever was on its mind. Fine. Well, the Uchiha was just, and he. That's right, he left the village to join up with a Nukenin. What was his name? Oregano, said the white half, trying to place a name. Orochimaru, answered the black half. They've seen the man before, and they were just at a meeting discussing his actions. How could it forget? The name is easy to remember. Yeah, that's it. Who is this? Orochimaru. He spoke the white man before he was interrupted by the black one. He was the former student of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the Second Great Shinobi War, he aided his village greatly along with his two teammates Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju. The old man scowled at the name Senju as if someone had just kicked his puppy. They later fought an icon of the shinobi world, Hanzo no Sanshuo, where the old ninja would spare the three of them and give them the title of Densetsu no Sennin. Later, Orochimaru performed ghastly experiments on children, where he would later flee his village and become a criminal. He was also the orchestrator of the Konoha invasion. I informed you of where he assassinated the Yondaime Kazekage and tried to assassinate the Sandaime Hokage, his former teacher. But he was barely able to kill the old Hokage, despite the fact that Sarutobi lost much of his power thanks to old age. Orochimaru even went as far to revive his two predecessors, but their power was being limited at the time. Even still, the Sandaime came out on top when he sealed the two Hokage and took away the ability to wield hand seals by sealing Orochimaru's arms. This Orochimaru was barely able to kill Tobirama's monkey, even when old age had affected him, and he couldn't kill this Hanzo, a shinobi from some backwash village, even with two others, among them Senju. The old ninja was quickly gathering his thoughts. Orochimaru doesn't sound like much of a great shinobi. I know that Sarutobi is strong. He may be stronger than Tobirama, but he is still far from comparing to Hashirama's or my own level in power. My future student will become much greater of a threat than his pet of an Uchiha, said the man as he chuckled darkly. A few days later, Naruto awoke, and he saw nothing but darkness. He adjusted his eyes to become accustomed to the rare light in the dark place. Where am I? Am I dead? Whispered Naruto to the void, hoping for someone to answer him. He just wanted to hear a voice that would assure him, to ease him. He believed himself to be dead, but was he truly? Then a voice cut through the air like a knife through butter. In the realm between that which is eternal. Naruto looked up and saw the oldest man he had ever seen. This guy topped the Sandaime Hokage in old age easily, and he was standing over him like a statue. This guy, he has Sasuke's eyes. Is he an Uchiha like him? thought Naruto as he stared at the man with half-lidded eyes. His whole body was numb. He couldn't really move. He couldn't feel anything other than the air and dust on his skin. A realm between that which is eternal. Just what kind of place is it? Queried the blonde as he stared at the man, tired and numb. The light did not obey Naruto's whim, as the realm was dark, too dark. A realm of nothingness would be precise, answered the withered man. A place that sits between two higher powers. Naruto stared at him some more, taking his words. Just where was he? How'd he end up in this place? I can't remember much now that A-I-T dashed. He paused in his sentence when it all came rushing back to him. The mission to retrieve his friend, his promise to Sakura, his death. Sasuke! Shouted Naruto as he pulled himself up. Oh, oh, oh. He chanted, clutching the area above his heart, but what? I don't feel any pain. Where's the wound? Then he noticed something strange. There was a strange lightning-like scar over his chest where his heart should be. Also, he was naked. Then he looked back at the old man again. I have healed your wounds and restored your life. If you can feel your heart pumping, that is a sign that you're alive, spoke the old man as Naruto just stared at him with open eyes, but he trailed his eyes downward to see the man holding an old scythe which glinted a little. And oh, you're a Shinigami who's brought me back to life. So Tio, take me to hell, please. Please, I want Tio live, screamed Naruto in a girly way. Okay, sorry if I took those pervy magazines. They're not mine. I swore they're Kiba's. The old man's sweat dropped at the blonde's behavior. Just how did perverted magazines matter? I'm not the Shinigami, young Uzumaki, and you are not dead. Yet, although I am a Shinigami, in a way, said the old man with a small smirk. Naruto examined the old man. This guy looked like some old bat who would argue with his wife. But still. So you saved me, old man. Thanks. Thanked Naruto, who was generally happy to be alive. But a thought came to him. No, please tell me you're not some shinobi pedo like that Orochimaru team. He screamed at the top of his lungs while anime tears cascaded down his face. I don't swing that way. Someone please save me. I'm not a pedo, young Uzumaki, stated the withered man with a hint of anger at the rudeness and idiocy of the blonde before him. Oh, and if you aren't a pedo, then where are my clothes? Asked / yelled Naruto. I burned them, deadpanned the old man, which broke Naruto's stupor, and instead he started crying anime tears over his beloved jumpsuit. While Naruto, as thinking, did he have to burn my underwear? The underwear had little frogs on them. They were meant to be burned. But still, it's far too early to thank me. This garnered the blonde's attention. And I'm sure you have some nindo that you abide by. Naruto was about to answer him, but he was cut off. Don't answer that, I just know I'm right. Naruto looked at the man quizzically, and he was right, he did have a nindo. You just seem like the type that won't go back on his word. Naruto sighed at him. His body was still numb, but at least he could move in a way. Sorry, old man, but I can't stay. My friends are counting on me, and I have to be there for them, spoke Naruto with slight determination. Besides, I have to fulfill a promise I made to someone important to me. Naruto eased himself slowly off the bed, but the moment he tried to balance himself on his feet, he fell, and the blanket covering his body was still hiding his lower regions. I have to return home. I have to. My friends need to know I'm alive. A promise you must fulfill, huh? Sighed Madara, as he watched Naruto scrambling on the cold ground. I have just brought you back to life. Your muscles and internal organs are just starting to function again. It will take some time to fully recuperate from your revival, and if you move around more, you'll only damage yourself even more, and you may die again. No, I can't give up. I don't care if you revive me, I will return to Konoha, grunted Naruto as he tried to pick himself up off the floor, but failed, for his body was still too weak, and he could feel this pain inside him like his stomach was twisting itself. The old man sighed as he continued to watch the boy try and fail to leave the dark hovel. But the blonde could barely lift himself up off the floor, and he would kill himself unless he got rest. Why do you repeat the same action but expect a different result? Asked the man as he watched the boy continue to fail in his attempts. But he had to admit the child had determination. Because I don't give up, and I always keep my word, for that my mind. My shinobi way, yelled Naruto with nothing but unbreakable stubbornness. The man continued to stare at the boy. His sheer determination was admirable, and he had a strong will. You could always judge someone by just a glance, but to form an opinion on them was watching them in action. Those words are empty and not full of conviction. No matter how the wind howls, the mountain cannot bow to it, spoke the man with wisdom. Saying something is far different than doing something. You have yet to realize that this is your birth by sleep, to wake up from this reality and accept what is before your eyes. But Naruto felt some stray tears prickling at the corners of his eyes as he lay on the dirty ground, his face buried on the cold floor. He was helpless, and he couldn't get back to his friends no matter what he tried. He couldn't leave, so he reined his composure and accepted that he wasn't going anywhere for now until he had recovered. The old man placed his scythe/cane by the bed and helped Naruto back onto the bed gently. "Just who are you?" whispered Naruto as he laid back on the bed. He deserved to know the name of the person that brought him back to life at least. The man walked over and sat atop his root-like throne and cleared his throat, amassing the boy's attention. "As to who I am the ghost of the Uchiha. I am Madara Uchiha," said the man now, known as Madara, as light seemed to fill the dark. Naruto, with his eyes adjusting to the room, saw and beheld a large flower as tall as a mountain with a massive statue sitting in a lotus position with its hands chained together. And there were small tubes connecting the statue to the man. Naruto looked back at the legendary shinobi dumbly, and then he laughed. "You're right, you're Madara Uchiha." As if Madara is dead. Madara's sweat dropped to the blonde. First of all, it was easier for him to believe that the old man was the Shinigami. Second, he originally thought he was a pedo. And third, he had the Sharingan. "Look into my eyes, Uzumaki." Naruto saw and beheld Sharingan eyes. One was hidden behind his bang. Naruto had forgotten about those eyes where he chanted stupid multiple times in his head for not noticing them. "So you are Madara Uchiha," stuttered Naruto as he peered into the blood-red eyes that reflected anger and hatred. "Yes, and I have also given you the power of the Uchiha clan," spoke Madara with little emotion. "I can awaken the Sharingan?" asked Naruto with a hint of excitement. "Yes, and you can use the bloodline like any other Uchiha," replied Madara. "Cool," said Naruto with a small smile. "You know, old man, you ain't half bad." Naruto was smiling his foxy grin. He didn't care now. He could get those cool eyes, and maybe he could perform Jinjutsu. Yes, but young Uzumaki, tell me, what do you think of this reality?" asked Madara. He needed to know if he was going to coerce the blonde to help him. "What do you mean?" inquired Naruto as his happy expression faded away. "What I mean is, what do you expect from this world?" pressed Madara. "Well, I expect love and friendship in this world, and hopefully a place where people would understand another and not have to fear and hate each other," responded Naruto, but Madara scoffed at the idea. "In this world, people don't get what they wish most, and that is a fact. We are subjected to the whims of this reality that is filled with suffering and hatred. When there is light, there is also darkness. One cannot exist without the other. This world is full of pain and futility. Those are the only things that exist in this reality," uttered Madara. "There are only winners and losers in this world, along with the selfish desires to create a lasting peace. But there can be no peace when the world is flooded by rage. The selfish desire of peace will only be temporary and war will rise. Hatred is birthed from the protection of love, and more hatred will follow after it like vultures. Everything I have said is nexuses, bound together by an unbreakable chain that keeps adding on to its links. The chain cannot be broken, for we all wear it. There is nowhere to break the chain. Normally. What you say has some truth to it," muttered Naruto as he looked away from Madara. "I hate this world. I loathe it with every cell in my body. This world is hell, and I have been condemned to live in it. Only the powerful decide fate, and not the weak. Without strength, you will become a slave to those who are. I have cheated death too many times to know that I am strong enough to decide my fate, but still I'll be dead soon, for immortality doesn't truly exist. But even still, the strong can only do so much when compared to the power of the world. Time is every man's enemy, for it devours all things, and nothing remains afterwards. I despise this world with all my being. That's why I want to change it. Change what has been fated for this world," announced Madara. "I will create a world of peace and love where there is no hatred and no pain." "That sounds wrong," said Naruto. "You will think like that, for now," assured Madara. "However, you could have anything you ever wanted in this dream world. I know how you Jinchuriki are treated, Sorry, former Jinchuriki. They saw you as nothing more than a constant reminder of their pain. Explained to Madara. Let me guess. The villagers, they feared you, hated you, denied you the right to live, the right to love, and they ignored your existence altogether. You were nobody. Am I correct? Asked the shinobi. Well, whispered Naruto as his eyes were overshadowed by his hair. Then those people were stupid. They let their fears rule them, and their hatred blinded them. Assured to the omniscient Uchiha. As long as there are things in this world that people don't understand, they will always live in terror. Finished the Madara. But there are people I still care for, shouted Naruto. Like who? My fellow clan member. That killed you. Bit back Madara. Naruto then started having flashbacks of his time with Sasuke. And he was right. Sasuke's hatred had consumed him. It became him, where he would hurt anyone if it meant he would gain power. I see that you understand. Even if you try to leave this place, with your power and your weak body, death will come to you quickly, whispered Madara hoarsely. Naruto relented knowing that he was right. What would happen in this dream world? Questioned Naruto. Anything you ever wanted would become reality. You can create people, manipulate landscapes, even revive the dead. Answered Madara, where Naruto gasped. He could meet his parents, find out who they were. Madara then channeled chakra to his left eye and whispered Tsukuyami. Naruto and Madara were then transported to a white void. This is what the dream world will initially look like. Then Madara's appearance began to change. He now looked much younger and healthier. This is what will happen. It's a Jinjutsu. However, I cannot create this. I require a stronger power in order to create this Jinjutsu. What would you need? Asked Naruto as he was liking this plan more and more. In order to cast the Jinjutsu, I, or another Mangekyō Sharingan user, must cast the Tsukuyami on the moon, informed Madara. Sounds easy enough, said Naruto, brushing off what Madara said. No, if I could just cast Tsukuyami on the moon, I would have done it already, retorted Madara. The old Uchiha then began to explain the history of the Jubi, along with the Rakuto Sennin and his sons. I see we require the power of the Jubi as a catalyst, so we could cast the Tsukuyami on the moon, said Naruto, understanding everything he was told, surprising Madara with his intelligent talk. Exactly. However, in order to revive the Jubi, we need to combine the 9 Biju and seal them within the Geto Mazo, and then one of us would become its Jinchuriki, and we'd cast the Jinjutsu on the world, forcing everyone into the dreamscape, explained Madara. I have given you my blood, which will allow you to control the Geto Mazo. However, you require the Rinnegan to summon it. Naruto and Madara were now out of the Jinjutsu. Uzumaki, I gave you a second chance. So will you repay me someday? Queried Madara. Naruto's eyes were downcast, and his hair was covering his eyes. But he nodded his head. This was the perfect chance for revenge against all those idiotic villagers. So, now is the time to ask. What's your first name? Asked Madara. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, announced the blonde Uzumaki, dropping his psychological mask. Maelstrom, that's a strong name, a good one too. And do you have any regrets? Pressed Madara. I regret not killing Sasuke Uchiha, proclaimed Naruto as he made eye contact with Madara. However, instead of the ocean blue, they were now blood red with 3 tomo surrounding the pupil. However, the pattern changed into a 3-pointed sides surrounding his red pupil. The eyes pattern almost looked like they hungered for death, to take lives almost like a Shinigami. Eyes reflected the person's soul. Those eyes reflected the need to harvest life itself. Very well. From today you are now my student. Naruto, said Madara with a small smile. Today we will commence the Eye of the Moon plan, said Naruto, and bring peace to this world. Heart of Fire. She was crushed. Why? The boy that had apparently loved her was dead. It hadn't been a month since a certain blonde ball of energy passed on. She wasn't the only one suffering. Hinata was too. She had a crush on the idiot, but she never had the courage to tell him. Now she had lost her chance as well. She was so useless. If only she may have been stronger, she could have been there to help Naruto. But no, she was busy fawning over someone that hated her. She was so blind to the obvious truth that the orange-loving kid with the ocean eyes saw her as the center of the world. But now he was gone, and it seemed the village just felt empty, devoid of emotion. A dark gray had cast itself over the village, leaving all the color behind in favor of the dull, lifeless color. The sun seemed to shine less brightly over the buildings and people, and its light was no longer warm and soothing to the touch. And it wasn't cold either, it was just in between. She missed the warmth she would feel every day, but the warmth she received when around him was almost like standing next to his son. She never got that feeling when around Sasuke, to be precise. All he was, is, and will be cold like the moon. The sun had lost its warmth and the wind was cold. It now rained more often ever since he died, and it was supposed to be called the land of fire, not land of sad rain. Now she knew how Mangekyō felt. But why did it rain more often than it ever has? Was the sky weeping and crying over the death of a person whose personality was almost skin to that of the sky, joyous and carefree, freedom unbound? All that space, and to do everything you could to the best of their ability, he was like that, uninhibited by the rules and laws of the world, making only rules for himself, and only himself. No one would yell at him. He would get away with everything. Sakura sometimes felt like he was always so lucky to not have parents to yell at you or punish you. But did she really think like that? What if she would spend a week in Naruto's shoes, and maybe she would understand how he would feel? There was a saying that she sometimes heard in the village: you can't truly understand someone until you walk a mile in their shoes. That statement rang true indeed. The village seemed to return to the status quo, but sometimes wounds took a lot longer to heal than others. Everyone had seemed to have forgotten the blonde, but Sakura could see that they still had scars. It seemed like they hated the blonde for an as-of-yet unknown reason that the Pinkette couldn't fathom. She always wondered why, but she felt that by discovering the secret would cost her more than it's worth. There was one person she would see every day, someone who was closer to Naruto than she was Konohamaru. After the orange-loving boy's death, she would check up on the Saratobi heir to see if he was trying to undo the pain in his heart, but she would be rejected and dejected every time when he would say, "I'm fine, just training," so she just left him on his own so he could cope with loss himself. But the one statement that panned her chest was, "I will continue his legacy." That sentence seemed to spark something within her. It felt like there was an opportunity around the corner, but it was nagging at her mind. What was she supposed to do? The potential to be something great in his eyes. So he could look down and be proud of her and her accomplishments. That was something she wanted more than anything. She had sometimes dreamed of ending herself and going up to join him in the other life. But would that truly solve anything? The blonde spent every waking moment he could to make the village a better place. He gave away his money to orphans, the poor, and the downtrodden, obviously understanding how they felt. That was one thing she loved about him, his selflessness. He would do just about anything, just about anybody. He was like that, always helping people, no matter if they were fire-end or foe. Although he was always loud and exuberant, that was always something that made her giggle. She remembered when her team did the tree climbing exercise. Apparently, she had near-perfect chakra control. Wasn't there something that involved great chakra control? She couldn't remember, but she was sure it would come to her. Tsunade Senju was sitting behind her desk, doing what she dreaded most: paperwork, filing missions, approving D ranks. Stuff that didn't even matter. How she would give for a certain rambunctious blonde to call her Bachan, despite how she hated that nickname. And yet she let him call her that. Like everyone who knew the sun-kissed blonde, she too was hurting on the inside. It was like a horrid feeling wrenching inside her that refused to leave, like a parasite. She loved the orange lover as if he was her own son. She had finally found a precious person that she could bestow her necklace upon. But its curse had acted again, had taken the boy away from her. She believed the stories, that in fact the stories were true, that the cursed necklace would only accept her as a bearer. She should have done more for him, possibly given him better living conditions, or gave him more money so he could live. Apparently, Naruto had gathered up quite a bit of money thanks to all the missions he would do. But she heard that he rarely spent it, and he only brought things he needed. But there were other things he needed, such as friends, family, and love. He spent his money on others' needs that he didn't focus on his own. He had plenty of money, and he rarely met up with his friends, that he never really formed bonds with them, or his friends just thought he was a nuisance and idiot and avoided him like all the others. He could have gotten better clothing than that jumpsuit, she thought. Naruto, whenever he had gotten any money after becoming a shinobi, he gave it away to orphans and the orphanage. But after he died, the orphans stopped getting any funds. Even a matron that run the place came in and told her about it, though when she asked, she always said it was signed as anonymous. That boy, heart of gold indeed. That knucklehead was nothing but a kind of spirit, filled with nothing but everything positive, and he was the purest soul you could meet. She believed that he would earn the acknowledgement of the village someday, but now today, or any other day. She turned her head to the left and picked up a picture. It was her and the sun-kissed blonde on the road back to Konoha, where she would become Hokage. In the picture, she was hugging him, and they were both smiling wildly. He really was like a son to him, but now he was gone. Thanks to the Uchiha, she issued a capture on-site order if her ninja ever saw him. She wouldn't kill him, that's not what he would want. Plus, the civilian council and the elders pulled some strings and passed her judgment because they needed the Sharingan. What a load of bull. She thought angrily. The Sharingan was an asset the counselors believed was vital to the power of Konoha. They also claimed since the Sharingan could control the tailed beast that they don't even need the QB. But there has never been an Uchiha that could fully control the power of a Bijou since Madara Uchiha, so therefore it was unlikely. Tsunade was brought out of her musings when she heard a knock at the door. Wondering who it was since she sent Shizen on an errand that needed to be done, she ushered the person in. To her surprise, it was Sakura Haruno, Naruto's teammate. Now she was confused. What does she want? When Tsunade first laid her brown, honey eyes on the pinkette, the very first thought that came to mind was fangirl. That thought was even furthered when she saw Sakura embrace Sasuke, as if her life depended on it. She also saw the pained expression Naruto had when she hugged Sasuke, that spoiled brat. Tsunade had met and seen many fangirls in her long life, and all were obsessed with their love interests, looks, talent, and coolness, most of which didn't matter, and most times the catcher of their eyes weren't interested in them. So basically they were chasing after mirrors. Sakura was no different. She was probably the biggest fangirl the girl had ever seen. And there wasn't anything special aside for Sasuke other than he was an Uchiha. If he had the Mangekyō Sharingan, then he was worth something. Her thoughts were broken when the pink-haired girl's voice broke the silence like a stick. "Tsunade-sama, I wish to speak with you," she said. The busted blonde-haired woman could tell that she was nervous. For one, their eyes hadn't connected, and two, the girl's body language was screaming guilt. She hadn't really met Sakura aside from seeing her the few times around the village and seeing her with Naruto. But still she would listen to the girl. Tsunade fell into her stalwart Hokage demeanor, where she had a stoic face and judging eyes. "Do you require something, Sakura?" she asked in a way that only a leader can speak with. "Tsunade-sama, I ask of you to take me on as your apprentice," pronounced Sakura. Sakura's heart was beating hard and fast. It took all her courage just to stand in front of the woman. Why did she agree to this? Why did she come before the Hokage, the leader of her village? Her courage was leaking from her like water through a crack. She felt like she was going to shatter at any moment like broken glass. Even walking to enter her office felt like she was stepping on needles. But she had something to prove, something to make everyone proud of her, to make him proud of her. She wanted to stand tall as a kunoichi, a strong, confident one, which was not at the moment. Tsunade was genuinely surprised. She never expected this question to come from her. But still, why? She understood the request easily, but there must have been an ulterior motive behind it. But why herself? There were plenty of other tutors in Konoha. Even Kurenai would be acceptable. But training directly from the Godame Hokage herself, the strongest woman in the world. This was no coincidence, and why did she get the feeling that it was connected to a certain someone? "Shizun," shouted Tsunade in a commanding tone. Her assistant/apprentice came running through the door, carrying several stacks of paperwork to which she was sent out for, and had just returned, and somehow Tsunade knew she was there. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," she asked. Whenever her Mazer used this tone of voice, she was always a bit peeved. "Please bring me the file on Sakura Haruno," she ordered, still in her stalwart face. Shizen nodded and quickly left the room for the file. The two kunoichi left in a room were quiet like the grave. Tsunade intertwined her fingers and placed her hands in front of her face. She was studying the girl in front of her. The first thought that came to mind was fangirl, the bane of all true kunoichis. It was because of ninja like this that gave the word kunoichi a bad name. and that's why they were never taken seriously. Not only that her figure was too skinny and there was barely any muscle on her, was she dieting? The Pinkette needed to get rid of that, because in battle it would sap her energy and make her a slow, easy target. And if she didn't build muscle, then how was she going to defend herself from enemies? Without a healthy body, the shinobi, or kunoichi, won't be much use whether or not they have strong ninjutsu and chakra. Sakura was being scrutinized before. Tsunade, she didn't know her thoughts or feelings, but she knew that they weren't good because of the look that she was giving her. She couldn't back down. Now she had something to prove, and if she broke down in front of Tsunade, then nothing will be achieved. Shizen returned to the Hokage's office with a folder in hand and then gave it to her master. Tsunade ordered her to leave, for what was about to transpire must be done privately. Tsunade examined the folder before opening it. On the page, there was a picture of Sakura after she had recently become a genin. She scanned every page, every word that was within the file, every little detail. She scanned the folder. Tsunade snapped the folder shut and turned her gaze back on the girl in front of her. Sakura Haruno, your file says some things that are truly dissatisfactory, were the words that Tsunade used. Sakura was hurt, but she knew it was true. If she denied it, she would only be a fool. It says, doesn't take shinobi skills and training seriously, too obsessed with personal affections that get in the way of teamwork and concentration, spoke Tsunade blankly. It also has reports on your missions and Chunin exam preliminary battle with Ino Yamanaka. In your mission reports, mainly your first rank turned A rank, it explains in detail about how over-reliance on teammates when faced with a superior adversary clouded judgment and stay behind the scenes without participating once in team action to save their sensei, who was trapped. Then there's the report on your prelim match with Ino Yamanaka. Chosen words are pathetic by Kurinai Yui. Barely has mastery of the basic academy jutsu, and showed no other skills other than below-average taijutsu, says Asuma Sarutobi, and disgrace to all kunoichi, says Anko Mitarashi, and who let her in the academy, says Ibiki Marino. Sakura's confidence was breaking fast. Everything she said was right, and she can't dispute that. But this is not important, spoke Tsunade as she finished reciting the report. Why do you wish to become my apprentice, Sakura? That was the question Tsunade wanted to know the most. Because I wish to be a strong kunoichi and serve the Leaf Village and become an admirable medic nin, spoke Sakura with false confidence. No, was what Sakura heard. She looked up and saw Tsunade looking at her sympathetically. Sakura, tell me the truth. Why do you want to become my apprentice? Queried Tsunade. Sakura gasped at the answer. The Hokage knew she was lying, but she just wants to know the real reason why. I want to become stronger. I want to learn medical ninjutsu, so I can save people. People die, I know that, but doesn't mean we can't give them the chance to live. I don't want people like Naruto to die. She started freely sobbing. I want to become strong to make him proud of me. I want my life to have a purpose. I don't want Naruto's death to be for nothing. I want his will to carry on through me and all the others. So please take me on as your apprentice, pleaded the pink-haired genin. Tsunade expected that answer, but still seeing Sakura break down in before her was almost a mirror image of the time Dan and Nawaki were killed during the Second Shinobi World War. Those two were her life, and when she lost them, a piece of herself followed after. Very well, Sakura Haruno. You are now my apprentice. We will start tomorrow, but don't expect me to go easy on you. My training will be hard and rigorous, spoke Tsunade seriously. Sakura steeled herself and faced her new teacher. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, I won't fail you. And with that said, a new promise was made to a blonde-haired boy. Somewhere dark and cold was an old man sitting on a wooden throne, a kuzarigama in hand that substituted as his cane. This man was Madara Uchiha, and he was watching his only student Naruto Uzumaki going through physical torture. Technically, it was a physical workout. It was a week ago when Naruto's rehabilitation finished and his muscles and internal organs started working properly. The first thing he started on was Naruto's physical muscle. When Naruto first started, he had a lot of baby fat and not much muscle, which was something that needed rectified and quickly. Madara knew that the blonde needed to be in peak fighting condition where he one day shattered stone with one of his punches. So he forced Naruto into his training by doing 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats, and 2 hours of nonstop running. To Naruto, Madara was a slave driver, but the blonde never complained. After Naruto had woken up, Zetsu brought him some new clothes after his old ones were destroyed by his new sensei. His new attire consisted of a leather vest, umbu-style pants, fingerless leather gloves, and a pair of black ninja sandals. When questioned how Zetsu got them, it didn't answer, but the white half did. It explained that the big flower was growing even more white Zetsus, and that the artificial humans can turn into other people, and they bought the clothes with fake money. So that was how Zetsu got the clothes. No more questions were asked. Surprisingly, Madara had a quaint knowledge of Fuinjutsu. He immediately created gravity seals designed for Naruto to increase his speed, strength, and physical mass. And it was a great plan. Already Madara was able to see the results of the torture training he had Naruto undergo. There was the faint build-up of muscle where the body parts that Naruto targeted someday, that muscles would become hard as wood. Over the week, Madara had gotten to know the hyperactive blonde, and he was intriguing. Even after dropping the psychological mask, Naruto still held on to some of his tendencies. He had a peculiar obsession for ramen, calling it the food of the gods. He still liked the color orange, despite the verbal beating he got from Madara saying that orange was a stupid and useless color, to which the two argued for hours on end saying whether or not orange was or was not a stupid color. But Naruto sported a small smile afterwards. But now Naruto was a quiet and reserved individual. He never complained, well, not to Madara, anyway, and he smiled less. And it seemed like Naruto was really bitter towards the people of Konoha, which was what the old Uchiha wanted. A great change to Naruto now was that he was a perfectionist that didn't stop until he fully mastered what he was learning, which reminded Madara of himself. But the most amazing thing about his student was that he had untapped potential lying within him, as if a great flood was being held back by a wall made of sticks. You didn't need the Sharingan to see it. Even without the Kagebunshin no Jutsu, it was there. He was pleased that Zetsu brought him the boy. He now had a powerful weapon to carry on his legacy and will and complete what he had been planning for years. But one thing he did take offense to was the quality of the shinobi of the current age, where the elites were unable to capture a blonde-haired boy wearing a bright orange jumpsuit in the middle of the day. But now he was pondering whether or not to start teaching Naruto elemental manipulation. But to do that, he would need to discover Naruto's chakra nature. For if he was going to use the boy, he was going to make him as strong as possible, because he was now unable to do much. In a way, Naruto reminded Madara of his younger brother Izuna, in more ways than one. They shared the same determination and quiet nature, and were similar when it came to fighting, focused and quick thinking. But one thing about the blonde that surprised Madara was Naruto's deceptive nature. The boy was cunning and tricky. Madara likened him to a fox. Ironic considering he was a container for massive orange fox with 9 tails. Maybe that's where he got his love for orange. But this talent would certainly be a boon in the future. Madara never knew what Naruto was scheming. It was well hidden by a wall of words, but Madara had a feeling that Naruto was planning something. And speaking of the fox, it seemed that Naruto was able to retain his incredible healing ability. Now he could use the Shadow Clone Jutsu to full effect without any negative drawbacks. The future, thought Madara. The ancient Uchiha knew he didn't have much time left, even while connected to the statue that was keeping him alive. He had about 3.5 years left before the statue stopped, giving him chakra to sustain himself. But there was one thing on Madara's mind that gave him pause. The Kyuubi attack. The beast was sealed in the boy by the Yondaime Hokage, but why would the fox just randomly attack the village when it had the chance to escape and be free? By attacking the village, it had another chance to be sealed again. Unless someone was controlling it, couldn't have been his enemy, Hashirama, because he was dead and Zetsu told him he was sealed. So who could it have been? Another Uchiha. Zetsu, yelled Madara hoarsely. In a few minutes, he could see the Venus flytrap that opened up to expose his head. Yes, asked the black half. Why did Madara call for him? The last time he visited was when he gave Naruto his new clothes. Find out everything you can about the Kyuubi attack 13 years ago, and see what could have caused it and who was controlling it, commanded Madara. The white half was confused. Why would he care about the Kyuubi attack? But the black half understood fully. I'll check it out, said the black half. He was about to sink any ground before the white counterpart spoke up. Oh, and hey, erase the papers you wanted. spoke the white cheerfully. It handed Madara the papers and sunk into the ground. Madara examined the papers. Yep, perfect. Naruto, called Madara. Naruto stopped on his 924th push-up and just stared at his sensei curiously. Madara called him over and began to explain chakra natures and affinities. Naruto, you see this in my hand, said Madara. Naruto just stared at the papers. What was so special about them? They were just papers. Pieces of paper, he answered blankly. That was another thing about him that was new after dropping the mask. Naruto was now devoid of emotion, or he just never revealed his emotions, but Madara believed it was the latter. Yes and no. These are chakra papers, spoke Madara, but Naruto didn't seem like he was following on with the same thought. These papers are grown from a tree that is infused and grown from chakra. They're able to tell you what affinity you have to one of the basic elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each one has their own strengths and weaknesses and other special relationships with one another. Naruto just nodded, now knowing that they were quite interesting papers. Now, I have little doubt that you have a fire affinity in part to my blood that's running through you, spoke Madara. Wait, sensei, asked Naruto. Now he had the old man's attention. How do you tell what chakra nature you have with these papers? Madara was getting around to that. He handed Naruto one of the papers and held onto to another. Like this, said Madara. He channeled a small amount of chakra into the paper. What happened first was half of it ignited and turned to ash, and while the second half split in two. You see, Naruto, this paper is sensitive to chakra, and when you channel even the smallest amount, something will occur. Now tell me what happened to my paper. Naruto just recalled what he just saw. First half of your paper ignited and turned to ash. Then after that, the second half split in two. Exactly, which means I have two affinities: fire and wind. Naruto just nodded. At least he had a teacher that was skilled in fire jutsu. Now to find out your affinity, 5 things will happen to your paper. If your affinity is fire like mine, your paper will burn. Wind, also like mine, will cut in half. Water, it will become wet. Earth will crumble into dust, while lightning, it will wrinkle, explained Madara. But my main affinity is fire, since it was the first to appear. Naruto nodded and looked at his paper. He channeled his chakra into it, and 3 things happened. First, the paper split in two. The 2 halves that were left, one burned and turned into ash while the other wrinkled up. Madara stared at the paper. 3 chakra natures. That was rare, and they all appear to be natural too. It seems you have 3 affinities, Naruto: wind, fire, and lightning, praised Madara. Cool. So when do we get started on elemental manipulation? Asked Naruto. He was really tired of doing all these exercises. You don't, said Madara. What? Spat Naruto. Why was he even doing all those punishing exercises? But I have the Sharingan, I can just predict my enemy's attacks, stated Naruto. He didn't notice the wrinkly hand coming at him, aimed for his head. A loud slap was heard as Madara's hand came into contact with the back of Naruto's head. Don't question your master, bellowed Madara. The blonde was lying on the floor, clutching the back of his head. This was the first time Naruto was being rebellious in front of Madara, and then he said something stupid. I just did, you old goat. Several tick marks appeared on Madara's face. He didn't mind being called old, but an old goat was something he didn't stand. He gripped his Kusarigama and started whacking Naruto with it multiple times on its blunt end while Naruto was repeating, "Ow, I'm sorry, ow, ow." Around about this time, Zetsu retuned and was treated with a rather amusing sight. Madara was hitting Naruto with the blunt side of his Kusarigama. Although the hits didn't really hurt Naruto, he just wanted to stop being hit by an old man. It was breaking his reputation. The 2 halves chuckled at the scene, since it was rare when Madara would become so active. After a few minutes of discipline by Madara, the old Uchiha sat back down in his throne-like chair. Naruto, there's a limitation to the Sharingan, said Madara, gaining the blonde's attention. Even though we can see all our opponent's movements, doesn't mean we can intercept them all the time. You must train your body to be able to overcome every threat, and the Sharingan will be your tool to further overwhelm your opponent. Because even if you could track their movements, your own body will not be able to keep up with your opponents, explained Madara. That's why I gave you weight seals, to increase the amount of speed and strength within you attacks, while your other exercises are to increase you stamina. Now Naruto understood if he only explained that to him in the beginning. You could have just said at the beginning, mumbled Naruto. I wanted you to figure it out, said Madara. But Naruto was surprised by that statement. I want you to be able to figure these things out yourself, for if you're going to deploy the Eye of the Moon plan, then you will face powerful opponents like the Kages, clarified Madara. Now get back to your training, or do you want me to hit you again? Said Madara with an evil glint in his eye. Naruto nodded and went back to training. Madara faced Zetsu. That didn't take long, commented the former Uchiha leader. Zetsu just stared impassively at its creator. That's because of what I found was quite interesting. And what did you find? Asked Madara, raising his gray eyebrow at his subordinate. A note from a Yondaime Hokage to the Sandaime, saying a person claiming to be Madara Uchiha took control of the Kyuubi and attacked the village. The village has become quite lazy if it can be infiltrated so easily. But back to the Kyuubi attacker, spoke Zetsu. Impossible. I was sitting right here 13 years ago, and even then, my body was not like it was. I couldn't be able to extract the Kyuubi and attack the Konohagakure with the void I have now. Growl Madara. Some Uchiha is impersonating me. A copycat. We need to find this person and kill him. He could be a threat to me and my plans. He could ruin everything. And I did just that, declared Zetsu. Somehow Zetsu always seemed to please him more and more. Whoever had attacked the village has been manipulating the Akatsuki through the guise of Madara Uchiha. Although I couldn't place a name, I found out that he's ensnared Nagato and has ordered him to collect the Biju to seal in the statue. Madara was in thought at what Zetsu said. Someone was influencing Nagato to carry out the exact same plan he thought of. This person must have been a really good copycat, or he just took pleasure in using a name that he couldn't measure up to. But he was influencing the only other person who could summon the decrepit statue, Madara's pawn. When the time is right, I will have Naruto deal with the impersonator because I cannot anymore, although I would love nothing more than to deploy the infinite Tsukuyomi. This person is controlling my pawns, and if it's one thing I hate, is people who meddle in others' affairs. The Eye of the Moon plan was my idea. Only I or my heir Naruto will deploy it. No one else. This Madara aspirer must be eliminated, connived Madara darkly. It's been 2 months since that time, when Madara was told about the Kyuubi attack's instigator. He then told Naruto about hoping to have him become even more loyal to him, and it worked like a charm. Naruto became even more devoted and loyal to Madara, saying that he will kill the fake Madara that caused his life to become hell, for he was the epicenter for all the hatred and loneliness Naruto suffered in his life. It was all because of him, but he would soon have the power to kill him with mutual hatred. But there was one thing missing. The fake Madara was responsible for the attack against the village. He may have even had a hand in the Uchiha massacre, thought Naruto, as he was resting from his physical training. It was because of him that the village hates me, but also the Yondaime Hokage had a part to play in that. But the fake Madara may have killed my parents. Zetsu, yelled Naruto. If there was anyone that could find out who his parents were, it was the plant man. Zetsu rose up from the ground. Only his upper body was visible. Yes, Naruto, asked Zetsu. This was the first time the blonde asked for something from the colored man. I want you to run a DNA test at the Konoha hospital by infiltrating the village to find out who my parents were, spoke Naruto rather quickly. Zetsu was surprised. He never expected something like that. Okay, but first, I will need some of your blood so I can compare it to anyone in the Leaf Village, stated Zetsu. An hour later, they began a blood extraction. They watched as the red liquid filled up the small container ready for the test to happen at the hospital. I will be back in a few hours, said the plant thing. It was night in Konoha, and all was quiet. Not a single soul was stirring, not even in the hospital. Zetsu morphed from the ground, in the middle of the reception area. Black Zetsu being a powerful sensor, so he could sense the signatures of everyone in the hospital, and it felt nothing in the hospital except for its patients. Do you know Naruto hates hospitals? Stated the white version to the black one. Yes, it simply said. Oh, come on, I wanted to surprise you. They made their way to a certain wing in the hospital where they found many things, including operating machines used for scanning DNA and among other things. Well, this is the place, right? Asked the white. No shit. They took out the necessary hospital equipment needed for the procedure. Zetsu didn't have fingerprints, so it wouldn't leave behind any. Zetsu typed away on the keyboard that operated the computer. It then compared the DNA results between Naruto and his parents, hoping to find any inkling on who they were. The first picture that came up on the screen was a beautiful red-headed woman with violet eyes and a round face. "She's pretty," said White Zetsu. "This is Naruto's mother. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, birthday, July 10th, blood type, B Jonin, status, deceased, stated Black Zetsu." "Oh, poor Naruto. Time for the father, quick, quick," said White Zetsu with glee. The second picture that appeared was a handsome, spiky, blonde-haired man with blue eyes. White Zetsu was shocked. The Yondaime Hokage was Naruto's father. Now it made sense to the artificial human. Of course Yondaime would seal the QB within his son. How come they didn't see it before? Minato Namake's birthday, January 25th, blood type, B, Kage status, deceased, spoke Black Zetsu. Now, this is a surprising turn of events. Who should we tell first, Naruto or Madara? "Let's tell them both," spoke Black Zetsu. "Who can't wait for Naruto's reaction," said White Zetsu. The flytrap man morphed into the ground, not before ridding any evidence that it was there, but... "Wait," said White Zetsu. "There's more." Zetsu eyed this new information that appeared on the computer screen. It was tracing other relatives, but since Naruto's parents didn't have any siblings, it instantly went through grandparents and great-grandparents. "What do we have here?" stated the black half. The sun was shining brightly over the Kanahagakure. The birds were singing, the rivers were flowing, the leaves were dancing in the wind, and two freaks wearing green jumpsuits were shouting about the power of youth. It was one of the now rare few times the sun actually shined, but it still lacked the warmth that came with it. Sakura Haruno was on her way to the Yamanaka flower ship. The village seemed happy, happier than it has ever been. But Sakura, she was just normal. In fact, she wasn't even overjoyed that she was apprenticed to Tsunade. She didn't know why, but hopefully she may find the answer to the question in time, of course. The flower shop was now in sight, and she could see her best friend, Ino Yamanaka, behind the checkout, examining her nails for the 17th time that day. Sakura sighed at the image. Some people never change. Ino used to do that when they were younger, all the time. She opened the Yamanaka flower shop door and heard a ring of the doorbell. Ino was broken out of her stupor when her best friend walked in. "Hey, Sakura," greeted the platinum blonde. "Hey, Ino," greeted Sakura back. "So, I heard the news," said Ino, trying to start up a conversation with the pinkette. "What news?" asked Sakura. "Oh, there's been word that a certain pink-haired genin became the apprentice to the Yondaime Hokage, Tsunade Senu," spoke Ino in an informative tone. "But those have to be rumors, since they never said anything about your massive forehead in it." "What you say, Ino pig?" screeched Sakura, flames of feminine fury flickering off her form. "You heard what I said, billboard brow," said Ino, grinding her teeth together. Their noses were inches apart, and they looked like they were about to tear each other a new one, until Kiba walked through the door. "Hey, Sakura." "Hey, Ino," said Kiba with a happy grin on his face, totally unaware of the raging behemoths in front of him. "Get the fuck out, Kiba!" They both yelled at the same time as they threw bouquets of flowers at him, which somehow, against the laws of physics, propelled him out onto the street, a trail of blood flying of his lip, and his eyes were wide and white. Kiba felt like a mountain had just hit him while being kicked in the gut by a donkey. Today just wasn't his day. At the same time, Shikamaru walked around the corner and saw Kiba unconscious on the ground, sporting a large bump on his head and a trail of blood at the corner of his lip, and possibly some cracked ribs. When Shikamaru looked to his right, he saw Ino and Sakura arguing, more like screaming like raging banshees and calling each other names. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru as he stepped over Kiba and continued on his path. Whoever had the thought that women were sensitive creatures by nature must have been stupid at the time. I mean, seriously, this is why I don't get my mom mad. She's dangerous enough as it is. But back to Sakura and Ino. "You are so lucky, Sakura. I mean, being apprenticed to this Tsunade of the Sannin. Do you know how many women would kill or maim for that position?" commented Ino. "I know, but I'm not doing this for myself or anybody else," pronounced Sakura. Ino was taken back at what Sakura said. Then why is she doing it? "But if not for anybody or yourself, then why?" inquired Ino. Sakura looked down at the ground. Ino got the message that it was incredibly painful to talk about and taboo around her. "I'm doing it because of a promise I made," said Sakura sadly, deciding to drop the topic. For now, Ino instead asked a different question involving her best friend. "Okay, Sakura, what kind of flowers would you like today? Can I get some white roses?" "Please, Ino," asked Sakura in a sincere voice. "White roses, great. The symbol of passion, remembrance, happiness, and love. You chose well, forehead," said Ino as she tied a bouquet of white roses together. "So who's the lucky guy that's got your eye?" asked Ino, knowing this would be good gossip. "They're for Naruto," said Sakura quietly. Ino gasped a little loudly. She knew she had just treaded on unwanted ground. And with that, Sakura left the shop with Ino watching her retreating form. Ino was in the same boat as Sakura. Even though she wasn't close with Naruto, she still regretted all the times she'd make fun of him and punch him. If only she could take them back and tell him how sorry she was. She felt guilty over the fact that she was a bully towards him and her mother encouraged her to bully him, while her father disapproved of it, knowing something she didn't. The walk to the cemetery was quiet and quick. Sakura was on autopilot, her mind preoccupied with everything she wanted to do with her former blonde teammate, but now that would never happen. When she reached the cemetery, she walked over to the Naruto's headstone, but she wasn't the only one that was there. Hinata was standing there as well. Everyone in their academy days could see that Hinata liked Naruto, and somehow Naruto was so dense that he never noticed. Sakura walked up to the tombstone and laid the white roses in front of it. Hinata didn't seem to acknowledge her presence. When Hinata had heard that Naruto died, she didn't cry. She didn't vent her frustrations. She didn't blame anyone. She just became detached from everyone. A few minutes of silence, Hinata left the cemetery, maybe to give Sakura some alone time, or just because she wanted to. Deciding that now that they were perfectly alone, Sakura said what was on her mind. "Hey, and Naruto-kun," she started off. "I came to visit again, and I brought flowers." Ino says hello. She smiled, thinking of the memories she had with the blonde. "I went to Tsunade-sama today, and I asked if she could take me one as her student, and she said yes. I'm going to mainly be training in medical ninjutsu, and possibly Tsunade-sama's incredible strength. I want you to know that. I'll visit once every week if I can so we can just talk, you know?" She giggled for a second. "I really miss you. I miss your smile, that atrocious jumpsuit you always wore. I miss your competitive rivalry with Sasuke. I miss that loud voice of yours." She smiled as she lifted off some of the qualities Naruto had. "Just so you know, I'm sorry how I treated you. I never really bothered to get to know you, though now I wish I had." She was looking for more words to say, but she was running out of words to say. "I'll come by again next week, okay? Bye, Naruto," she said. She turned and left the cemetery slowly, but not before sparing a glance at the headstone with a melancholic look. But she didn't notice Kakashi standing a bit away. He watched everything, and now he had even more regrets. He felt like it was because of him that Naruto won't be living life with someone that loved him. He also possibly stopped a future life ever growing in the future. And if he could rank his regrets, Naruto's death was one of Kakashi's greatest. He walked up to the headstone and just stared at it impassively, no thoughts running through his head. He was standing there for hours on end, unflinching and silent, not even thinking except for the memories of his time with the sensei's son. Believing he had spent enough time at the cemetery, he walked away, saying a silent prayer for his student, until he was shaken from his thoughts by a loud voice. "Kakashi, my eternal rival, today we must bathe in the springtime of your youth," roared an enthusiastic voice. It seems he was going to do another of Guy's challenges today. His shoulders slumped in depression. He was going to be hounded by Guy until he did one of his challenges again. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk doing the bane of all Kage's paperwork. She opened her drawer and took out a bottle of sake that she got for herself. Even though she would get a tongue lashing from Shizen for drinking on the job, it didn't matter since she wanted alcohol and it was her favorite pastime. Besides, she could handle Shizun and her wicked tongue anytime. She took a swig of the alcohol and bent back in her chair, enjoying the position and the taste of the liquid in her mouth. There was nothing that could break the peace and quiet she was having now. Everyone's emotional wounds seemed to have healed after her favorite blonde's passing, but there was still some that were bleeding. She took another swig when suddenly one of her ANBU agents appeared kneeling in front of her, causing her to spit out her drink. "Hokage-sama, there was a breach in security of the village less than 24 hours ago," informed the ANBU. "What?" she yelled, and she regained her composure shortly after that. "How did this happen?" she demanded. "Less than half an hour ago, a Chunin station of the hospital searched over the video recordings last night, and he found the intruder on the video strolling through the hospital. This person was wearing a black cloak emblazoned with red clouds," continued the ANBU agent. Akatsuki, but what would they want with the hospital, she thought. Bird, was there anything else that the camera feeds picked up? The ANBU agent, now identified as Bird, nodded. After the Chunin reported the disturbance to the ANBU, a team was sent over to study what was found, but what we found should only be for your eyes, only, Hokage-sama, said Bird. Tsunade thought over what she would need to do. "Give me Shizun, Shikaku, Kakashi, and Jiraiya." Knowing the pervert, he could be at the hot springs, ordered Tsunade. "At once," said Bird as he disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Tsunade got up behind her desk and started walking to the hospital. When she arrived, there was already a team of ANBU members waiting for her. They bowed in respect and took her to the security room where all the tapes at the hospital were made. When she entered the room, Shizun was already waiting for her, with her master's pet pig Taunton in her arms, along with Shikakanara, who gave her a nod. Though she expected Kakashi to be late, but Jiraiya wasn't here, until the door opened behind her and trotted in Jiraiya with a serious expression carved into his visage. "Okay, Hama was so important that it had to interrupt my research?" asked Jiraiya, a little peeved at the situation. Tsunade gained a tick mark on her forehead at the pervert's words. Even after Naruto's death, he was still focused on writing those perverted trash. "The village had been infiltrated during the night. We're soon going to look at the footage, but I want Kakashi here for this," said Tsunade as her annoyance over the toad Sannin faded. Jiraiya, Shizun, and Shikaku were surprised and worried. Kanehagakure was one of the most difficult places to sneak into. It was just as hard to get into like Mangekyō and their security. You needed to be a master of stealth just to get past the sensory barrier that surrounded Konoha, but to freely walk in with a black cloak with red clouds on it without drawing attention to yourself was near impossible. When Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame Hashigaki entered the village looking for Naruto, that was different. Itachi was a former Konoha ANBU captain, so of course he knew of the village's defenses and the way to get around them, and Kisame had assassinated other countries' daimyos and gotten away, so he at least was an expert at stealth. An hour passed, and yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Tsunade gained a tick mark at his tardiness. Another hour passed, and Tsunade had gotten another tick mark at Kakashi being 2 hours late. By the time of the third hour had passed, Tsunade now had 3 tick marks on her face, which was throbbing wildly, and boy was she pissed. The door opened to reveal Kakashi reading that stupid orange, smutty red. He greeted the 3 others in the room with a casual yo, and I smile, but instead of a hello back, he got a punch in the face by Tsunade. Lucky for him, it wasn't chakra-infused. Kakashi got up off the floor and dusted himself off, but was still surprised that Tsunade just attacked high out of the blue. "Now that we are all here, let's get Kakashi up to speed," said Jiraiya, trying to defuse the situation since things have been tense between the two Sannin and Kakashi. Jiraiya cleared his throat and spoke to Kakashi, since it was better if he did it, and not Tsunade. Over the night, the Leaf Village was infiltrated by an unknown assailant. Who they are and how they got in still remains a mystery, as they penetrated through the sensory barrier with relative ease. However, they weren't really careful when they arrived here at the hospital, where we caught them on the building's video surveillance. But what we do know is that the assailant was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. They now had Kakashi's full attention. If it was anything concerning the Akatsuki, it wasn't good. Shizun tapped a few buttons on the keyboard, activated the monitor, and selected the recorded tape. When the image came to life, the first thing they saw was the reception area. Then what looked like a Venus flytrap-like thing started morphing from the ground, and then became a full body, and as clear as day, they could see the black cloak with the red clouds. "The Chunin was right, it is the Akatsuki," said Shizun, and Taunton oinked worriedly. "But what could the Akatsuki want with this hospital? There's nothing special about it," spoke Shizun, getting an oink of agreement from Taunton. "But they already accessed the village when they were looking for Naruto, but those were Itachi and that other ninja Kisame. Why would another Akatsuki agent come here again? And there's something not right here, stated Shikaku. All eyes were on him, even the pigs. For what the information tells us that Jiraiya-sama was able to conjure up is that the Akatsuki work in pairs. So where's his partner? Said Shikaku as he gestured towards Zetsu on the screen. This is starting to get more confusing by the second. None of this information gives us something to go on. But Shizun's right. Why the hospital? Said Tsunade as she rubbed her temple. Maybe it's not the hospital that interests them, spoke Kakashi, getting everyone's attention. He was about to speak again before a new voice made itself known. Maybe it has nothing to do with the hospital at all, or whatever they need to do is within the building. Everyone in the room turned their attention toward the door when after a second scowl started sprouting. Before the doorway was an old man with black spiky hair, covered in bandages mainly in areas such as his right eye and right arm leaning on a cane. Danzo, growled Jiraiya. The darkness of the shinobi was standing before everyone, his impassive face unreadable. Along with him were the Hokage's two other advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. What are you doing here? Asked Shikaku. Anyone could see that his body was tense, but it was always tense around Danzo. We received a message that the village had been infiltrated by an agent of the Akatsuki, stated Hamura. Is this true, Tsunade? Asked Koharu. Yes, answered Tsunade, her unease and annoyance just rippling off her. Then you have also yet made another lapse of judgment on the security of Konoha, spoke Danzo. The scowls just got a whole lot bigger. First, the Sharingan abandons the village, and not a day after we lose our weapon, the Jinchuriki, and now a wanted group of missing ninja are now able to waltz freely from within and out our village. Those circumstances were not her fault, defended Shikaku. It was the Uchiha's own choice to leave the village, and it was his choice to kill Naruto, and we have no idea about the capabilities of the rest of the Akatsuki. Danzo didn't seem fazed, but he knew this was not a battle he could win at the moment. All the 7 people in the room turned their attention back to the screen where the plant thing opened up to reveal a man, one half completely black and the other white with green hair. Peculiar, said Hamura. This person's appearance was strange to say the least. But being half-colored was not the weirdest to Hamura. It was the fly-trap-like appendage. They watched as the black and white man walked through the hospital to a certain wing. When he arrived, Shizun and Tsunade instantly recognized it as the room where all the blood tests and all other things concerning blood is performed. Then the plant thing took out a small vial of red liquid and scanned its contents into the monitor. And what appeared next made everyone freeze. It was a picture of Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot blooded habanero. They were unable to hear anything the person was saying because the video doesn't record sound. They paused the monitor again and decided to have a chat. Why would the Akatsuki be interested in Kushina? She's dead, inquired Jiraiya. Maybe it had to be the fact that she was the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, answered Shikaku. Shikaku was later given knowledge of this, as the village's head Jonin and Tsunade also knew, of course, being the Hokage, and she also informed Jiraiya and Shizun. No, it's something else. But what? Said Tsunade as she bit her finger. They continued to play the tape where they saw something else that shocked them. An image of Minato Namikaze appeared on the screen. Okay, that's it, I give up. What do the Akatsuki want with dead people? Yelled Tsunade. The pieces of the puzzle were not fitting together. None of this made any sense. Tsunade studied the image of her predecessor and Jiraiya's former student. It was amazing how no one figured out that Naruto was Minato's son. I mean, come on, the kid was a younger clone of the man. That's it, Naruto. Jiraiya, Kakashi, do you think this has some connection to Naruto? Asked Tsunade. No, nothing comes to mind. Naruto is dead. I don't see why the Akatsuki are interested with him now, since the Kyuubi's chakra has dispersed, responded Kakashi. Same here, Haim, but I don't see why the Akatsuki would care about Naruto's parentage. They wouldn't care if he was Kami's kid. This doesn't make any sense, said Jiraiya, as he rubbed his hand through his hair. They watched the rest of the recording, and they were back to square one. In fact, watching the video, it just made things even more confusing. Questions needed to be answered, but the only people who had the answers were the Akatsuki. With confusing thoughts in their minds, all the occupants in the room left, except Jiraiya, who kept staring at the monitor in front of him. Why Minato and Kushina What do they have to do with anything the Akatsuki planned? At Myobo-kuzen, the great Toad Sage was pondering whether to tell Jiraiya that Naruto is still alive. He had argued with himself for hours whether or not to tell him. But in his prophecy, he said that either a savior or destroyer would come about in the world, but it was not his place to decide such things. In the end, he decided to withhold the information from Jiraiya until it was truly necessary. He was just observing all creation, watching as nature takes its course. But he would tell Jiraiya of the new news he had received, something which would ultimately decide the course the world will take. "Hey, old geezer, wake up!" yelled Shima, a Toad Sage of Myokuzen. "Ma, you shouldn't call the Honorable Sage such a disrespectful title," berated Fukasaku, another sage of the Maze Mountain. "Shut up, you old fart. We've been sitting here for hours, and now dinner is all cold. It's not easy being a housewife, you know," yelled Shima. "Stop calling me an old fart, you dusty bag. And who cares about dinner?" bit back Fukasaku. "Ikare, since I'm the one doing the cooking." Both old toads started arguing, gaining the Honorable Sage's attention. Now spouses shouldn't fight," said the elder. The two small toads looked back at the elder, waiting for what he was going to say. "Please summon Jiraiya here as soon as you can. There's something I must tell him." The two toads were astonished. The old toad wanted to speak to Jiraiya again. Fukasaku then did the appropriate hand signs for a reverse summoning. "Gyaku Kuchiyos no Jutsu," yelled Fukasaku as he slammed his hand down on the ground, where multiple symbols appeared on the ground. Smoke appeared, and it revealed the form of Jiraiya. The Sannin was flabbergasted. He never expected to be back at Myobo-kuzen. "Fukasaku-sama," asked Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-chan, the great Lord Elder wishes to speak with you," said Fukasaku. Jiraiya turned and faced the great elder. "Will you hurry up? I wanted to have dinner," shouted Shima. Her annoyance was very well known at this point. "Now that we are here, who are you again?" said the elder. Everyone seemed to deflate at this. "Jiraiya, Jiraiya," yelled Shima. She wanted to get this over with and go and make dinner. "Ah, yes, Jiraiya, I have summoned you here because I have had another vision, another prophecy," said the sage. "What was in your vision?" asked Jiraiya. If another vision had been made, it was either good or bad. "In my dream, I saw a great beast, a foul creature. It created countries, swallowed oceans, split the land, carried mountains, and with its breath spawned hurricanes. And its mere presence alone will immerse the world in terror. And yet this creature is a part of nature, and nature is a part of it," spoke the sage. Jiraiya was scared. This beast didn't sound all that nice to him. "This beast will come to our world soon, and with it probably our destruction. It is the harbinger of the end days. When you hear its howl, you will know that it has come," spoke the elder sage. This seemed to depress everyone else in the room. That was not a good way to start prophecy. "However, there was someone else in my dream," continued the elder sage. "Who?" asked Jiraiya carefully. He needed to find this person and possibly save the world. "I cannot say. This being was clouded from me," answered the sage. "But this person was forged from darkness and fire, bears the scars of the winds of war, and the tides of sorrow hammer against him. He carries the hatred of 1,000 men and the love of none. He holds up the pillars of the earth, and his power sparks hope and fear in the world. He will rise and subjugate the beast." Jiraiya gained some relief of who the sage described. But that one word seemed to awaken something in Jiraiya. When he does enslave the beast, he will either bring salvation or despair, depending on which path he takes. Spoke the sage. Had opened its eyes and examined Jiraiya. "To unearth this person, you must stare into the eyes of the abyss and shadows, and it will find you." "Is that it?" asked Jiraiya. "Yes, that is it," spoke the sage. "But Jiraiya, this person may be an even greater threat than the beast." With those words, Jiraiya was sent back to where he was summoned. Jiraiya found himself in the Hokage's office. His sudden reappearance startled Tsunade. "Jiraiya, what happened? Where did you go?" shouted Tsunade. Jiraiya cowered under the glare. He then started to tell her everything the sage told him about the great beast and the person of fire. A great beast that swallows oceans, and a man that bears the scars of the winds of war. Tsunade was baffled. "Jiraiya, do you think this beast is the QB?" asked Tsunade. No, I don't think so, Haim. I believe that this beast is even a greater threat than the QB, answered Jiraiya. And what of this mysterious person, the one with eyes like the abyss, said Tsunade. I don't know, Haim, this is all that I was given. I'm just as perplexed as you are, said Jiraiya. But there was something that the elder warned me about, said Jiraiya, gaining Tsunade's attention. He said that this person may be an even greater threat than the beast, spoke Jiraiya with a grim voice. They both sat in the room while silence reigned over them. At dark, the dark hovel with Madara and Naruto. Madara was having a nap, since he's old. Naruto was resting, sleeping soundly, until Madara got up and whacked him over his head with the blunt side of his Kusarigama. Ow! What was that for? Yelled Slash asked Naruto. We are now going to begin the first part of your true training. Naruto, we are going to begin elemental manipulation, explained Madara. This got Naruto excited because he was fed up with all the physical exercises. I believe that your physical body had adjusted well to all the exercises. Naruto got up and took off his black vest, and he was right. Naruto was now well built. He wasn't overly muscular, and yet he wasn't skinny as a twig, and he was lean and fit, a perfect combination. Then Madara finally took notice of the necklace around Naruto's neck. It had a green crystal in the middle with 2 accessories on either side. Madara had seen that necklace before. Naruto, said Madara. Naruto turned to his sensei after putting his black vest back on. Where did you get that necklace? Asked Madara. Naruto looked down and saw the necklace hanging by his neck. I won it in a bet from the old woman who hides behind a genjutsu to make herself look young, answered Naruto. Tell me, I wish to know, did that necklace belong to the first Hokage? Inquired Madara. Yeah, it did, answered Naruto confusedly. Madara didn't respond, but he was thinking of something that could work. Doesn't matter. Naruto, since we have discovered that you have 3 chakra natures, all of which are natural, we're going to start with the one I'm most familiar with. Fire release. The ancient Uchiha tapped his cane/scythe, and out came some random white Zetsu. The white Zetsu kneeled in front of Madara like a loyal dog that obeyed any order. The old Uchiha lifted his Kusarigama and channeled chakra into it and decapitated the head of the white Zetsu, and then it turned into a tree. These Zetsus are basically clones made of the first Hokage's DNA. I channel my Yang chakra through my scythe and use the Hin no Jutsu, flying swallow jutsu, simultaneously. That's why this dead Zetsu turned into a tree when it came in contact with my Yang chakra. I don't understand, said Naruto, but Madara expected this. I will explain. There are 2 types of chakra in this world that people can utilize. Yin chakra and Yang chakra, said Madara. Yin chakra is making imagination into reality and is the spiritual energy that is talked about, while Yang chakra is breathing life in a form, and it is the physical energy. I see, so when you kill the clone, you breathed life into it, then it became a tree, said Naruto. Exactly, my young apprentice, but let's get back to the original reason why I killed this Zetsu. Madara plucked a leaf from one of its branches and held it between his fingers. In order to strengthen your fire jutsus, you must be able to take fire manipulation to the highest level. In order to do this, you must be able to convert a certain amount of chakra into fire and burn this leaf fully. Madara then plucked 2 more leaves. For wind and lightning, you must do the same. However, each element has different personalities, you could say, for usually our chakra nature is taken right out of our general personalities. So what is the personalities of fire, wind, and lightning? Asked Naruto. For fire, imagine your chakra as a ball, then compress the ball and release all that energy at once. Although I don't have lightning nature, I can still teach it to you. For lightning, imagine your chakra as fast streaks arcing about at irregular intervals. And for wind, cut your chakra in 2 and then grind them together like sharpening a blade. You're quite lucky, Naruto. Why? Asked Naruto. The 3 natures we have talked about happen to be the most offensive and combative elements of the 5 basic natures, explained Madara. He coughed a little after the sentence. Zetsu calls them the triple threat. But when I need to learn any defensive jutsus? Questioned Naruto. That's why we have the Susanoo, clarified Madara. Susanoo, said Naruto. It's when you use both Amaterasu and the Tsukuyomi at the same time, creating the perfect defense, spoke Madara. Now start you fire manipulation training? Or do you require some more discipline? Naruto nodded, and he was about to start training when Zetsu appeared between the two. Zetsu, said Madara curiously. Hello. This is great you two aren't taking your naps, so now we can tell each other what we have discovered, said White Zetsu happily. Spit it out already, snapped Madara angrily. While Naruto's thoughts on his master was, is this guy bipolar? What we have discovered is quite entertaining, said Zetsu. Zetsu took out 2 folders from within his robe and handed one to Naruto. Naruto opened the folder to see a beautiful red-haired woman with amazing violet eyes. Who is she? Asked Naruto. This woman was amazingly beautiful. That is your mother? Kushina Uzumaki, said Zetsu. Naruto gasped and his eyes widened. Now that he looked at the folder, he could see some resemblance between them, such as the shape of their faces and the shape of their eyes. There's more. Once we infiltrated the hospital, I allowed myself to be viewed by the security surveillance where later the Hokage and several high-ranking shinobi went to watch the tape, and I discovered something. This gained Naruto's attention. It turns out that your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before you. That seems to explain a lot of things, said Madara now that he thought about it. Maybe when your mother was carrying you within her womb, you subconsciously absorbed or inherited some of the Kyuubi's chakra, resulting in those whisker marks, continued Madara. This could present ourselves with an opportunity to fuel the Geto-Mazo with the Kyuubi's chakra. Yet, it could cause you to lose your startling recuperative powers and other powers you inherited. Naruto was absorbing everything. His mother was the container of the Kyuubi before him, and they now had the chance to further the Eye of the Moon plan, but at the cost of all the powers the Kyuubi gave him. And for what the folder said, his mother was dead. Yes, but that is not the most surprising thing, spoke Zetsu, cutting everyone off from their thoughts. It's who your father is that's the most surprising. Zetsu then handed Naruto the other folder he had. Naruto took the folder and opened it up, where he received the shock of his life. There right in the folder was a picture of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Is this my? Said Naruto with a cold tone of voice. Yes, answered Zetsu. Naruto stared at the picture of his father. So many feelings running through him, but mainly anger, rage, animosity, and hatred. Madara was watching his student carefully. He then turned his gaze upon 4 more folders within the plant man's hands. Back to Naruto. Without even knowing, Naruto channeled chakra to his right, where the pattern of his Mangekyō took shape. His 3-pointed scythe pattern appeared in his eyes. Whenever Madara saw those eyes, the air would become denser and the light would become darker. His left eye started to bleed as he performed the first of his Mangekyō abilities. Amaterasu, whispered Naruto. Instantly, the folder of his father was set ablaze by the black flames being reduced to ashes in seconds. Naruto was angry. His rage was consuming him. His own father was the one that condemned him to a life of misery and loneliness, and the Sandaime Hokage said that he didn't know who his parents were, that he found him in a forest. But he lied. He lied right to his face. He knew all along. Jiraiya, he knew. Of course he knew. Kakashi Oswell, he must have known. And Tsunade, she was in on the loop too. He should have seen it sooner, all the attention that Jiraiya and Sarutobi gave him. They wouldn't care about some random orphan. They would care about the son of the Yondaime and the Kyuubi container. They all knew. The Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade. They all knew, but they kept it from me. They kept the identity of the people most important to me, thought Naruto. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs, letting out all his anguish, and yet he unconsciously activated both Mangekyō. A white skeletal ribcage started to form around him, protecting him like armor. Then 4 white skeletal arms grew tied together by bolts, and finally came the head of Naruto's Susanoo. Naruto's Susanoo was completely white in color. It had 4 skeletal arms, and in its ribcage had 4 horizontal, curved spikes on each rib. Its skull had 4 glowing yellow eyes, and 2 forward-facing bull horns along with sharp fang-like teeth. After Naruto had stopped screaming, he examined his Susanoo, and he was impressed. Before he looked at Madara, his teacher. I am the curse of hatred, said Naruto grimly and with a dark look in his eye which was only enhanced by the Susanoo surrounding him. Then his Susanoo roared as well, howling like a wolf. Madara just smirked. He now had the blonde's full loyalty and devotion, and his Susanoo was rather impressive as well. "Zetsu," commanded Madara still with that unrestrained smirk. Zetsu jumped a little at Madara's tone. "Get ready to transplant my eyes," ordered Madara. Yes/yes, both have said at the same time. "I leave my legacy to you, Naruto, and when the time is right, I will repay you for your aid, someday," thought Madara. Dragon of the Night Wind. His breathing was calm and even. You couldn't see any inkling of fear and anxiety on his steady form. He had been training for the last 2 years for this, to become stronger, to kill. He had been put through the toughest training. He suffered broken bones, concussions, overwhelming blood loss. You name the injury, and he had it. But not once did a wound ever leave a scar. There was no mark of battle or proof that he was wounded. Only his skin, which had one scar, a scar that looked like it was hit by a lightning bolt and arced outwards. Ever since that time, 2 years ago, he had become a changed person. He held no remorse, no hesitation. There was no shred of forgiveness in his heart. There was nothing in his heart. He doesn't remember what the trees looked like, nor the sky. He hasn't breathed in the scent of flowers in eternity. He couldn't remember what leaves sounded like when they flew in the wind. He hadn't felt the light of the sun beam down upon him. He couldn't remember what shape were the clouds. He wouldn't remember the feeling of glory the mountains gave off. He couldn't remember the faces of the people he called friends. No, family. The only thing he could remember from coming to the place he was at now was blood-red eyes and a chirping hand. The only thing he knew what was certain at the moment was the sweat on his body and the katana in his hand. The blonde, spiky-haired boy was now a man. At the age of 15, he could pass off as a 19-year-old. He was shirtless, and you could see all his rippling lean muscles, even through clothing. Muscle he had gained after intense training routines and exercises that many would believe he would die from such a workout. He had bloodied bandages on his hands, signs that he would hit something until the breaks. The attire he was wearing was black armored pants that covered his thighs and calves, black snug boots with claws on the toes and spiked spurs on the heel, and a light blue rope belt with the end hanging between his inner thigh and crotch ending below his knee. The katana's blade was silvery blue and the sword had no guard, just the way the blonde man liked it. Instead of the usual grip for katanas, this one was completely metal and had a gray grip, and to top it off, the sword had a long 23-inch blue rope that was connected to the hilt. He wondered how strong he really was. He had no one to compare his power to, except for the old man. But he was old, and he couldn't fight anymore. His withered body could barely walk 5 meters in a distance, so he really did have no one. Time was every shinobi's enemy. It was always ticking for everyone, even him. He believed he was extremely powerful, given the amount of chakra he has and the way he could use it. That was another thing he had improved, was his chakra control. Previously, he had quite horrendous chakra control, but that wasn't his fault. It's just he had too much chakra, and he couldn't really use like all of his classmates. He created Kigabunshin's every day until he worked his chakra control to perfection, whether it was by climbing waterfalls while balancing kunais on his fingers at the same time and simultaneously floating leaves all over his body. Some could think that was overkill, but he needed the training. His control was now flawless. He could utilize the Hokage's great strength if he wanted to, but he preferred quick, quiet kills over slamming your fist into someone's face and breaking their jaws at the same time. That's why he chose to take up Kenjutsu, because it complemented his wind nature perfectly. His skill in nature manipulation had taken the most leaps and bounds. He could now cut raging infernos 3 times his size in half with his wind nature. He could set fire to a waterfall and shatter tornadoes with his lightning. His Genjutsu skill, which was impossible for him to do, was now possible thanks to his increased intelligence and control. He could now cast Genjutsu without even using the Sharingan, and his Genjutsus cause his victims to go brain dead and insane because of his vivid imagination. He could also perform medical ninjutsu, but his prowess in the art was nowhere near that of Tsunade's, but it was good enough, so if he ever got into a bad situation, he could pull himself out of it. Along with all his other skills, his proficiency with weapons was quite admirable with the Sharingan. He could now aim and throw his kunai with pinpoint strikes. He tested this out by throwing a kunai at a fly that was buzzing around, bisecting it from its wings. But now he was testing out his reactions and senses. He was blindfolded. The only thing he could use was his hearing, smell, touch, and taste. He was facing multiple white Zetsus, each armed to the bone with weapons such as swords, kunais, war fans, or just their fists. When they converged on him, he didn't flinch, he didn't even move a muscle. He channeled chakra flow into his katana that was designed to absorb the energy. Now his weapon was coated with wind, increasing its cutting power and lethality. One Zetsu came up behind him hoping to take him by surprise, but the Scar Man turned around and bisected the artificial human. He blocked a flying kunai aimed at the side of his rib with the flat side of his katana. He grabbed it out of the air and threw at another Zetsu, where it pierced the artificial human skull. He slashed another Zetsu, the wind on his katana making him more efficiently deadly. He sealed his katana on a portable seal on his right wrist. He went through a couple of hand signs and breathed in and shouted. Futon, Koryu Kasuka no Jutsu. Wind release. Great dragon breath technique. Huh. He blew out a massive head of a Japanese dragon made of lacerating wind that was 4 times his size. It flew at the Zetsu with overwhelming speed that it tore apart anything in its path until scraps were left. The Zetsu didn't have time to blink before they dropped to the ground dead, bisecting cuts all over their bodies, and if they had blood, he was sure the ground would be coated with it. He unsealed his katana from his wrist and parried a kunai blow to the head from a brave Zetsu. He channeled wind chakra into his sword, which cut through the kunai like butter and killed the Zetsu. He heard movement to his left and kicked an unfortunate Zetsu in the face, impacting against his jaw and sending him flying back a few meters away, hitting other Zetsus like bowling pins. He heard multiple footsteps running at him, and like before, he sealed his katana away. He went through a couple of hand signs and spoke the name of the jutsu. Katan, Ryu and Hoka no Jutsu, fire release. Dragon flame release song technique, yelled the blonde man as he spat out a number of dragon-shaped fireheads flying at amazing speeds. The flame heads hit their marks as 5 Zetsus were incinerated by the hot fire. The man unsealed his katana and started to tear through the ranks of the Zetsus. His taijutsu was interesting as it appeared he was dancing when he was actually using agility mixed in with strength to deal powerful blows to his enemy. A Zetsu cried a battle shout as he went up to attack the man in blind rage at the sight of its brethren being slaughtered. But its surroundings changed all around it. It looked back behind itself to see all the other Zetsus, but now they looked like the blonde man with his eyes blindfolded, each holding a katana in hand. Enraged at the sight, the Zetsu started to ruthlessly attack its comrades, hoping to find out which was its real target. The Zetsu was sadly caught in a Jinjutsu, where he was killing its friends as if they were the blonde himself. The man in a swift motion stabbed his katana in the ground where an unsuspecting Zetsu was trying to crawl his way over to him, but it was rewarded with a sword penetrating through its skull. The blonde then quickly went through some more hand signs. Raiton, Jabashi, lightning release. Electromagnetic murder, yelled the man as he slammed his palms on the ground as an electric wave burst forth, shocking everyone that was caught before their nervous system was fried. They soon dropped to the ground, dead, with heavy thuds, and they were smoldering a little, and lightning was coursing around their bodies. The man picked up his katana again and started channeling his chakra into it. He stabbed a Zetsu behind him without even turning around. The clone of Hashirama had tried to sneak up on a man, but it had failed in its attempt. The blonde took the kunai that was in the Zetsu's hand, channeled some lighting chakra through it, and threw the knife at another Zetsu, penetrating into its skull and out the other end and stabbing another in the head as it stopped its flight. The man couldn't see his handiwork, but he knew he scored some points in when the chakra signatures disappeared. 3 Zetsus jumped him from behind, where the 4 combatants were locked in close combat. The man dodged a kunai attack from a Zetsu and let it slide past him, where he kicked the Zetsu and killed it with a lighting charge kunai he had unsealed from his wrist seals. He then killed the other 2 in a horizontal sweeping slash, where it bisected the 2 plant men in half as their torsos fell to the ground, leaking white ooze. A large group of Zetsus started to rush at the lone man with angry looks on their faces, The blonde, in retaliation, unsealed a Fuma shuriken from his left wrist. He channeled his wind chakra into the large shuriken, adding an extra set of rotating blades made of wind, and whispered, "Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." He threw the one shuriken, which then became 100 shuriken, and all of them were wind-enhanced, where they cut through the Zetsus like sheep to the slaughter and like a butcher's knife to meat. The man turned and faced another wave of Zetsus. Sanzengarasu no Jutsu, scattering 1,000 crows technique, said the man as 1,000 crows flew in from behind him. He could use this as the jutsu was just sitting around the place. The crows attacked the Zetsus, distracting them from the real threat, which was the man and his katana. He passed by them within a blink of an eye, and all their heads were lopped off their shoulders with one fell swoop. One final party of Zetsus rushed at the man, trying to end the battle that had been going on. The man sealed his katana and held out his right hand. Instantly, a Rasengan appeared until the man pumped wind chakra into it, which then became a spinning white shuriken with a light blue ball in the middle. "Futon, Rasen Shuriken," yelled the man as he hurled the shuriken at the Zetsus. When it made contact, it expanded into a dome of small wind blades that attacked the Zetsus on molecular level and finally killing them as their chakra network was severed. The jutsu was more like a poison rather than a series of attacks. When the dome died down, a crater was left with the Zetsus lying on the floor. The man didn't celebrate, he didn't cheer, he just stood there, unwavering, until he turned his attention to someone clapping. There was an extremely old man with a kuzarigama in hand clapping as he watched the spectacle with a small smile on his face, but a dark look in his only visible eye. "Very good, very good," praised the man who was unfazed by all the deaths. "You have come far. Every one of those Zetsus were at least high Chunin level, and yet you made them look like academy students. No one could dispute your power. Your strength rivals my own back when I was young and at my prime, but you still require more refinement as you are still not as strong as me. You're at least 2/3 of my power back when I was in my prime. I did say you rivaled me," said the man with a sickly smirk. "And you didn't even use your Sharingan against them, even more impressive." The blond man removed the cloth around his eyes, revealing a blood-red pair of fully matured Sharingan, which could probably kill someone just by looking at them. However, they were not his eyes. Those eyes were the eyes the old man had. His original pair before they were transplanted for another pair, but he passed his own eyes to the young man, and in return Blonde gave his own to Parchman. He had spiky, sun-kissed, silky blonde hair with chin-length strands that framed the sides of his face where his sideburns were supposed to be, and had a few strands that fell between his eyes and parted at the bridge of his nose. Just imagine Dungai Ichigo hair, but yellow in color. And he had a low, spiky ponytail, which was wrapped halfway with taut bandages. Over time, his hair had become less wild and untamed and became smooth and silken, losing some of the spite to his hair. He was also 5'9" in height instead of the midget height of 4'11". However, the man used to have whisker-like marks on his cheeks, but they were gone, revealing nothing. "The Sharingan is merely a tool. Just having it doesn't make me powerful. Unless I train my other skills, then there's no point in using the Sharingan in battle if I get killed," stated the person blankly as he stared at the old man. "Quite right, Naruto." The old man then started having coughing fits and brought a hand to his mouth and coughed blood into his palm. The 15-year-old who could pass off as an adult was slightly worried for his sensei, even though he didn't show it. He walked slowly up to his master and stood before him. "You shouldn't overexert yourself with your heavy breathing, Madara-sensei," said Naruto emotionlessly as he stood before the shinobi legend. "You will be in a similar situation when it is your time," said Madara as he finished his coughing and glared a little at the blonde. The legendary Uchiha was now weak. He could no longer perform the abilities and techniques he had in life, but he was able to raise Naruto to suit his needs and continue his plans. But then there was the problem with the fake Madara, who was manipulating the Akatsuki in Nagato. "We'll see about that," said Naruto as he started to walk off toward his bed, which was right in front of Madara. At first, Naruto was uneasy sleeping in front of his sensei. He got the feeling that he was being watched, and he was partially right, but eventually he got over his unease and was able to get some rest for the mummy. Naruto sheathed his katana back in its sheath, which was right next to his bed, and then he dozed off, not dreaming about anything in particular. Madara was watching his apprentice sleep. These past 2 years had been interesting to say the least. Naruto's potential and power soared when he used the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu in conjunction with his training. Naruto was easily an S-rank shinobi where even the 5 Kage would have trouble fighting him, although whether he could fight them all at once was a different thing. And he was quite the ingenious shinobi where he quickly came up with ways to overcome his weaknesses and flaws. Such as that last jutsu he used, Futon, Raisin Shuriken. At first, Naruto was unable to add any of his chakra natures into the Rasengan, as the result would just blow up in his face. He figured a way out around the weakness with clones. However, he could at first only do it with clones, but he said it wasn't practical enough, so he used that Uzumaki blood of his and his imagination to overcome that drawback. He created 2 seals on the palms of his hands that collects his chakra and stores it. Whenever he wanted to form a Raisin Shuriken or a chakra nature enhanced Rasengan, he would just activate the seal and it would convert his chakra into whatever one of his natures he wanted. Not even Madara or anyone else could think up such a diverse way to use seals, although to form the seals took Naruto some time. Around a year was needed until the seals properly formed, and only then you needed to have precise control of your chakra and be well versed in Fuin Jutsu to achieve such a thing. Later, when Naruto had nearly finished his daily training, Zetsu and Madara extracted what little of the QB's chakra Naruto had in his body. They were able to get a small portion of the QB's chakra from Naruto's body, resulting in the loss of his whisker marks on his cheeks. However, he still retained his remarkable healing abilities, which pleased Madara to no end. But one thing that surprised Madara were the remaining folders that Zetsu brought to him years ago. He would never have guessed what was in those folders, but it also explains some of Naruto's immense potential. Zetsu appeared before Madara, his Akatsuki cloak quite clear in the dark hovel. "Yes, Zetsu. I have returned with unfortunate news," spoke Zetsu. "I was unable to get the identity of the person who claims to be Madara. In order to find out his identity, I must return to Konohagakure." "I don't see the problem to which you're referring to," asked Madara. He didn't see how hard it was to go in and get information. "The problem is that the top-ranking ninja of the village have seen me on their video surveillance. You don't forget a person like me any day. It's also likely that the Hokage has informed the Jonin of the village about my appearance and infiltration, and they have now stationed their EMBU Black Ops around the village, keeping even greater watch than they did 2 years," explained Zetsu. "Then why don't we just send more white Zetsus?" bit back Madara. "Even though the copies can take on the appearance of others. What's stopping Konoha from discovering that they are not who they say they are? The clones aren't really that strong, and against a ninja village we would need an army," elaborated Zetsu. Madara didn't say anything other than looking away from Zetsu and staring into space. "Do you think he's ready, Zetsu?" asked Madara curiously. He wanted to know if Naruto was ready for the task of capturing Jinchurikis. He had to be sure no matter how powerful Naruto is. Only the strongest could face a Bijou without any qualms or hesitation, and he and Hashirama were among the few. He then complimented the Yondaime Hokage for facing the strongest among the 9. "No doubt in my mind that he is more than ready," spoke Zetsu. "I was wrong about the prediction that the statue would keep supplying me chakra for 3 years, and it's been 2 already," spoke Madara hoarsely. Even with a portion of the QB's chakra filling the statue, it would not be enough to save Madara. In fact, it was that chakra that had been keeping him alive up until this moment. The jutsu he used to bring Naruto back to life would take the user's life in return for bringing others back to the world of the living. The statue was a massive source of life, and it still wouldn't be able to sway him. "However, I only have 3 months left to live before the statue stops feeding me chakra, and until then I will train Naruto even harder so that he can kill the fake me," informed Madara, even though it sounded strange to say such a thing. "Very well," said Zetsu as he melded with the ground. Nagato, acting through his guise of pain, was watching Mangekyō in the tallest tower of the village. "Come on, must the tallest tower in every city be the lair of the villain? Is there some kind of super villain rule book? Never mind, back to Pain." Pain called out a voice behind the orange-haired man who didn't move to face the voice, because in his mind there was no need. It was his beautiful partner and oldest friend, Conan. She stared at him with an impassive gaze and neutral face as always, the tragedies of life always making her feel pain. But Nagato knew that was just her way of hiding her pain, for her pain could also be used against her. Yes, Conan, said Pain without turning to look at her raider. He kept staring out at his village. We need one more member among the Akatsuki, informed Conan, bringing up a subject that was on Pain's mind. I am well aware. With Orochimaru's defection from the organization, we do need to fill his place, but we also need to get the Sky Ring from his possession before we allow any other member in the Akatsuki. But finding him is like trying to find a speck of salt on a beach, and if we do find him, he'll most likely escape like the scavenger he has always been. Spoke Pain with contempt as Orochimaru want on his friend list. Zetsu has informed me of a potential candidate, but he has yet to tell me this person's identity, nor his capabilities, or anything else, said Conan, still with that neutral tone of speaking. Zetsu, he always did have an eye for talent, as a few years ago it was him that informed us of Deidara as a potential member. And he was right. If Zetsu is correct about this candidate, then this person might become a potential and powerful recruit, spoke Pain. Do you think this recruit can be trusted? And even if we do let him into the Akatsuki, will he be able to meet Dash? But she was cut off by Pain. Conan, I understand that you have doubts about some of the less savory members of the Akatsuki, such as Sasori and Haiden. Spoke Pain. Conan still had her neutral face, but she knew Pain was right since she never approved of the bloodlust of Sasori and Haiden. But we must trust Zetsu's judgment on this matter. Maybe this shinobi may not be as violent like the other members, said Pain in a stoic voice. Tell me, has Zetsu contacted this person? Asked Pain emotionlessly. Zetsu has told me that he has not set up any contact with the candidate, and it will take at least 3 months before he can discern the person's of interest location, notified Conan. And our plans have been set back by a year, in part due to the meddling of the Leaf Village and Jiraiya of the Sannin, continued Conan. Pain didn't seem fazed by this news. In fact, this was good news. They could now be more prepared for the extraction of the Biju. The ripple-eyed man looked up at the falling rain. What is it? Asked Conan, generally curious. The winds of change are almost upon us, said Pain as he looked up at the sky. Soon the world will be one step closer to peace, said Pain. Orochimaru was coughing and wheezing in his bed. Things did not work out as planned. The body he was inhabiting was already rejecting him. He didn't know how it came to be this way. He had 1 more year left, 1 more before he was required to switch bodies again. Sasuke wasn't ready. He wasn't as powerful as he wanted, so his body was off limits, and he couldn't take Kabuto's body. He was just as important. Who else would keep his test subjects alive, and who else could create the medicine for Orochimaru? He coughed again. His form was racked with pain, and he was spitting out blood. He needed to shed his skin again. Like a snake, he needed a young, rejuvenating being. He wanted the Sharingan, yes, but he wanted Sasuke at the peak of his power. There was still time, but Orochimaru was blissfully unaware that time was every shinobi's enemy. He just refused to believe it. He heard a knock at the door, and he hailed the person to come in. It was his right-hand man, Kabuto Yakushi, his most trusted and loyal subordinate. He was carrying a tray filled with bottles and herbs and various utensils for creating medical alchemies. I have brought your medicine, Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto with that suave voice of his which makes this vulgar feeling rise up in me. If Kabuto was likened to any animal, he would be a snake, extremely deceptive and cunning. Give it to me, Kabuto, you fool, hissed Orochimaru. Kabuto handed him a small vial filled with green liquid. He uncorked the bottle and forced it down his throat. The liquid tasted vile, but if it helped Orochimaru's health, he wouldn't care. Orochimaru-sama, you will have to switch bodies soon. Your health is deteriorating every second you wait. Sasuke isn't ready to switch bodies, so you will have to take another in order to extend your life, assured Kabuto. I suggest taking a body of one of the low-level Chunin under our command. Yes, very good, Kabuto. Tricky as ever. Summon one of the Chunin under the facade of promotion, and preferably if his body was weak, so that way I can transfer bodies sooner and take over Sasuke-kun's, commanded Orochimaru. Kabuto left to select one weak Chunin for his master. Soon I will have Sasuke-kun's body, and not even the Akatsuki can kill me. And I will also have the Mangekyō. Sasuke-kun, you think you could hide such powerful eyes from me? Plotted Orochimaru. It's a good thing he killed the Kyuubi brat all those years ago. It has set the Akatsuki back by a few years and removed a potential thorn from my side. In a dark room, All that was heard was birds chirping, and all that you could see was lightning crackling around. "Chidori Sunban!" yelled the Sasuke as he fired his new Chidori variation at the archery targets, all of them hitting its mark. There were several other targets around the room. Sasuke activated his Chidori again and shouted, "Chidori Nagashi!" Lightning started sizzling around the young Uchiha. The lightning struck the targets, destroying them. Sasuke had changed over the 2 years. He was now taller, and his face was more masculine, and he was lean and muscular. He now wore a white, long-sleeved shirt which was open at the torso with a small Uchiha crest near the collar. He now has blue cloth that wraps around his waist that is suspended by a purple rope belt that is tied in a bow and black arm guards that went up to his forearms. His personality hadn't changed much since he left Konohagakure. He was still arrogant, and he still had dark thoughts about murdering his brother. I don't know what the girls saw in him, but spending years planning to kill someone is pretty emo. But one thing that had changed was that his arrogance had somehow grown, thanks in part to Orochimaru constantly praising him. He now had a mindset that only a Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha. Guess he didn't pay attention in history class when they were having a lesson on Hashirama Senju defeating Madara Uchiha. Dumbass. His thoughts were on how much progress he made in his training. Orochimaru claimed he was about mid-Jonin level, but Jonin level wasn't good enough. His brother Itachi was an ANBU captain at the age of 13, and yet Sasuke hadn't reached that level yet. I need more power. Even though I have a Mangekyō, my other skills are not on par with that of Itachi's. Then he remembered something. He remembered when he got his Mangekyō and how he got it. In his mind, killing Naruto was justified. He needed the power, and the opportunity had presented itself to him, and he did just what his brother told him to do. He took the life of his best friend. But now Sasuke had little room in his heart for remorse. When he kills his brother, he would restart his clan, and the Uchiha name would be redeemed. It had been 3 months since Madara said he was going to die. He told Naruto the news, but the Uzumaki just took it like he normally would, emotionlessly. He did feel sorry that the man who was the closest thing to family he has ever had was going to die, but he didn't show his sorrow at the thought, but hid it behind a blank facade, so not to show the world. "Naruto," said Madara. Naruto just stared at him with his active Sharingan, and with that blank look of his, that face seemed to unnerve the white half of Zetsu. "Soon I'm going to die. In less than a week," spoke Madara. Naruto didn't respond, nor did her physically respond. He was above such weak things, such as sorrow and regret. "Today you leave the safety of the hovel and go out into the world," said Madara. "Your mission is to deploy the infinite Tsukimi on the world by gathering the Biju and reviving the Jubi. But before you can begin the Eye of the Moon plan, you need to eliminate the fake Madara that has been manipulating the Akatsuki and my pawn, Nagato, from within the shadows under my own name. And before you revive the Jubi, you have to revive myself by using my previous Rinnegan that has been transplanted into Nagato. Since your chakra signature is similar to mine in part to the blood transfusion I gave you all those years ago, you will be able to force Nagato to use the Rinne Tenai no Jutsu to revive me," continued Madara. "I understand what I have to do," spoke Naruto darkly and with the utmost confidence and determination, his Sharingan blazing. "Very good. Zetsu will be assisting you with everything. He is now your subordinate and will obey any command you give out. Even your own voice will silence Nagato's should Zetsu be ordered by the Akatsuki to do anything. Zetsu is exceptional at infiltration and espionage," spoke Madara, where Zetsu melded from a wall and opening his flytrap appendage. "You can count on me," shouted White Zetsu gleefully. The black half seemed to sigh at its white half. "But he's fucking weak," hissed Madara at his failed experiment, obviously irked by the clone's blatant rudeness and for interrupting him. Naruto slightly nodded at his teacher, who was right about Zetsu. "He is weak." Zetsu deflated a little, but quickly broke from his slight depression and smiled widely, happy and cheery as always. "Very well," said Naruto, understanding what was required of him. The blonde watched as Madara disconnected himself from the statue via unplugging the tubes, cutting off his chakra supply that was keeping him alive. "Now go, my apprentice, my legacy, my heir, and do not fail me," said Madara, and, as his final action, The old man grasped at the sockets of his eyes and pulled out the twin Sharingan from his sockets and grasped them firmly in his hands just before his life passed on, the Shinigami claiming his soul. "I want Sensei," said Naruto. Naruto, after 2 years and 3 months of living in a dark cave, was going to leave. He walked up to a large rock that blocked the exit to the outside world and his own freedom. If Naruto was hesitant about leaving the hovel, then he wouldn't show it. Hesitation was a weakness that didn't have. Naruto activated his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. His Eternal Mangekyō was a cross between Madara's and his own. Its pattern was 3 sides with the back of the blade having a point on it, but it had Madara's pinwheel pattern that was located in the middle of his eye that surrounded his pupil. Only the colors were inverted. The pinwheel was black instead of red, and the concentric tomo were red, and the pupil instead of its circular shape had a 3-pointed shuriken as a pupil. Naruto activated his Susanoo to crush the exit and walk amongst the world. Naruto's was completely white in color, even the fiery aura was white. It had 4 clawed arms, its ribcage had horizontal spikes on it, and its skull had a pair of forward-facing bull horns and small spikes on its chin and 4 ominous glowing yellow eyes and sharp fang-like teeth. The Susanoo raised its fist and smashed the rock that was blocking the way with relative ease, using its incredible strength. Naruto, still encased in the Susanoo, called out to his subordinate Zetsu. "Zetsu, give me my armor and weapons," yelled Naruto, without looking back at the plant man. Zetsu nodded and went to retrieve the things with utter obedience, like a dog serving its master. Naruto, for the first time in 2 years, saw sunlight. It radiated on him. It was warm and bright and full of hope. Everything Naruto wasn't nor will he ever be again. The Uzumaki deactivated his Susanoo and surveyed his surroundings, glimpsing the world around him. The first thing he noticed was a large skeleton that looked like it belonged to a great beast that died there long ago. And he also noticed that he was in a basin that was dotted with cliffs and rocky areas. Then he sensed Zetsu return with all the things he asked for. The plant man handed him all the necessary clothes that he would use as a ninja. A few minutes later, Naruto was fully dressed in his own signature attire. He wore the same black pants and boots along with the same long, blue belt rope. But now he had black armor on his chest along with black metal pieces of armor on his pecs. The armor did little to hide his killer figure, as you could still see all his rippling muscles move with every twitch. He had pronged black metal shoulder pads and pronged black clawed metal gloves and bracers. And to top it off, he had a black ankle-length, sleeveless coat. The edges of the coat were tattered and frayed with bright red flame motifs on the edges, along with a symbol of a black, curving dragon with sharp claws, a long tongue, a spiked back and streamlined body surrounded by white on his back. The coat also had a hood and a long collar that held 3 silver magatama by strings. The armor was specifically made for Naruto as a birthday present from Madara. It was made from strong, flexible materials that allowed for protection and comfortable movement that didn't restrict his speed or agility, nor was it uncomfortable in certain parts. The strong wind of the forest were now freely blowing Naruto's hair, his short ponytail whipping in the air and moving as if it had a life of its own. Zesta walked up behind Naruto with a scroll and katana in hand, where he gave them to Naruto and commented, "Very handsome." But the blonde thought that comment would be weird if Zetsu wasn't a clone. "I will head to Kanagakure and see if I can discover the identity of the Madara impersonator. This also gives me the opportunity to infiltrate my father's estate and see if I can get my hands on the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Techink, or any of my father's other jutsu. As much as I hate the man, I can't dispute the fact that when it came to jutsu, he was a genius," said Naruto. "Okay, but you have to make a name for yourself. Soon the Akatsuki only accept S-rank shinobi, and I have upped those chances by telling them that I found someone to fill the void left by Orochimaru," spoke Zetsu. Naruto visibly scowled at that name. Suffice to say, he wasn't Orochimaru's biggest fan. Naruto nodded at Zetsu's plan. Also, this graveyard could turn out to be a great base of operations. Zetsu have white Zetsus hollow out this basin and create a base where everything I would need to utilize assets would be found, such as sleeping arrangements, armory, medical wing, and maybe add in a library. Also bury the old goat's body and retrieve my eyes from his corpse, commanded Naruto. I will have to go by a different name. The world believes that Naruto Uzumaki is dead, "So how does Ryu Yoke sound?" said Naruto. He took his katana sheath and placed it on his back. Zetsu didn't say anything, for he was saying the name countless times in his head. "I like it / I like it," said the two halves at the same time. "Goodbye, Ryu," said Zetsu before he melded into the ground. Naruto, now known as Ryu, breathed in before walking to Konoha to the south. No one noticed the small tear on his cheek. That tear meant something to Naruto. Even though Madara and Naruto argued, he still looked up to the man because he was the closest thing he had to a father, and Madara himself knew it. In Konoha at the main gate, the two eternal gate guards of Konoha, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, were playing cards to pass by time. They were easily bored since no one would come to the gate and check into the village. So you have to pity them and find it logical that they were even bored. They've been given a certain post for the last 2 years. Even though the pay was good, it of course came with drawbacks. The only people that came through the gate were civilians, traveling merchants, and the occasional musician, along with some of their own ninja. But today was going to be very different. "Hey Izumo, when is something interesting going to happen?" whined Kotetsu. "Got any twos?" "Be careful what you wish for, you might just get," replied Izumo with a smirk. "Go fish." "It's just I miss the old days when we would run around chasing Kotetsu stopped his sentence before he recited the forbidden name of the village. "I know. I miss him too. He always made the village seem like a happier place too. But the damn civilians don't know the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed into. I miss his pranks. I particularly like the one where he painted the Hokage monument in the middle of the day without anybody seeing him, especially with that hideous orange jumpsuit he used to wear," said Izumo. Both men chuckled at the thought of the blonde boy's antics. "Or the time that he painted every major clan's underwear orange," chuckled Kotetsu at the memory of Naruto and his pranks. Their thoughts were soon interrupted when a hooded figure wearing peculiar armor, a black, sleeveless coat, and carrying a katana on his back walked up to the front gate and almost past the registration booth, completely ignoring the two Chunin. "Hey!" shouted Kotetsu in order to get the man's attention. The hooded figure stopped in his stride into the village and looked back at the two gate guards. His hood was shrouding his eyes, and the only parts of his face were his mouth and chin. When Izumo and Kotetsu looked at him, both men could see a man who had the aura of a powerful shinobi. But the hooded man looked at them, all he could see were weak shinobi who would fall on their own kunais. "You have to register before you can enter the village," continued Kotetsu. The figure just stared at him blankly, which seemed to unnerve both men, as it felt like the void was staring back at them. "Very well," said the figure. He strutted up to the booth and looked at the two Chunin before him. "Okay, let me get out the papers, and you can sign the waivers which will allow you free pass into the village," said Izumo as he scratched his head. The figure just shrugged at what the ninja said. "But first we have to ask you your name." "Name?" asked Izumo. "Ryu Yoke's," said the figure. But before the two gate guards could do anything, they made the mistake of looking into a pair of Sharingan eyes. A few seconds passed, and the ninjas dropped to the ground with loud thuds. Kotetsu fell on the floor, while Izumo's head banged against the desk. Naruto/Ryu checked Izumo's pulse to see if he was dead or alive. Sometimes he could accidentally kill people when using his Jinjutsu, where they became brain dead. Naruto could feel the even rhythm of Izumo's heart, signifying that he was just unconscious. He knew that AMBU teams are dispatched every 2 hours according to Zetsu's information, so that leave a limited amount of time to get the information and get out. His father's estate was secondary. Also, he was purposely cloaking his chakra so the barrier core wouldn't detect him, but the Hyuga clan would be a thorn. He'd have to watch out for them. Ryu walked away from the booth and continued on into the village, intent on discovering who his teacher's fake was. Zetsu was right. The village has become lazy in the years of temporary peace. I wonder if the village will fail to function as a hidden village, thought Naruto as he walked through the streets of Konoha. No wonder Orochimaru was able to get in easily and launch an invasion at the same time. As Ryu walked among the people, they didn't see his face because of his black hood, but some glanced at him because of his samurai-like armor and long katana. Naruto didn't care why they were looking at him. All that matters is the fact that his goal was more important. If I was to take a guess where they register ninjas in their ninja log, it would be around the MBU headquarters or the Hokage Tower, mused Ryu. Hokage Tower first, then head to ENBU HQ when I don't find anything. Shouldn't be that hard. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't register the shoulder that bumped into his. He heard a rude shout saying, "Watch it, buddy," from behind him. A few minutes earlier, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were walking down the street reminiscing about their recent missions and the exciting things they did. And I was all like Kachao, and Hinata was popping the dudes with her Jukin and Shino. Well, he was just being Shino, said Kiba, excited by wallowing in his own glory. Shikamaru didn't seem to care, and Choji was stuffing his face with chips, again, and he wasn't listening to what Kiba had to say. "Troublesome Kiba, why can't you tell a story normally like the writer of this story that we're in?" said Shikamaru lazily and looking up at the sky. Probably at me, the writer. His fellow shinobis looked at Shikamaru as if he had lost all his intelligence, which was truly something to behold, as a dumb Shikamaru was hard to imagine. "A Shikamaru were not in a story," spoke Choji as he stopped eating his chips when he heard what Shikamaru said. Screw what Shikamaru said back to Dash, but he was cut off as a shoulder bumped into his own. Now, Naruto stopped his track and turned to who he bumped into when the person rudely addressed him. And he was a little surprised when he glanced at Kiba. Of all the shinobi he had to bump into, it had to be the one covered with fleas and plagued with perverted thoughts. Not to mention Kiba's voice was loud. He liked quiet people, like Zetsu, when the plant man was not all hyperactive. Naruto ignored Kiba and kept on walking. He didn't want to deal with people he disliked. Besides, he had something important to do. Besides, he had other problems like finding out about the identity of the fake Madara and taking what was rightfully his. When Ryu started to walk away, that was indeed a move that pissed Kiba off. "Hey," yelled Kiba at the black-clad mystery person who ignored him and just kept on walking. Kiba, I don't think we should pick a fight with him," said Choji as he was a little intimidated by the samurai, like shinobi, especially that pointy katana he had. "Maybe you should forget about him," suggested Choji. "No, someone's got to teach this prick some lessons in manners," said Kiba as he stomped off after the man. Akamaru, who no one had noticed till now, just paw-palmed his face. His master was always getting into trouble. Maybe the dog should put Kiba on a leash. "Troublesome. Come on, Choji, let's hope he doesn't get into too much trouble or gets himself killed," said Shikamaru as he lazily walked after Kiba with Choji and Akamaru following behind him. Naruto had the Hokage Tower in his sight. Things were going smoothly for him and his mission. He then felt a hand clasp his left shoulder, which also made him stop in the middle of the road. And when he looked back, it was Kiba, who was very angry as he was grinding his teeth and his eyebrow was ticking. Thankfully, the hood Naruto had on still overshadowed his eyes, so nobody could see his Sharingan. The reason why I didn't turn them off is because he was just far too awesome for that. "Hey guy, I think you should apologize," said Kiba sternly. Ryu couldn't care less, so he was just going to play dumb if that was possible for someone like him. "Apologize for what?" "Walking on the street," said Naruto. This statement pissed Kiba off some more, and he felt obliged to choke the man for his rudeness, and also his thoughts were on the line of this fucking smartass. "You think you're funny, huh?" said Kiba sarcastically. Ryu just responded with another smartass answer. "No, I think I'm a comedian. I can be quite funny at times," answered Ryu with an annoying smirk. What he said just sent Kiba over the edge, who was barely restraining his anger. Kiba tightened his grip on Naruto's armored shoulder and was digging his claws into the armor, which was barely scratching it. "Listen here, you will AP dash," but he was cut off as Ryu got out of his grip by spinning to his back, grabbed his right arm, and pinned him to the ground with his left hand clutching Kiba's skull and his right hand holding Kiba's arm in the air. Everyone that was on the street turned and saw some stranger pinning Kiba on the ground as the Ninkin user was currently eating dirt. "Holy shit, he's fast. I barely saw him move, let alone flinch." "Who is this guy?" thought Kiba, as all he could see was the dirty ground below him. Shikamaru and Choji arrived along with Akamaru, where the two shinobi and the ninja dog all sighed at the scene in front of them. Shikamaru was right on the money about Kiba getting in trouble. "Troublesome. Mister, could you get off my friend, whatever he's done? Then I formally apologize for it. Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru as this whole situation was troublesome to him. In fact, his whole existence was troublesome. Naruto just looked back at Shikamaru, and he sighed at the shadow user. He let go of Kiba, who scurried off and rejoined his two friends and dog. Keep your dog on a shorter leash. I have little tolerance for stupidity and ignorance, spat Ryu at the three shinobi. Shikamaru and Choji were taken back by this comment and decided to back down from the fight. Kiba just scowled at his dog comments and growled a little. Unfortunately for him, Naruto heard the growl. Watch it, mutt, before I neuter you, threatened Naruto while leaking a bit of killer intent, which made everyone on the street sweat a little and take a step back in fear. Naruto restarted his trek back to the Hokage Tower, not looking behind him, not bothered to look behind him. Wait, yelled Shikamaru, which was weird because Shikamaru was never a loud person. Naruto halted in his stride and turned to Shikamaru. What's your name? Asked Shikamaru. Ryu Yokeis, said Naruto simply. Deciding he had enough with idiots, Ryu turned his back on the trio of shinobi and continued on his original path towards the Hokage Tower. But Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at him, as if there was something about him that was strange. With the Hokage Tower in sight, Naruto took to the rooftops and he whispered the name of a very useful infiltration jutsu. Mangekyō no jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. Naruto disappeared from existence, but in fact made himself invisible to the naked eye. Naruto practiced this jutsu with Black Zetsu, who was an amazing sensor and could detect chakra from even lands as far away as the land of water. This caused Naruto's skill with the jutsu to rival that of Mu, the second Tsuchikage, where he was utterly invisible except for the extremely small air current distortion that would happen. Ryu snuck into the tower with relative ease, getting past the ANBU easily, who were busy doing what ANBU did best. He traveled the halls of the tower in relative silence, since it was the only thing that could be able to give away his position, since no one could smell him or sense him, see him, but they could touch him, but with his Sharingan it wouldn't be a problem because of his skill, and you'd be lucky just to find him in the air current distortion. However, Naruto couldn't use this jutsu while in combat, so it was designed more for tactical espionage rather than combat. Then he found the door he was looking for, which led him to his objective, the ninja registration log. He opened the door and tried to hold back a sigh of relief since no one was inside. He closed the door behind him and deactivated his invisibility, allowing his form to be viewed. Luckily, there was a computer in the room for processing shit. He sat in the chair and hacked into the account. The password was number-coded with 4 digits, and with his enhanced vision, could see the finer prints on the pad, which had barely passable encryption since they didn't protect their information that well. But since this was the least guarded area in the village, it was to be expected. He narrowed the list of results to any Uchiha disappearances over the last 30 years. Based upon the evidence of the QB attack 15 years ago, this person had the Sharingan to control the QB. There was no other explanation since Hashirama Senju was dead, and only Nagato could control Biju with his Rinnegan. But the leader of the Akatsuki was nowhere near the village during the attack, according Zetsu. He narrowed the field of information with Uchiha disappearances because of the Uchiha massacre at the hands of Itachi. There was only one person that survived, and that was Sasuke. So if there were any survivors, they weren't in the village at the time. But it turned out all the Uchiha were massacred well, except Sasuke. But forget about that emo. And this was all too easy. There had only been one real disappearance. Obito Uchiha, said Naruto as he examined the name. He clicked on the profile, and an image of Obito appeared. To Naruto, he looked like an idiot with those goggles of his, but Madara taught him that looks were deceiving, and his sensei was the prime example. Even though Madara was an old goat, he was still powerful. That was what Naruto couldn't dispute about the mummy Senkyu when he first started training. He bet the old man could kick his ass back then, but that was different now, since he could have killed the man whenever he wanted at the time. He broke his thoughts over Madara and returned to reading Obito's profile. Died on a mission during the final period of the Third Shinobi World War, trying to rescue teammate Rin Noara. Was crushed under a rock avalanche by enemy ninja, but not before giving his Sharingan to Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto gritted his teeth at the man, so that was how Kakashi got the Sharingan. And this Obito Uchiha was a student of Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. Body was never recovered, presumed to be deceased. So Obito is the fake Madara, but still he must have got out of the rock avalanche and later wouldn't return to Konoha afterwards. What kept him away? Then Naruto heard the click of the door behind him. He erased everything that was on the computer and slid back into his invisibility jutsu. He watched silently within the room as the Hokage's secretary, Shizun, came in and started fiddling with the computer and printing out some documents of some random shinobi. Naruto took this opportunity to escape the tower because he now had the time to go to another place. Now, with the fake Madara's identity in his hands, he had enough time to break into the Yondame's estate and retrieve his jutsu. At the main gate with a knocked-out Izumo and Kotetsu, an ANBU team was surveying the area when their sights landed on the Chunin. One purple-haired cat masked ANBU gained a tick mark on her forehead because of the supposed laziness of the two ninja. She made her way down and slapped Izumo at the back of the head, yelling, "Wake up." But it didn't work, so she instead started shaking him like a rag doll until he would awaken from his nap. However, nothing the ANBU tried worked, as Izumo was still fast asleep. Realizing that something was wrong, the ANBU called out to her teammates. "Assistance!" yelled the ANBU. Her teammates came over to her post-ion and checked over the two shinobi. "They've been knocked out with Genjutsu," said a bird-masked ANBU with spiky sandy hair as he checked over the unconscious shinobi. "It takes a master at Genjutsu to do something like this. Whoever did this, their skill in Genjutsu can rival Kurenai or even Itachi Uchiha. You three will stay here while I report this to the Hokage." Finished the ENBU, and a series of highs was heard before he shunshed into the Hokage's office to inform her of what has happened, and he believed they had just been infiltrated by their enemies. Tsunade was sitting in her office as always. Sakura's training had been pleasing. She had already mastered medical ninjutsu and was now advancing particularly well with her amazing strength. There hadn't been any trouble in the village since that plant-like Akatsuki member that was so interested on dead people. She was brought out of her musings when her ANBU agent Bird appeared in her office, kneeling in her office. "Hokage-sama, not 5 minutes ago did my team, and I find the two gate guards, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu, had gained knocked out by Genjutsu," spoke the bird-masked ANBU. "What?" questioned/bellowed Tsunade as she stood up from her chair and slammed her hands on her desk. "I quickly deduced that they were knocked out less than an hour and a half ago by a master of Genjutsu. I think it might be Itachi Uchiha," informed the ANBU. Then another boar-masked ANBU agent appeared in the same kneeling position as the other one. "Hokage-sama, someone has broken into the Yondame's Hokage's private estate," informed a boar-masked ANBU. This was giving Tsunade a terrible migraine, all from those few sentences. "Gather all available ANBU units and get me Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, and Kakashi. If an enemy of the village gets their hands on the Hiraishin, then it's bad news for us. Go," roared Tsunade as the ANBU disappeared to confront the intruder. At the Namake's estate, Naruto was making his way down into his father's library, hoping to gather any useful jutsu, but he needed to get one in particular jutsu that was worth a lot in the long run. Breaking into the estate was easy for him. The outer gate was dotted with different ceiling arrays that he was easily able to destroy thanks to the Uzumaki clan scrolls Zetsu would retrieve from the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. He knew he had alerted the ANBU of the village, so he had to hurry and retrieve what he wanted. And thank the gods there was sitting on a pedestal the scroll on how to learn the Hiraishin. He opened it up and scanned it with his Sharingan, and it was the real deal. How foolish to just leave one of the most powerful jutsus in the world and showcase it like a trophy. Maybe his father was a prideful being. He heard footsteps behind him and a loud halt. He could sense 3 ENBU members waiting to attack him by how their chakra was flaring. No one he knew from his past, so he could kill them without feeling remorse. What was he thinking? He wouldn't feel remorse even if he killed his own friends. He unsealed 3 kunai from his left wrist and charged them with lightning chakra, increasing their speed and cutting power. He threw them at the ANBU, who had little time to react before they dropped dead with holes in their chests. Ryu ran out of the estate and into courtyard as he tucked the Hiraishin scroll away. Then he was surrounded by another team of ANBU. Going through some fast hand signs, Naruto breathed in and yelled, "Katan, Onodoro, Fire Release, Demon Lantern, and him or Fireball," which took the shape of Oni heads where they flew at the team of ANBU with great speed. When they hit their targets, they burned the ANBU members, giving them fourth-degree burns from the heat that bypassed their armor, and they were quickly set aflame from the jutsu. He ran some more and came across teams Kurenai and Asuma, who jumped out in front of him. Then Kiba recognized the man as the guy that bumped into him. "Hey, I know you. You're that guy," yelled Kiba, pointing at Naruto, and got a bark of approval from his partner Akamaru. This got confused looks from everyone minus Choji and Shiakamaru. "So you remember me, you're not as dumb as I first assumed," said Ryu quite harshly, which made Kiba go red in the face and hold out his fist in front of him. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru as he combed his hair with his hand. "I can't use the Rasengan, it would give away my identity, and I have to limit the amount of shadow clones I use. This is so troublesome," thought Naruto, which caused Shikamaru to sneeze. Naruto went through some hand signs faster than anyone could see and channeled chakra into his fingers. "Futon, Owakamitsum Taikiyatsu no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wolf Claw Cyclone Technique," yelled Naruto as he slashed the air with his left, creating 4 jagged blades of wind that howled like wolves. Everyone there barely got out of the way as the wind blades traveled past them and sawed down 4 trees that were behind them, creating clean-cut chunks of wood. However, Team Kurenai failed to detect 4 other howling blades that were coming at them. Apparently, you can create 8 claws of wind, not 4. The team barely had time to brace themselves for the coming wind, and they were certainly going to die. "Doton, Doria Hiki, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall," yelled a voice. Then an earth wall with 4 bulldog heads popped up in front of Team Kurenai, protecting them from the wind claws. However, the wind-sharpened blades cut deep into the wall. If it wasn't chakra-enhanced earth, then it would have cut clean through. It was a miracle that the wall held its stability because it was 1 inch away from penetrating. Kakashi appeared before everyone, his Sharingan blazing, and holding a kunai in hand, ready to battle the combatant. "Is everyone all right?" asked Kakashi. "Yeah, we're fine," answered Asuma as he jumped next to Kakashi. "Okay, what can you tell me about his guy that I don't already know?" inquired Kakashi, and Shikamaru answered. "His name is Ryu Yokeis." Everyone looked at him with wide eyes, surprised that he even knew the person. "Kiba, Choji, and I bumped into him earlier," continued Shikamaru, which made everyone nod their heads in understanding. "What we have seen already is that he has a wind and fire affinity. The katana on his back signifies at least expertise in Kenjutsu, but other than that we have no idea of his other skills." "All of those are correct, however there are a few things that you left out," said Ryu, but he was interrupted as a tree grew behind his back and its branches coiled itself around him. "Damn, I was hoping to not reveal my Sharingan, but it looks like I have to if I want to escape this Jinjutsu," thought Naruto sadly, as if he pitied whoever trapped him in a Jinjutsu. Kurenai then appeared from the trunk of the tree, a kunai in hand, ready to slit Naruto's throat. Megan, Kyo Tenshi Ten, Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, the thought Naruto as he looked into Kurenai's eyes. Now it was Kurenai who was trapped by a tree. But that wasn't what shocked her, it was the fact that the man before her had the Sharingan, whispered Kurenai. Kurenai then found herself back in her own body, and she turned her head to see Hinata, funneling her chakra into her, breaking her from the Jinjutsu. But she had to relay this new information. It was vital everyone knew about the new development. "Everyone Jinjutsu doesn't work against him," shouted Kurenai. "Why?" shouted Kiba back. "Because he has the Sharingan," screeched Kurenai. Everyone was immediately shocked by this. Another Sharingan user, but how all the Uchiha corpses were burned, so someone wouldn't be able to transplant the Sharingan into their eyes. So how did this guy have it? And who was he really? The wind seemed to react to everyone's shock as it frayed about more frantically. The chin-length strands that framed the sides of Naruto's face fluttered around, and the strands that fell between his eyes and parted at his nose ruffled a little. His black cloak with flame motifs whipped in the air wildly. "Yeah, I have the Sharingan. It was a gift from someone important to me," said Ryu cockily. "Oh yeah, and who?" shouted Kiba. "What does it matter? The person is dead, just like you're going to be soon," said Naruto darkly. He went through some hand signs. Raiden, Reiju Hashiri Paku, no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Beast Running Pack Technique, bellowed Naruto as he held out the palms of his hands as 10 pale wolves made of lightning rushed at the group of shinobi. Naruto was controlling the wolves thanks to lightning chakra connected to his hands, and he was able to control the wolves and have them attack the group of shinobi. Asuma, in gratitude to his quick thinking, saved the lives of his team, and Shino by utilizing a wind jutsu. Futon, Kaze and Gai no jutsu, wind release, wind dome technique, yelled Asuma as a wind dome shielded the 5 shinobi. But the others weren't as lucky. The wolves were sharper than katanas, and they easily clawed past everyone else, causing eviscerating damage to all of them. 5 against 10, including Akamaru, wasn't a good number. Whenever they dodged, they were attacked by the striding onslaught of the hounds, and the lightning numbed their bodies, causing them to become slower and their reactions to be slower than they were. How could they escape this? If they didn't escape, they would surely die. Ryu was about to finish them off when a shadow above him caused him to look up, and he was blinded by the light of the sun where a shadow hovering beyond it could be clearly seen. Satenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain, yelled the shadow. Naruto canceled his jutsu, and with his Sharingan narrowly dodged the chakra-enhanced falling axe kick that would have probably crushed his skull. Dust instantly filled the area. It was so thick that only a Hyuga's Byakugan could see through it. Naruto was unfazed by the dust, stinging his eyes, as he just watched the handiwork of someone he used to call Bachan. When the dust cleared, it revealed the silhouette of Tsunade Senju, the Go-Dame Hokage. Naruto would never forget about that monstrous strength anytime soon. But he just smirked. This day turned out to be quite entertaining and made his day all that more interesting. "Who are you? And why did you attack my ninja?" spoke Tsunade with a voice that proved she was worthy of being a leader. Naruto just smirked. Weren't they the ones that attacked him? He couldn't remember. Deciding to use psychological warfare, he knew of the perfect way to get under her skin and make her lose focus. "Is that all you got? A simple strong axe kick," said Ryu, which caused a frown to appear on Tsunade's face. "I understand that in your old age, you're not as strong as you once were, but I didn't know old age had gotten to you this bad. In fact, I think I see a gray hair or two and maybe a few wrinkles," commented Naruto. Every man in the world silently grimaced for their fellow male for making such a stupid comment. Tsunade's eyes were overshadowed by her hair, and flames of righteous female fury were flickering off her form and scorching the ground. "ANBU execute him on the spot," thundered Tsunade. Multiple ANBU that were hidden in the trees jumped out and drew their katanas on the samurai-like man. Naruto unsheathed his own katana and channeled his wind affinity through it, marker it a lot sharper. The ANBU soldiers didn't stand a chance, as their own katanas were cut in half, and they soon joined the weapons as they were cleaved from the chest to their shoulders, their blood staining the grass they were standing on. Those that witnessed, they were shocked at the power this man had as he was taking on the Black Ops, as if they were Jinin, and to add on some would owe the pyre, he had the Sharingan, which made him even more deadly, as he could clearly see their moves clearly. Then Ryu heard the sound of whistling as 2 green blurs attacked him, saying dynamic entry. If it wasn't for the prong bracers that Naruto was wearing, protecting him, he'd probably have some broken bones in his arms, which was in Naruto's mind. Not a good development. Naruto flew back a few meters away, and his feet shaved the ground as he regained his footing. "Well, if it isn't the freak with the large eyebrows and his mini clone," said Ryu scornfully with that annoying smirk of his. This caused Guy and Lee to frown at the nicknames the man gave them. They soon fell into their respective taijutsu stances, ready to combat the man. "Come, Lee, let us fan our flames of youth and show our adversary what it's like to fight taijutsu masters," said Guy. "Oh, and Lee, I'm not sure if anyone has noticed yet, but," said Guy as he whispered in Lee's ear, which was loud enough for everyone to hear, "this man is dangerous." This caused a mass amount of sweat drops to appear on everyone's heads. "Oh, excellent advice, Guy-sensei. I'll write it down," said Lee as he took out a pencil and notebook and started writing down Guy's words. This caused the sweat drops to grow in size. Then Guy socked Lee across the face and shouting, "You idiot! You don't have time to write when you're in the middle of a battle," said Guy proudly and with a glint in his pearly white teeth. "Oh, even more excellent advice. I'll write it down," said Lee as he continued, writing, not minding that his teacher had hit him. Ryu was watching from his position, slightly amused, If they weren't shinobi, then they would be good clowns in a circus performance. From behind Naruto, a large force of 20 ANBU came rushing towards him. He sealed his katana in his right-hand seal and went through some hand signs ending on a tiger sign. Katan, Bakufu Ranbu, Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance, shouted Naruto as he expelled fire from his mouth, creating a massive, spiraling fire vortex. The ANBU were trapped within the vortex of intense heat and flames. They had nowhere to go, or they would be burned by the intense holocaust. When Ryu ended his justa, he saw all the destruction he created. Only the ashes of the ANBU were left. Using this time to escape, Naruto deactivated his weight seals that were placed on his gloves, boots, and belt. And he took off at breakneck speeds that even amazed Guy and Lee. Naruto was jumping across the buildings and architecture of his home village, intent on leaving as his position was compromised. One more ANBU soldier appeared in front of him with kunai in hand, but Naruto went through some hand seals to quickly silence his life. Right on, Hekurekurein Shigekuha, Lightning Release, Thunder Lion Shockwave, yelled Naruto as he held out his hand, as a wave-like vortex made of lightning with the head of a lion in the center hit the ANBU head-on as the unfortunate shinobi was obliterated by the lightning. Ryu continued running out of the village without any interference. My Mangekyō no Jutsu, thought Naruto as he disappeared while running through the village. The Konoha forces that were chasing after him lost his presence not long after he used his jutsu because of the invisibility it offered him. Tsunade watched as the black-clad man vanished from everyone's sight. The last thing she saw was the symbol on the back of his coat. The image was a battle-ready black dragon, eager to accept any challenge. Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, she said within her mind as the dragon symbol disappeared along with the person wearing the coat. Tsunade and her forces stopped their pursuit because that had just seemingly lost any trace of the intruder. Umbu, take all the wounded to the hospital and have Asuma and Shikamaru meet me in my office in 10 minutes, commanded Tsunade, and the ANBU teams shunshin away, taking the wounded to the hospital. 10 minutes later, after Kakashi, Kurenai, Hinata, and Kiba, along with Akamaru, were taken to the hospital to have emergency surgery. Tsunade was in her office, and standing before her were Asuma and Shikamaru, the top two ranking officers that faced the Black Dragon without any injuries. Tell me everything you learned about this Ryu Yokeis when battling with him, ordered Tsunade, and Shikamaru stepped forward ready to answer her. From what we learned from our fight, Hokage-sama, is that Ryu Yokeis has 3 nature affinities: fire, wind, and lightning, and he displayed immense control over each, said Shikamaru. He also seemed adept at Jinjutsu as he used the Kyo Tenchi Ten against Kurenai-sensei with relative ease, but I'm not sure if he did that himself or the Sharingan did it for him. Oh, and yeah, he has a Sharingan, said Shikamaru. But everyone in the room thought he just said he had the Sharingan. Then Asuma stepped forward and he took a drag out of his cigarette. From what I was able to observe, is that he has extraordinary stealth and infiltration skills, as he was able to slip past the ANBU in the village with effortless skill, coupled with the fact that he is a master of Fuinjutsu, as he was able to get into the Yondaime Hokage's estate, which is known for having every kind of defense seal there is. He was also a master at Kenjutsu, as well as the way he wielded that katana had the look of a master with years of experience. We weren't able to see taijutsu skills because we engaged him in long-range attacks, but his speed was tremendous as he outran Guy and Lee easily and dodged your chakra, enhanced falling axe kick. Informed Asuma, and he used psychological warfare to great effort. When he called you old, said Asuma, and Tsunade gained a tick mark, but right now, this was not the time to be punching Asuma through a wall. And he's quite the smartass. Tsunade sighed this man. Everything they learned about him, about the dragon, spoke of a man trained in every art of shinobi combat and warfare, a man trained to kill. And what of his physical appearance? Asked Tsunade. We weren't able to get much because he wore a hood that shadowed most of his face, said Shikamaru. But I will tell you what I know. He has light skin, in between tanned and pale and sun-kissed golden blonde hair. Is that it? Asked Tsunade. Yeah, replied Shikamaru. The physical information wasn't much, but it was useful enough. Ok, I will be adding Ryu Yokeis into the bingo book immediately since he was able to kill numerous ANBU and critically injure Kakashi. I will be placing him as a high-ranked shinobi in the bingo book, said Tsunade. Shizen called Tsunade to her assistant, and Shizen came running into the room with a frantic look on her face. Yes, Tsunade-sama, asked Shizen. Create a profile on everything we have collected on Ryu Yokeis, commanded Tsunade as she folded her arms under her sizable bust. Yes, Tsunade-sama, acknowledged Shizen. Tsunade let her thoughts wander. She was just hoping that Ryu Yokeis didn't acquire what she hoped he didn't acquire. A few days later, Zetsu was reading the latest update on the Konoha's bingo book, but only one shinobi really caught his attention. The Akatsuki. Pain was staring out at Mangekyō again. His thoughts were upon the new candidate in the Akatsuki, Ryu Yokeis, an S-ranked shinobi who had recently infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village. He killed and injured many of Konoha's top shinobi, and almost killed the Hokage, Tsunade Senju. He also had the Sharingan, one of the most powerful Keki Genkai in the entire world. He may even have the Mangekyō Sharingan. Zetsu was correct in his assumptions of Yokeis. He was a powerful shinobi, although he didn't know which village he hailed from. But it didn't matter as long as he was an S-ranked shinobi, he was welcome among the Akatsuki. He had told Kakazu not to go after the bounty of Mr. Yokeis. If a shinobi who had 700 million bounty on his head, Kakazu, the Akatsuki treasurer, would stop at nothing to retrieve that money. But then came the problem of his current status within the organization. He had no partner to be paired with, and he lacked one of the rings that linked him to the demonic statue. Orochimaru was in possession of the Sky Ring. Without it, Ryu Yokeis couldn't become a true member of the Akatsuki, and he already had in mind his perfect partner. Despite not meeting the man for himself, he could trust the person with his chosen partner, and possibly eliminate a thorn in their side. Tsunade was currently massaging the migraine that was slowly coming at her. Ryu Yokeis had caused quite the stir within the village, especially among the ENBU, Rookie 9, and Team Guy. Well, now it was Rookie 7 since Sasuke's defection and Naruto's death. She had contacted Jiraiya immediately to discuss the over-successful infiltration. And what she heard and saw of this Yokeis was something that needed to be discussed behind closed doors lest Danzo and the elders get wind of it. But despite all the information she was able to put together, it felt like what Yokeis showed was only the tip of the iceberg of his power, and she had this nagging feeling that Ryu was just toying with all the ninja he fought. There was only one question. Who is Ryu Yokeis? Hopefully Jiraiya had the answer. And speak of the devil when the old pervert came through her window. Sup, Haim, you wanted to speak with me? Greeted Jiraiya in a happy manner. Wait, don't tell me. You finally came and want to confess to me that you love me, continued Jiraiya. Tsunade snorted and gained a tick mark at Jiraiya's behavior of the serious matter. No, that's not what I called you for, Jiraiya, said Tsunade. Jiraiya adopted his serious demeanor. How is the monkey brat's training? Asked Tsunade. Who? Konohamaru. If you told me that he might be an idiotic genius, I would have spat sake in your face, said Jiraiya. But seriously, his training has been good, and this is a great way of repaying Sensei by training his grandson. But his current power level would be that of a low Genin, give me another year, and he may be low Chunin level, said Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded at this. She remembered when a young Sarutobi barged into her office 2 years ago and demanded that someone train him so that he could avenge Naruto and bring his killer to justice. Flashback. It had been a month since Naruto's death, and Tsunade had been working tirelessly since she took up the god-awful position of Hokage. Konohamaru Sarutobi was an interesting case. For being one of the biggest prank stars in the village, he now became determined to exact justice on Sasuke Uchiha for killing his surrogate brother Naruto. Ebisu, his personal trainer, would come over and tell her of his training and saying how he was glad that the demon brat was gone and that he was not corrupting Konohamaru. Technically, Naruto was helping the kid in his usual way. Tsunade heard this, and he landed in the hospital for 3 months. She was just approving a B-ranked mission when the boy she called Monkey Brat came barging into her office. Hey, you old hag, yelled Konohamaru. Tsunade reined her temper, but she did have 2 prominent tick marks on her forehead. There was only one person who was allowed to call her old, and any copycat of that person just pissed her off even more. Konohamaru Sarutobi was definitely a second Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, because that was the blonde's true name. Yes, monkey brat, answered Tsunade with Konohamaru's nickname. She was busy, she had no time to be dealing with this. I need a new sensei, since you're the one that put the closet pervert, Ebisu, in the hospital, said Konohamaru while pointing his finger at Tsunade. Then opportunity hit her like bricks. Well, there happens to be a certain shinobi that can take you on as his apprentice, said Tsunade with a glint in her eye. Yahoo! Asked Konohamaru. If this guy was a better teacher than Ebisu, then he would not use the sexy jutsu again. You can find him at the hot springs, can't miss him, said Tsunade. Konohamaru walked out of the office and went on his way to the hot springs. Flashback end. Jiraiya took Konohamaru on a training trip, thereby killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The hot springs were safe from the world's biggest pervert, and she got an annoying brat out of her hair. Tsunade, back to the real reason why you call me back to the village, said Jiraiya. Tsunade was about to answer when the very people she didn't want to see walked in her office. Danzo and her personal advisors. Hokage-sama, we need to talk, said Koharu Yuditane. Just great, as if I had enough to deal with, thought Tsunade. We received reports that the village had been infiltrated again, said Danzo. In his mind, Danzo didn't believe that Tsunade was competent enough to be Hokage, like her predecessor Hiruzen. The Sandaime should have given Danzo custody of the QB container the moment the beast was sealed, and he should have given the last Uchiha as well to undergo emotional training and become a tool of the village loyal to him. Yes, that's why I called Jiraiya here as well, said Tsunade. Wait, Haim, someone snuck into the village? Inquired Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded at him and began to elaborate. 1 week ago, an assailant penetrated the defenses of the Leaf. His name was Ryu Yokeis, started Tsunade. He was able to pass by the detection barrier and knocked out 2 Chunin Station at the main gate of the village, and yet he wandered around the village as if he was a citizen. We are currently unaware if he had an ulterior motive, but he was after what we believe is the Hiraishin no Jutsu of the Yondaime Hokage, informed Tsunade. And was able to get the Yondaime's Jutsu? Asked Danzo. We believe so, but we don't know. No one has been inside the Yondaime's estate ever since the QB attack 15 years ago, and the only person that was allowed in was the Yondaime's stated heir, replied Tsunade. But the Yondaime had no heir, Tsunade. What you are spouting is nonsense and flawed information, spat Danzo. The old Warhawk had been trying for years to get the Hiraishin for his root program, but Sarutobi always denied him, and he couldn't get into the estate to begin with. Then you obviously don't remember the hospital incident 2 years ago, when a member of the Akatsuki ran a blood test at the hospital, said Jiraiya. That was Naruto's blood. They were scanning it since he was Minato's heir. Impossible, skisht Koahu. There is no possible way that the demon brat is the son of the Yondaime. Jiraiya pointed his finger to the picture of the Yondaime hanging up on the wall. The elders saw it, the resemblance between Naruto and the Yondaime, but they refused to believe all the evidence that was in front of them. You can't dispute all the evidence, and we also have a birth certificate, and we can always show the recording from 2 years ago, said Jiraiya. The elders had to accept the fact that Naruto was the Yondaime's son. Iminatos will have stated that Naruto would inherit everything from his father when he turned 18, including the Hiraishin, and if any of Naruto's children, should he have any, would receive the same benefit, continued Jiraiya. But since Naruto is dead, there is no one to claim the inheritance. It is just void at the moment, finished the Toad Sennin. Then you should give me the inheritance. I can put everything within the Yondaime's library to use, suggested Danzo. This was his last chance to get his hands on the Yondaime's signature jutsu. No, said Tsunade. Danzo scowled at the Shodaime's granddaughter. In the will, it was never mentioned that any of the Yondaime's jutsu would go to the village, so the estate and all its contents will be just an old ruin. But let's get back to the original reason why I called Jiraiya here and not you 3, spoke Tsunade as she glared at the elders. Ryu Yokeis was able to sneak into the village, kill multiple Inbu, and injure several clan heirs and top jonin. We are unsure if he was contracted to do this or he was here on his own free will, but what we did discover was... But she interrupted by Jiraiya. Wait, Haim, who is this Ryu Yokeis? Queried Jiraiya. I thought you would have some information on this person, said Tsunade. Sorry, Haim, never heard of the guy before, answered Jiraiya. So could you update this guy on me? Ryu Yokeis is a now wanted S-rank ninja. His background is unknown. His age is unknown. We didn't see any scratched out headband or any headband signaling ninja allegiance, and he didn't use any skills that samurai are known to use. As a person, he is a complete unknown, but we were able to get a few things on him when he attacked our shinobi. You should look it up in the bingo book. Notified Swanda. He accessed the village and killed several high-ranking ANBU, and quite possibly has the Haration. Continued Tsunade. It's like this person fell out of the sky. He is just a complete mystery. This is Badheim. We need to be careful around this Ryu Yokeis, warned Jiraiya. Yokeis also has the Sharingan, informed Tsunade. Jiraiya was acting like a gaping fish. How could this person possess the Sharingan? Only 3 people in the world possess that Keki Jinkai, which is Itachi, his brother Sasuke, and a transplanted one in Kakashi. What should we do about Yokeis? Asked Jiraiya, getting over his shock quickly. I don't know. This man is a ghost. He disappeared as soon as he had appeared, and then we lost all traces of his presence. We had the Inuzuka try to find him with his scent, but it was lost as soon as he vanished, and the Hyuga clan were unable to find him within the village. Probably by then he had already escaped. But if we do see him, we capture him and find out any information and intelligence he may have. And if we cannot, we kill him and burn his corpse, said Tsunade. But while this was happening, Danzo, as usual, was plotting something. He was thinking that if he could persuade this Mr. Yokeis to join the Leaf and serve under him as a root agent, then he could gain a powerful asset if what he heard of what Yokeis could do. Pain was watching over AIM. Ryu Yokeis had received his invitation into the Akatsuki. It had been a week, and Pain had yet to receive his answer. Zetsu materialized, formed the floor, only his torso was visible. Leader Sama, Ryu Yokeis has entered AIM. He has officially agreed to join the Akatsuki, said Zetsu. Pain never showed any emotion, but he was pleased that Ryu had accepted the invitation. Very good, Zetsu. I will summon the other Akatsuki members in order to introduce him and await his partner, spoke Pain. In fact, I'm happy that Yokeis joined us. I want to see what he's like. Naruto, now going by the alias of Ryu, was walking through the village hidden in the rain, his face stoic and emotionless. He didn't turn his head to look at anything except for the path he was wailing on. His coat's hood was down because he didn't need to hide his face. Formed the population of AIM, though, he still had his Sharingan active. But something strange was happening to him. Out of the corners of eyes, and thanks to the increased vision of the Sharingan, he could see several women stripping him with his eyes, and they were giggling amongst themselves and blushing. Naruto hadn't had interaction with the females of his species for over 2 years, and he had little social interaction besides Zetsu and Madara. The women's eyes were either directed at his face, which led him to the conclusion that he was handsome, and a few days ago, he did notice a change in his face. It was now more angular, and his eye shape was more narrow like his father's, but still round, and most like the chin-length strands of hair on the sides of his face, and the nose-length strands that fell between his eyes may have accentuated his overall attractiveness. Their eyes were also directed at his muscles, which he noted were lean and rippling. He knew that all the physical workouts Madara made him do likely had a part to play with this. And his armor did little to hide all the muscle he had, such as his chest and biceps. Or they were directed at his crotch, where women, both teenage and other ages, blushed furiously, and later they had chronic nosebleeds, and money women were taken to AIM's hospital to treat blood loss. To Naruto, this all seemed weird, and yet he had an amusing feeling inside of him. He just couldn't explain, but it made him chuckle. When he was invited to the Akatsuki, he received a letter hand delivered to him by Zetsu, explaining to come to the tallest tower in the hidden rain. That's where he supposed the leader of the Akatsuki stayed. He already had the pleasure of meeting to other Akatsuki members. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother, and Kisame Hashigaki, the Kirigakure no Kaijin, monster of the hidden mist. He hadn't met any other members, but he was sure that some, if not most, were freaks, because most S-ranked shinobi were freaks. But he was wondering who he would be partnered up with. He had a million guesses going through his head. He just hoped it was someone quiet and not a freak. He would have arguments over which one was better or which ideal is correct. He didn't have the time or the patience for that. Then he had Pain's tower in his sight. It really was the tallest tower in the village. It easily dwarfed all the other skyscraper-like towers, and it was quite interesting in Naruto's opinion. It had 4 faces on each side of the tower with multiple pipes and tubes sticking out of each of Ti's faces. Naruto could barely make out a silhouette on the tongue of one of the faces, but he shrugged it off and continued onwards. He reached the base of the tower and found a chain-link fence surrounding it. He jumped over the fence and walked up to a door on the side of the tower. When he opened the door, he was met with stairs. Lots of stairs. He groaned a little and starting his trek up the tower. Zetsu was waiting next to Pain, along with Konan, waiting for Ryu to arrive. Konan was a little anxious. She had no idea what this Yokkei's person would be like. What if he enjoyed killing like Sasori and Haiden? What if he was psychotic like Kisame and Kakazu? She just hoped he didn't have a stupid obsession for art or money. Pain didn't care what Ryu was like. As long as he served his ultimate goal, then nothing mattered. Zetsu. He was just Zetsu. Nobody knew what he was thinking except for Naruto, but he would only be half right. They heard footsteps coming from the door behind them and the small sound of armor clanking a little. White Zetsu smiled. Ryu would have a hard time getting adjusted to being with a partner, but he knew that all these years training would have to amount to something, so this would be interesting to say the least. Black Zetsu couldn't smile, but he was in a way excited for Ryu's reaction to working with a partner. The door opened, and the trio saw a man clad in black. He had black leather armor that hugged his form quite nicely. He had black prong pauldrons on his shoulders and black prong bracers and black clawed gloves. His boots were unique, for he had silver claws on the toes and sharp spurs on the back of the heel. He wore a light blue rope belt with the ends of the belt hanging between his crotch and right leg and ending down below the knee. He also had a black sleeveless coat with the edges tattered along with bright red flame motifs on the edges and had the kanji for Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon. On the back, the coat also had a hood and a long collar with 6 silver magatama on each collar. He also had a long katana held by a sheath on his back with a light blue rope on the hilt that was 23 inches. His face was narrowed, and he had golden spiky hair that ended in a low ponytail. He also had chin-length strands of golden hair that framed the sides of his face and nose-length strands that fell between the eyes and parted at his nose. He had narrowed eyes that were slightly rounded with a pair of blood-red Sharingan in each eye. Overall, the man was extremely handsome. If he wasn't a shinobi, he'd be a great male model. Konan found herself blushing a little when her eyes traveled downward towards his man package, and in her opinion, he was quite big. Both Zetsu and Pain didn't notice the stain of pink on her cheeks. Pain turned around and faced Ryu, and his first thoughts on the man was a man who carried himself with confidence and pride in his power. But the blonde hair he never pictured in his mind. "Welcome, Ryu Yokei's, to the Akatsuki and Mangekyō," greeted Pain. Ryu didn't physically register what Pain had said, but his eyes spoke the truth. Konan stepped forward and handed him an Akatsuki cloak. Naruto was taken back by the sheer beauty of this woman. She had a perfect heart-shaped face with stunning blue hair, with some tied in a bun with a blue origami flower. She had in-shading amber eyes and unique piercing under her lip, and he could tell she had a killer body underneath her cloak. Magnificent was the word he would use to describe her. He took the cloak in his hand. It was the usual thing, black with red clouds. Ryu took the cloak off Konan's hands, but he never noticed his gloved hand touch hers momentarily, where a spark seemed to set off between the two. Konan blushed a little, while Naruto hid his expression. Years under tutelage of Madara allowed him to control his emotions quite well. Naruto slipped the cloak over his body and readjusted his katana sheath. The cloak fit him perfectly, and you could still see his ankle-length coat. "Now, Ryu, I will be teaching you a jutsu that will allow us to communicate with the rest of the Akatsuki," explained Pain. "You only require the ram seal, and you only say the jutsu's name." Everyone in the room used the ram hand sign and then focused their chakra. Pain didn't have to tell him the name of the jutsu, because Naruto could read lips thanks to the Shingen. "Jinishin no Jutsu, Magic Lantern Body Technique," chanted everyone in the room. They then found themselves in a dark cave-like room with a burning lantern in the middle. Naruto noticed that his body had an astral rainbow look, and the only thing that didn't appear like a rainbow was his eyes and the red clouds on his cloak. He also noticed that Pain, Zetsu, and the unknown blue-haired woman, unknown to him, were also with him. Then 6 other astral bodies appeared. 4 of these bodies he didn't recognize, but 2 he recognized even with the celestial bodies blocking their appearance, Itachi and Kisame. Then all eyes turned towards the leader. Zetsu had told Naruto earlier on that he should refer to Pain as Leader Sama, but why he had no idea even Itachi fell in line with Pain and the Uchiha prodigy was incredibly strong. He was one of the strongest Uchiha to come out of the clan, excluding Madara and his brother Izuna. And the other S-rank criminals among him bowed down to their leader. "Welcome. I have gathered you all here to welcome the newest member of the Akatsuki," said Pain. Everyone in the room, except Konan and Zetsu, turned to their newest arrival. The ones who had the biggest reaction to the new member were Deidara and Itachi. Deidara sputtered around. This guy had the eyes he hated the most. Sharingan. He would always remember the humiliating defeat Itachi gave him before he joined the organization. Itachi's reaction were raised eyebrows, which was the most you would get out of him. But the thoughts going through his head were, why does this man have a Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha? "This is Ryu Yoke's," continued Pain. He was about to say something, but he was cut off by Kakazu. "I've heard of you, Kuroryu Black Dragon. Quite the bounty on your head and all the shit you've done," said Kakazu. "It's too bad I can't kill you yet. I would have loved all that money." Now, Kakazu, you might be a fellow follower of Jashin-sama, said Haiden. "So, tell Mr. Yoke's, do you follow the laws of Jashin-sama?" "Oh," said Ryu with his usual blank face. Haiden face faulted at what Naruto said. Is that some kind of wandering clown who uses his hands as feet and feet as hands and can't tell the difference between his arse and head? Continued Ryu. Now Haiden was pissed this blasphemer was insulting his god, and to top it off, he had an annoying smirk that spoke. "I'm superior to you." The Jashinist looked ready to kill someone. Kakazu just smirked. He was liking this guy already. Itachi's face twitched a little, finding the situation funny. Kisame laughed. You couldn't see Sasori's face. Deidara was chuckling a little, and Konan had a small smile. "Hey, dare you blasphemer." Haiden took out his 3-pointed scythe and aimed at Ryu. "Maybe I should offer you up to Jashin-sama," said Haiden. "Sorry, I don't swing that way, and I don't like clowns," baited Naruto with a signature annoying smirk. Smoke was fuming out of Haiden's ears. How he would love nothing than to punch that grin of his face. Kakazu started laughing along with Sasori. Deidara and Itachi was chuckling a little. Konan let loose a few giggles. "Now, threaten me again, and I will stab your eyes while needles and have you relive what you fear most," threatened Ryu, leaking a bit of killing intent. Haiden was frozen in fear, and since he couldn't die, so Ryu must have been serious. Kisame grinned a sickly grin. Itachi was emotionless. Sasori was chuckling from seeing Haiden's reaction. Deidara whistled, and Kakazu was smirking at the mental image he was able to conjure up. But there were still some questions that needed to be answered. "Hey, tell me something, Ryu, my man. How do you have those infernal eyes?" Asked Deidara. Even though he hated the Sharingan, he liked Ryu despite only knowing him for a few minutes. "They were a gift," answered Naruto. "You asked how I have these eyes, not who or when I got them, so no more questions about my Keki Genkai," threatened Ryu darkly. Deidara seemed to shrink in size at the piercing glare he was getting from Ryu. He made a mental note not to piss him off. "May I ask, Ryu," said Sasori, gaining Naruto's attention. "What do you think of art?" asked Sasori. Before Naruto could answer, he was cut off by Deidara. "Why would Ryu, my man, be interested in your art, Saori, my man?" protested Deidara. "True art is a spur of the moment, watching it dazzle the sky, and in a bang it is gone. That is true art. I don't think I asked you on what your poultry version of art is." Deidara, spoke Sasori. "Besides, true art is eternal beauty, making it last forever, preserving it through the ages. That is the only way art can be appreciated." Ryu coughed, gaining the two bickering artists' attention. "My version of art? Is that what you said? What was it, Sasori?" asked Ryu. "Yes, what is your art?" asked Saori. Ryu contemplated this for a while. He never really thought of anything outside training and his ultimate goal. He then looked over at Konan, and he truly found his answer. "Art is enjoying one's passion in the company of another. This kind of art is temporary, but it's far more enjoyable and pleasurable," answered Naruto. Deidara and Sasori were intrigued, so was everyone else in the room, especially Conan. Good. Since we have introduced each other, it's time for missions that the Akatsuki have been contracted to undertake. I will relay these missions later. Spoke Pain. He turned to Yokeis. Ryu, I am aware that you lack a partner within the organization, so you will be paired with Conan, said Pain. Conan widened her eyes at this because she never expected to be separated from Nagato. Ryu didn't really care. So long as they could work together, he had no qualms. Your first mission as a partners will be to retrieve Orochimaru's Akatsuki ring. Assassinating him is secondary and only when the opportunity presents itself, continued Pain. Nagato knew of Ryu's skills as a master of stealth. If he was able to sneak into Konohagakure, then Orochimaru's base wouldn't be that hard. Now go. Naruto then found himself back at the dreary tower again. He saw Zetsu standing around being Zetsu. I will try to find Orochimaru's base. All I know is that it is hidden near Kusagakure. Goodbye, said Zetsu as he shifted within the ground. Ryu looked over to Conan and saw her fidget around uncomfortably. She wasn't expecting this. Conan had mixed feelings at the moment. She knew why Pain teamed her up with Ryu, but she felt a little uncomfortable around him, but she didn't want to be separated from Nagato. Then her mind caught up with her and she put on her neutral demeanor. I will meet you at the entrance to the village in half an hour, spoke Conan. Ryu nodded and left the tower heading for the entrance. He was at the gate of the village and there wasn't anyone around until Zetsu appeared. You got quite a good catch on Naruto, teased White Zetsu. I mean, she's hot, like amazingly hot dash. White Zetsu would have continued if it wasn't for the deathly glare he got from the Sharingan-wielding blonde. He hated when Zetsu was like this. White Zetsu, said Naruto. The white half shivered a little at the glare he was receiving. How do you picture your death? Asked Ryu. Zetsu. Do you want me to choose your death for you? Asked Naruto, as he put on a curious expression. I'm pretty sure that can be arranged. White Zetsu cowered while the black half was chuckling. Naruto just made the white half a little bitch just by looking at him. I will try and find Orochimaru's exact location near Kusagakure. However, it will take 3 days before that happens, said the black half as the plant things sinked into the ground. A few minutes later, Ryu saw Conan wailing over to him with a conical straw hat with tassels hanging down and a small bell held by a red string. She was also wearing one. Here, she said as she presented the straw hat to him. He took it from her hands and placed it on his head. It was quite comfortable. Thank you, said Ryu. Conan blushed a little, but quickly forced it down. They both began to walk towards Kusagakure, which geographically wasn't very far. They walked for a few hours in silence, agonizing silence. So Ryu decided to start up a conversation. So have you ever met Orochimaru in person? Asked Ryu, and he knew it was a bad question. Conan never expected Ryu to talk to her anytime soon, but she decided to answer. No, I have never met Orochimaru in person, answered Conan, and I don't particularly want to either. Naruto didn't say anything because there was no point in wondering why. There's an inn 25 kilometers from our position. We should rest there for the night. Do you agree? Said Ryu. I do agree. We won't be able to follow the path in Zetsu's directions during the night, she said. Naruto never expected her to be so cooperative. He thought she was going to make his life difficult by overriding his authority and her always taking the lead and listening to her. This was amusing to him, but he mistakenly let a chuckle escape his lips, something which Conan heard. Something amusing? She asked/stated. I find it amusing that you're not what I expected you to be, replied Ryu. Conan raised her eyebrow at the blonde in confusion. And what did you expect me to be? She queried. She was interested in knowing what he thought. I expected a strong, confident woman, and yes, she truly is what I expected. Conan blushed at the compliments aimed at her. But I also expected a woman who would override my authority or follow her own lead, and only she chooses the decisions in, example, what road we should take. Conan didn't know if she should frown or scowl. They now had the inn within their sight. They opened the door, and they heard a bell ring. There was a middle-aged woman behind a desk. She had dark brown hair and brown eyes. Welcome to the Sleeping Lamb, greeted the woman. Ryu removed his hat and held it within his hand. The woman at the counter blushed heavily. Was this guy a male model? But his eyes were a little strange. Conan walked up next to him and also removed her hat. We require rooms for the night, and food as well will be good, said Conan neutrally. The woman turned her attention to her and nodded, but also gave off a hint of jealousy. Are these two together? Very well, it just so happens we have a few free rooms, she said. Now will that be one queen-sized bed or king-sized? She asked. When Naruto and Conan heard, both blushed until Naruto decided. No, we are just sea colleagues. That will be T2 queen-sized beds, and that's all, stuttered the Ryu, clearly flustered. Conan still had her blush and was trying to force it down. The receptionist nodded and handed a key to her room. It's too bad you two are not together. You'd look like quite the cute couple along with your matching clothes, continued the woman. Conan blushed even more. Yes, she was physically attracted to Ryu, but that was it. Naruto was a lot better at controlling his flustered state and forced down a blush that was starting to appear. Thank you for the room, said Naruto, and was reminded that there was a phone for room service. The two walked around a large inn and found their rooms. It was room 69 foot. It had to be that number, thought Conan. She was annoyed thinking that Yokeis and her were together. Naruto just looked at the number as if it was a number. Being cooped up in a dark cave had caused him to become disconnected from a few things. They walked in and saw two beds, queen-size beds, a coffee table surrounded by chairs, a small bathroom, and a small kitchen. And by the door was the telephone used for room service. Are you hungry? Asked Ryu. Conan looked at him for a second and was about to say something before the growl of her stomach cut he off. I'll take that as a yes. He took the phone and let it ring for a while. Then a voice answered. Yes, I would like to have some food. Conan heard a bit of gibberish. You wouldn't happen to have ramen? She heard even more gibberish. The Naruto turned to her. What do you want? Conan hesitated for a second, but her hunger was more important at the moment. Do they have flame-broiled fish? She asked. Do you have flame-broiled fish? Said Ryu into the phone. Yes, that would be all. He put the phone down and sat on one of the beds. The food will be here in half an hour. Conan sat down on the opposite bed. I think we should get to know each other, said Ryu out of the blue. Conan looked at him curiously. I want us to be able to work together. We don't have to like each, but understanding each other's fighting style and, among other things, will encourage teamwork and not get us killed at the same time. Explained Naruto. I will start first. I use all combat ranges ranging from long to close quarters combat. Though I prefer close quarters, I am very ninjutsu heavy, and sometimes I use jinjutsu. I like to mock my opponents so they can lose focus and make mistakes, and I prey upon those mistakes and finish them off my opponents. Conan was perplexed that he was willingly giving her information about him. She sighed knowing that he was correct. I am a range combatant, which will aid you because of your preferable being close quarters combat. I am able to turn my body into paper and hardening them with my chakra to become tougher than steel. I'm able to form weapons from those paper sheets as well, and I can suffocate people and slice them to pieces with said paper. And because the paper is infused with chakra, fire jutsus will hardly work against me, and water ninjutsu will have a similar effect, disclosed Conan. Very good. If you want to get to know me on a personal level then, just ask, said Naruto emotionlessly. Conan wasn't sure if she should ask. Other than Nagato, she hardly knew anyone in the Akatsuki. The only other member she liked was Itachi, and they have hardly spoken to each other. Later their food arrived, and they ate in silence. Naruto woke up the next day early. He looked over at Conan, who was still wearing her cloak, sleeping on the bed. He got up and created 10 shadow clones, and ordered them to learn the Hiraishin that he inherited from his father. He knew that he couldn't learn such an advanced and powerful jutsu in a few days, even with Shadow's clones and a Sharingan. It would take him a few weeks or a couple of months, depending upon the difficulty of the jutsu. So the original Naruto meditated for a few hours. Even with the healing rate he had acquired from the QB, he still needed to meditate, so he could sort out the memories of his clones. Conan woke up, and the first thing she noticed was Ryu Yokeis meditating on his bed. His chest armor was off, allowing Conan to see his great muscles. And she also noticed that his low ponytail fell between his shoulder blades and was thin, but not too thick. That was something she never noticed. And somehow he didn't have a single scar on his body. Wait, no. Adjusting her eyes to the light, Conan saw what appeared to be a point of contact for a lightning bolt, which struck him over his heart, and its appearance was grisly, to say the least. She had 1 or 2 scars on her body, but they were small and hard to locate. And still she never expected Yokeis to have blonde hair. She originally pegged him as a black. Deciding to use this time of meditation to her advantage, she subtly walked into the bathroom and stripped down naked. She peeked through the door to see Ryu still sitting there, unmoving. She turned on the shower and gracefully stepped in and started washing herself, but made sure to remove her origami flower and Akatsuki ring. Her ring was white in color and had the kanji for white on it. After she was down, Conan dried herself off with a towel, and she put all her clothes back on. She left the bathroom to find Zetsu and Ryu conversing with each other. They looked back at her. "We have found Orochimaru's hideout," stated Naruto. Now Conan was interested. "Our primary objective was to collect his ring, and killing him a secondary objective. His base is 17 kilometers southwest from our position hidden within the ground. This will make getting into his lair all that much more difficult." "Do we even know where the door to his hideout is?" asked Conan. But this time it was Zetsu who answered. "The door is surrounded by trees, and it's a metal hole in the ground. It's just like what Ryu said, it's 17 kilometers southwest from here," spoke Zetsu. With that in mind, Zetsu melded into the ground. Both Naruto and Conan were ready to depart. But Conan remembered to pay the receptionist, something that never came to mind for Ryu. Both walked towards their destination. There was little need to run. Then Conan remembered what Ryu said about getting to know each other and work cohesively as partners. "Ryu, what do you like?" asked Conan. Ryu was caught off guard by this question. He couldn't remember what it was that he liked. "I like training and expanding my arsenal as a shinobi and fighting strong opponents," replied Naruto. While it was progress in character development, she expected him to brush off the question. "And what do you dislike?" she continued. He did say that if she wanted to know him as a person, she would just have to ask. "I dislike idiots, arrogant people, ignorance, and snakes," spoke Ryu, though Conan would never know that what he meant by snakes was actually Orochimaru. "Then I get the feeling that you won't like Orochimaru," said Conan, and she received a nod of confirmation from Ryu. They now saw the metal hole in the ground where Zetsu told them Orochimaru could be found. "Well, this is it," said Ryu, though Conan didn't notice his Sharingan spinning rapidly. "Shikigami no Mai," thought Conan. Then her entire body was folding into paper and then turning into paper butterflies. Naruto just watched unsurprised. She would have to get the paper from somewhere. "My Seikikure no Jutsu," thought Naruto. His form then turned invisible, and both Akatsuki members dived into the hole, one invisible and the other thousands of paper butterflies. They were now in a dark corridor alit with burning candles. "We should inform each other if we find Orochimaru's ring or Orochimaru himself. We need to find a way to signal each other," whispered the invisible Naruto to paper butterflies. Then one of the butterflies became a paper aeroplane. Understanding, Ryu nodded his head. Conan had a way of contacting him, but not the other way around. He then unsealed a paintbrush and chakra ink and started drawing a seal on the paper aeroplane. "This seal will heat up when I channel my chakra into it, letting you know that I have the ring," whispered Ryu. The aeroplane seemed to fly around him. Apparently Conan couldn't speak in paper form. Both went their separate ways in search of the ring. They searched numerous rooms, finding them empty. I mean, why would you have so many rooms if you weren't going to use them? Naruto made sure to pull up his hood on his coat. Orochimaru had seen him before, and they might recognize him even with the loss of his whisker marks. Even though Kabuto and Orochimaru couldn't see them, Sasuke could wit his Sharingan, and any other dojutsu user like Neji. He opened a door, and there was nothing but a barren room. He opened another, except this time it wasn't empty. By a desk in a room was someone he hated, Kabuto Yakushi. The pet of Orochimaru was fiddling with some medical salves. Then Naruto remembered something. Pain never ordered him to not kill the snake's puppets. Naruto drew his katana from its sheath on his back, slowly and without a sound. He walked up to Kabuto at normal pace. If he went slow, it would increase his reaction time, and his body may be too fast for his mind to handle. He was now right behind Kabuto. He held his katana in a reverse grip and held it with both hands, ready to strike at the traitorous Leaf Nin's skull. He was about to administer the finishing blow before Kabuto turned around and started walking out the room. Naruto didn't have much time to get out of the way of Kabuto's path, but he lucky his blade was 5 millimeters away from touching Kabuto. Luckily, his Sharingan and Madara's training helped him out a lot, and he was able to divert his body away from Kabuto's. He watched as Yakushi slinked away from the desk to who knows where. Ryu sheathed his katana and walked out of the room. He kept searching and searching, but there was no sign of Orochimaru's ring, but he knew the traitorous Sannin was here, because if Kabuto was here, then the serpent wasn't far behind. He opened another room and came upon a ghastly sight. There were innocent people locked behind bars, and they looked skinny and malnourished. Naruto could even see some children among them. The old Naruto would have gone to any length to free these people, no matter the cost, even his own life. But the real Naruto wasn't like that. He dropped his invisibility and made himself known to the prisoners. Most if not all looked relieved to see him. "Please, sir, save us," said a man trying to reach for Ryu's cloak, but instead grabbed his boot. He only just noticed the foot coming down on his hand, and with an audible crack the man's hand was broken beneath Naruto's heel. The man cried, and Naruto didn't silence his cries. The other cage people were looking at Naruto with anxiety. Then Ryu went through some hand seals and ended on the tiger sign. "Aren't you going to save us, mister?" said a small girl with tears in her eyes. "No," stated Naruto. "Katan, Inden, fire release, flame bullet," said Ryu as he spat out a large flame bullet at the imprisoned people, their screams of pain reverberating through the base. Because Orochimaru experimented on people, these screams wouldn't draw anyone to him. Naruto watched the burning flesh of the innocent people, a small smile on his face. He envisioned the ignorant people of Konoha and all who had harmed or ignored him, and it felt good killing them. But yet he had set them free. How? Their suffering at the hands of Orochimaru must have been terrible, and they were to be used again and again for human experimentation and torture. They would have wanted to die afterwards. Ryu activated his invisibility and walked out of the burning room. He walked around inspecting the rooms. Then he came upon an extremely large room, and there in the center was someone Ryu wanted to kill the most just to settle the score with. Sasuke Uchiha. The young Uchiha was practicing with his own sort of Kusanagi. His movements were fast and precise, obviously had a good Kenjutsu teacher. Must have been Orochimaru, since the snake man fawns over the kid. Ryu was just watching the Uchiha with a scrutinizing eye. He could sense that he had improved much over the past 2 years, but the former Jinchuriki wanted to know how much. Then Naruto saw Sasuke do a Chidori variation, which was clever, improving upon the jutsu that killed him. Then Sasuke turned his sight towards the door. He could see someone shrouded in chakra thanks to Sharingan. "I know you're there," stated Sasuke. Naruto wasn't surprised, and it seemed to still kept his arrogant attitude. Naruto deactivated his invisibility, letting Sasuke see his Akatsuki cloak plain as day. Sasuke wasn't expecting that, but kept his expression devoid of emotion, as always. Thoughts were going through his head. Akatsuki is a group of S-ranked shinobi like Itachi. When I defeat him, will prove that I'm ready to kill Itachi, thought Sasuke. He also noticed that the Akatsuki member was wearing a hood, shrouding most of his face. "I wasn't expecting the Akatsuki, to be honest," said Sasuke to Ryu. Ryu smirked. "By testing out my skills on you, then I will be ready for Itachi by killing you." Naruto chuckled. "When you compare Itachi to Madara, you would know that Itachi, despite all his power, is no match for the ancient Uchiha. Itachi is dirt to compare to Madara. And now Sasuke thinks he's ready to take on a shinobi who could rival Madara. That's completely laughable." Sasuke heard this chuckle and decided to make a point. "Why are you chuckling? You should be cowering before me, because only a Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha," spoke Sasuke with that arrogant voice of his. Naruto just chuckled some more. "Then you obviously don't remember all the losses that were handed to your clan by the Senju," spoke Ryu with that all-might smirk. Sasuke had enough and engaged Naruto in taijutsu by using the Uchiha signature Interceptor Fist. But Naruto just dodged or blocked his attacks as if they were slow to him. But the strange thing was he didn't attack back. Sasuke prepared his strongest punch aimed at Ryu's head. But to his utter shock, Ryu caught his punch effortlessly. Sasuke jumped back and went through hand signs. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu," Fire Release. Great fireball technique, shouted Sasuke as he blew out a fireball the size of a horse at Ryu. But to his shock, yet again, Ryu cut through the fireball with his wind-enhanced katana. Is that all you've got? Taunted Ryu. You killed the Kyuubi's container. I expected better. Where's your Uchiha superiority? Sasuke was angered over this and drew his own sword. They both clashed. Sasuke wasn't able to get even a scratch on a guy he just parried or strafed away from his attacks. Sasuke channeled his lightning chakra into his sword, increasing its cutting power. But Ryu just channeled his own wind chakra into his katana. The lightning-enhanced sword did little against the wind sword. Sasuke was fuming. Everything he did against the man did little to nothing. He was supposed to be an Uchiha, an elite, but yet this nobody was toying with him. Stop toying around, he yelled. He aimed a slash at Ryu, but was met with air. He just vanished. Behind you, whispered a voice. It was Ryu with his back against his. You know, this fight, if you could call it that, has been rather disappointing, informed Ryu. I expected better from Itachi's younger brother, baited Ryu, and it worked like a charm. Sasuke was furious, so he attempted to spin around and face Ryu. Instead, Naruto elbowed Sasuke in the head, almost knocking him out. Sasuke keeled under the force of the elbow. It felt like a brick hitting his face. It's too bad after all that training. If you can't defeat me, how can you hope to defeat Itachi? Whispered Ryu in Sasuke's ear. He grabbed Sasuke by the back of his collar and held him in the air. You're not the only one who has the Sharingan, said Naruto as Sasuke looked into his eyes. Weak. You're still so weak. If you can't kill a member of the Akatsuki, then you can't kill Itachi. Naruto chucked Sasuke a good distance away. But the Uchiha was wondering how this nobody had the Sharingan. I've gone easy on you, but remember, train harder, said Ryu with that smirk. Sasuke watched the Akatsuki member walk away from him. Wait, shouted Sasuke. Naruto turned his attention to him. Who are you? Asked Sasuke wearily. Ryu Yokes, said Naruto. I wonder how much bullshit can be avoided if I kill him right now, thought Naruto. But instead he knocked Sasuke out with his Sharingan-induced Genjutsu. Naruto walked around the base some more when he caught sight of a paper airplane with a small seal on it. The paper flew around him a bit. Do you have a ring? Asked Ryu. The airplane nodded. Naruto was about to leave the underground hideout when he felt a presence behind him. Well, it looks like the Akatsuki have finally tracked me down, spoke a sickly sweet voice. Naruto turned around and came face to face with the man he hated most. Orochimaru, said Ryu blankly. Orochimaru knew from first glance that this man was new to the Akatsuki. Tell me, are you new to the Akatsuki, and if so, what is your name? Asked Orochimaru with a frown. For if there was one thing he hated more than his home village, it was his former Akatsuki colleagues he worked with. Yes, I am new to the organization, and my name is Ryu Yokes, said Naruto, as he allowed Orochimaru to glimpse his eyes. Orochimaru gasped, seeing a pair of Sharingan that didn't belong to Itachi or Sasuke. Well, too bad, spoke Orochimaru sadly. I would love nothing more than to take your eyes for myself, and I can tell that you are stronger than Sasuke and Kuku. However, I don't think you will leave this place relatively unharmed. Sanaijishu, hidden shadow snake hands, yelled Orochimaru as snakes shot out of his sleeve and at Ryu. Naruto took out his katana and sliced apart the snakes. However, when he looked up, the snake's Sannin was gone. He deduced that the jutsu he used was only a diversion. He then took a step as a long blade shot out from under him and speared the roof above. Naruto channeled his lightning chakra into his katana and stabbed the ground where the blade came from. Orochimaru used the hiding like a mole no jutsu, hiding like a mole technique, to disappear into the ground and attack with his snake sword. Orochimaru dodged the lightning blade and jumped out from behind Ryu, but not before spitting out the snake that connected the sword. Ryu went through the hand seals and prepared a jutsu, Raiton, Reiki Utai, lightning release, lightning orb. Naruto collected lightning chakra in the palm of his hand. It had a dark blue sphere around it with a small black ball with flickering lightning sparking off it. Naruto threw it at Orochimaru, where a bright light of lightning ensued. The result, A large chunk of the building's structure was vaporized and took the shape of a ball. There was some leftover lightning flickering around. Ryu was about to walk away, his objective complete, but he heard dark chuckling form behind him. Orochimaru burst from the ground and expanded his mouth into inhuman lengths. Mandara no Jin, formation of 10,000 snakes. Thought Orochimaru as thousands of snakes slithered out of his mouth and were heading directly at Ryu. Each snake opened its mouth, and the blade of swords served as replacements for their tongues. Naruto did the only thing logical. He ran. He ran for a few minutes with the bladed snakes following after him. Then he remembered something. Why can't I just use that jutsu? Thought Ryu. He stopped and faced the snakes head-on. The snakes then landed on top of him, presumably piercing his body. Orochimaru smirked. That was one member of the Akatsuki taken care of. But he frowned when he saw a white skeletal being with 4 arms, for glowing yellow eyes, and 2 forward-facing bullhorns. Now Orochimaru felt fear. What? What is that? He yelled within his mind. And Naruto answered him as if reading his mind. This, Orochimaru, is the perfect defense. Orochimaru was sweating. This thing in front of him was hellish in appearance, and it literally struck fear into him. The Susanoo. And now I will finish what Itachi started, said Ryu. His Susanoo then started to form numerous white magatama in between its hands, which were attached by a string of chakra, and threw them at Orochimaru, like shuriken. Fortunately for Orochimaru, he was barely able to dodge the shuriken like projectiles, but he didn't notice that they created an explosive collision with the interior walls of the hall. Ryu, seeing his attack wasn't working, decided to change his attack pattern. He started going through some hand signs. Since he was in an enclosed area, he would have to lessen the size and destruction of the jutsu. Futon, Ryu, Kasu no Jutsu, Wind Release, Dragon Breath Technique. Yelled Ryu. He blew out the head of a Japanese dragon the size of his body, which flew at Orochimaru. Don't get confused between the Koryu Kasu no Jutsu. This is just a weaker version. Naruto then channeled a large amount of chakra into his right eye and whispered Amaterasu. The wind dragon head was then set ablaze with black flames. Now it was cutting and shredding along with burning and scorching. Inten, Kinryu Kisoku no Jutsu, Blaze Release, Blazing Dragon Breath Technique. Orochimaru didn't have enough time before he was consumed in the tearing and incinerating dragon head. The hall was then alit with black flames, and the walls had deep scar-like marks. Ryu deactivated his Susanoo, which was still active. He looked at his handiwork, the blazing hall burning the walls. Objective completed. And finally, he started walking away and back to the entrance of the hideout. Orochimaru's body was burning and bleeding terribly. He had underestimated the new Akatsuki member greatly. And those jutsus, the Susanoo and the Blaze Release combination with the wind, were magnificent. But he had bigger problems than thinking about that. Ignoring all the pain that was screaming at his body from the fire and the throbbing deep cuts all over his body, Orochimaru widened his jaw like a snake, and a pair of pale hands opened up like a serpent shedding its skin. The new Orochimaru escaped from his previous skin before the black flames could engulf. He no longer had any wounds, but the amount of chakra coupled with his wounds forced him to use a lot more than he expected. He was now panting heavily and coughing. Ryu Yoke's was now at the top of his hit list. Naruto was walking back to the entrance of the hideout. He was wondering if he really killed Orochimaru, but if so, it wasn't important. He found Konan waiting for him at the entrance, holding a ring between her fingers. She offered him the ring, in which she received a thank you in return. I heard the sounds of fighting within the halls. Orochimaru, she asked. Yes, I fought him. Not sure if I killed him. The man's like a cockroach. No matter how many times you flush them down the drain, they always happen to find their way back, spoke Ryu. Konan nodded her head at his assertion. You could never tell with Orochimaru. They exited the hideout and started walking back to the hidden rain, where they would receive their next orders. Naruto was mulling over his fight, with which was one-sided from his point of view. That was the first time he tried a combination with Blaze Release, and the results pleased him greatly. He should have to try out more combinations with his eternal Mangekyō, but with Wind Jutsu for the added devastation and power. But then a thought came to him, one of his goals among the Akatsuki. eliminating the fake Madara. Pain wouldn't believe him, not since he just joined, even with Zetsu backing up his claim, and he knew that the fake only operated through Nagato. He would have to establish himself within the ranks, and possibly have Konan join him, since her word among the establishment would outweigh his own. Thinking about getting Konan to join him was the easy part. Getting her to actually join him was a far more difficult thing. He also sensed that Nagato and Konan were close. They were not lovers, but great friends, he believed. And Nagato was more likely to believe her than Zetsu any day, but he also needed proof that Madara was not Madara. But conspiracies such as these would take time. So now is a good time to enact his plan. "Konan, what do you like?" asked Naruto with his hood down. Konan blinked. Why was he asking such a question? "What do you mean?" she asked. "Well, since you want to get to know me better, I wish to extend the same courtesy," said Ryu. Seeing no problem with it since she did the same thing, Konan answered. "Well, I like origami and flower pressing along with helping Pain," answered the Akatsuki member. Now Naruto knew why she loved origami since her ninjutsu style was centered upon paper, but the flower pressing was new to him. But helping Nagato was no surprise. She seemed adamantly loyal to him, loyalty he could exploit. "And what do you dislike?" continued Ryu. "I dislike feeling useless and watching friends die," she replied. These dislikes were ultimately fueling Naruto to have Konan as an ally on his side. "I see those are very admirable and gorgeous qualities you have," said Naruto. Konan blushed at his compliment. She never expected such reaction out of him. She was sure he'd be disgusted by her hobbies. And being called gorgeous wasn't helping her fight her blush. It would take another day to reach Mangekyō, and his sun was going down at their fastest speeds. They wouldn't make it to the village, and they passed by the inn they were at a few days earlier, so they had to camp out during the night in the forest. Unfortunately, neither of them bothered to pack a camp, so they had to make do with sticks and twigs for a fire and the ground as beds. Naruto wasn't bothered by the cold. Living in a dark, cold hovel for 2 years helped him out greatly. But Konan was a different story. She had tried to get to sleep, but the cold wind scratching her face was preventing her from doing so. She then felt something warm against her back. When she touched it with her hand, she felt clothing and firm muscles against it. "Don't worry," said Ryu out loud. His body was pressed up against her. It was to her an intimate and compromising position. "I saw you shivering, so I helped out." "I didn't ask you to help me," bit back Konan. Naruto still had the expressionless face of his. "Doesn't matter. You were cold, and now you're warm," reassured Ryu. "Fine," relented Konan. She dozed off to sleep in the comfort of the blonde. When Konan woke up, she was shocked to find Ryu and herself in his arms. Their faces were a few centimeters apart, and his bosom was pressed up against him, and her hands were on his chest. She looked at his face. It was calm and serene, but at the same time, it looked similar to his usual expression. Her face turned a deep shade of scarlet, and she tried to ease herself out of his arms, but that only helped in making his grip on her stronger and resulted in pulling her face into his chest with his chin above her forehead. She knew that the only way to get out of his embrace was to wake him up, but the warmth he was generating from his core was quite soothing to her, and a part of her wanted to stay a little longer in his arms. She squirmed in his arms a little, but she looked back up to see a pair of Sharingan staring at her. To say she was intimidated a little was correct. Naruto let her out of his embrace and got up off the ground. "Did you sleep well?" questioned Ryu. Konan nodded her head at this. She didn't notice the red stain that adorned her partner's cheeks. "We should continue on to Mangekyō." He was stopped by Konan, who held out her hand, which had Orochimaru's former ring in it. "Take it. It's yours now," she urged. The ring was slate blue in color and had the kanji for sky in the middle. Naruto took the ring from Konan's hand and placed it on his armored right index finger. They then began their journey back to Mangekyō. They were now at Mangekyō and were walking to the tallest tower. Konan used her signature paper jutsu and turned into paper butterflies and flew across the village, while Ryu used his invisibility jutsu and walked to the tower. They found Pain in his usual place, staring at the village. "Were you successful?" said Pain as he turned towards Naruto. Ryu showed him the ring on his finger. "Is Orochimaru dead?" "I'm not sure. Orochimaru has a habit of escaping death," stated Ryu. It doesn't matter as long as you have a ring, said Pain. Zetsu has informed me of your cooperation and the success of your assignment. Therefore, I have decided to make you two permanent partners. Conan was a little saddened by this. Naruto just inwardly smirked. Nagato was making his plans easier for him. Conan got over her bout of sadness and held her neutral expression. It was easier for everyone if she cooperated. I will contact the Akatsuki and tell them the news of a new confirmed member, said Pain as he did the hand sign for the Jinshin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique. Both Naruto and Conan did the necessary hand seal, and they found themselves back in the same dark room with a burning lantern in the middle. Then astral images of the other Akatsuki members became visible. Ryu Yokeis is now a full member of the Akatsuki, informed Pain. Kisame smirked. He liked Ryu. Deidara Oswell, he respected Yoke's version of art. You couldn't see Sasori's expression. Kakaza grinned. He liked Ryu a lot since he caused so much trouble for Haiden. Itachi was unreadable, and Haiden fumed. He was hoping Orochimaru would kill the prick. And he will be partnered with Conan permanently, said Pain. Now, within a year, we will begin the capture and extraction of the Biju, and 2 years from then we will capture the Kyubi. Until we begin our true operation within a year, we will be gaining funds for the Akatsuki. All the members nodded at this. I will relay the missions and assignments, and if I cannot, Zetsu will. Then the astral bodies started disappearing. Naruto and Conan were brought back to their original positions. They spared each other glances. Red met Amber, and Amber met Red. They both walked out of the room and gathered any necessities they would need for any of their traveling. Then Pain approached them. We have received various missions from Kirigakure, from the Mizukage herself. I will send you 2 there to complete any missions that require your capabilities and attention. Very well, Leader Sama, said Ryu. He sealed some things into his seals on his wrist and made sure to check if he missed anything. Naruto had never been to the Land of Water. He wanted to see how the country differed from the Land of Fires, and he wanted to meet the Mizukage, whose beauty is said to rival Tsunade's. He wanted to see if those rumors were true. He strapped his katana to his back, dusted off his cloak, and he and Conan left Mangekyō behind, heading towards the Land of Water and Kirigakure. Who knows, maybe there would be some unexpected surprises there. If you like it, please review. If you don't like it, please review anyway. The Hunt. Pain was staring over Mangekyō. He silently hoped that Ryu would keep Conan safe, his last friend. And if not, he would face the wrath of God. Though the strange thing that bothered the Akatsuki leader was Yokeis himself. He had never heard of the man before, nor any inkling of his existence. He just fell out of the sky. No one knows anything about him, and Zetsu claimed that he would be a valuable asset to the organization. Nagato just hoped he was right. He also hoped that Ryu was able to kill Orochimaru, the traitor to the Akatsuki who took joy and euphoria from meddling with their plans, could still be alive, or he would be 6 feet in the ground. Also, how did Ryu possess the Sharingan? All the Uchiha corpses left over from the massacre were destroyed so that no one would get the precious Keki Genkai. He knew what happened when someone outside of the Uchiha clan transplanted Sharingan. Kakashi Hatake is the prime example. So is Ryu an Uchiha? Or is he a copycat? From behind Pain, a swirling distortion appeared, and out came an orange spiral mask with a single eye hole, black spiky hair, and an Akatsuki cloak. So you have found a new member, I hear, said the man with the orange mask. His name is Ryu Yokeis, a very powerful youth whom we might thank for the supposed death of Orochimaru, said Nagato without turning towards the visitor. He might have been able to kill Orochimaru? That is quite impressive. Not many people can match the Snake Sannin, praised the masked man. I heard he has a Sharingan. Is this true, Nagato? Spoke the man. Pain scowled at the man to whom he was working with. Yes, although I'm not sure if he is an Uchiha or not. You may talk to him when he arrives in the Land of Water with his partner Conan, informed Nagato. Very good. Maybe in her presence the first meeting won't be as awkward or catastrophic as I assumed, said the man. Until we meet again, good day, Nagato. The man in the mask disappeared within a whirling vortex, leaving no trace that he was in the room. The masked man reappeared within a strange dimension surrounded by white cubes. Impossible. Could this person be a survivor of the massacre? No Itachi, and I killed everyone, even the children, except for Sasuke. And it can't be him, he's not strong enough to join the Akatsuki, and he would never join as long as Itachi is among the organization, frantically thought the masked man. But still, this can still present an opportunity one have been waiting for. Another lieutenant alongside Kisame, someone who can help create the weapon forged from the Bijuu chakra, spoke the man within his mind. Though I'm going to have to learn all I can about yokais. What makes him tick like clockwork? Any family, goals, ambitions? I need to learn everything there is to know about Ryu yokais. Then this world will finally know pain and hatred. Elsewhere in the land of water, two cloaked figures were walking the road towards Kirigakure. They wore black cloaks emblazoned with red clouds, and they were conical straw hats with bangles flapping around. Their cloaks' high collars along with their hats obscured most of their faces except their eyes. One was a royal honey color, while the other was blood red with 3 concentric tomos surrounding the pupil. At the moment, they were having a friendly argument. "Are you sure we're going the right direction?" asked the larger of the two. He tilted his hat with his hand, showcasing his Keki Genkai, the Sharingan to the entire world. "Yes," answered his partner blankly, whose voice sounded like a woman's. "We should be nearing Kirigakure within a few hours." "However," stated the other person, "it will be nightfall soon, and the mist will be akin to a maze. We should rest for the night before we see the Mizukage tomorrow." The other wanderer nodded at her partner's reasoning. They weren't going to make the same mistake as last time they went off wandering. They brought tents and sleeping bags, also food this time. They both took out a scroll from within their cloaks and unsealed whatever was in there. 2 tents poofed into existence. The larger companion went off to collect firewood, while the other went fishing by a nearby lake. 2 hours later, both returned to the campsite, one with wood while the other fish. They created a campfire, and the large one lit the fire using his own chakra, and they cooked the fish for dinner. After they were done with their surprisingly delicious fish, both went to rest, for they were unaware with what the Mizukage wanted. Speaking of the Mizukage, Meitarumi, the Go-Dame, was signing off on the Kage's greatest enemy, paperwork. Creator rebellion. They said, "It'll be fun," they said. "No one told me about all this god-awful paperwork that came with the job. If I knew it involved paper, I would have gotten on the first boat to Kyomo," thought the Mizukage sadly. She then heard voices from outside her office door. One was a rather distinctive voice that carried itself in a stoic yet noble way. And in walked her 2 favorite shinobi, Ao and Chojuro. "Ao, Chojuro, has there been any news or sightings of the organization we contracted?" asked Mei in her business mode. "Why, yes, and no Mizukage-sama," answered Chojuro. Mei raised her left eyebrow at the young swordsman. "Youth these days, what he means is Mizukage-sama is that we have no sightings on the 2 men we contracted, but we have picked up their presences in the land of water," responded Ao. However, what the Mizukage heard was an entirely different thing. "No, sightings on men," repeated the Mizukage. "Shall we arrange to meet with these 2 gentlemen?" asked Ao. But the Mizukage heard differently again. "Arranged with gentlemen, as in to be married," thought Mei. Ao, taking Mei's silence as a yes, decided to keep on talking. "Well, to be honest, I would rather prefer later rather than sooner. I just don't trust the youths these days always." Then Ao continued jabbering on about youth, and Chojuro was being his shy self. "Get married later than sooner. You don't have any youth." She continued to misinterpret her subordinate when he said something else. "All hearts are voided things anyway." Finished Ao about his sentence, "We will never know. Marriage, hearts are voided," that being the last thing that out the nail in the coffin. The Mizukage got out of her desk with a dark look in her eye and walked up to Ao and whispered in his ear while smiling, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." Ao seemed like he had just seen the devil, and his face went ghost white and his mind was blank. Hopefully he would take that threat to heart. Naruto woke up in the dead of night. Another nightmare had haunted him. It was like this ever since he joined Madara as his student. He would wake up once a week to a new nightmare or a repurposed old one. Since they never seemed to go away, Naruto instead called them night terrors. But he never woke up kicking or screaming. He would wake up silently, no sweat on his brow. He wouldn't talk because he knew there would be no point. He didn't need consoling. It was pathetic to him and pitiful in every word. Another one, whispered Naruto in the wind. His new night terror was oddly different from the rest. He left his tent and his Akatsuki cloak behind, opting to wear his armor and hooded coat. He was now standing outside his camp looking up at the bright stars. They say light can be found within the darkest places, breathed Naruto. Such an idiotic notion. The night is the perfect example of this. Despite how dark and black the night is, there are always lights dotting its sky. But to crush those small lights in the sky, you require more darkness to smother those lights. So long as one spark remains, the dark places of this world can never truly reign. Isn't that right, Zetsu? Zetsu appeared in front of Naruto. Only its Venus flytrap was visible, but it opened up to reveal the black and white halves of Zetsu. You're quite the philosopher, Naruto, complimented the white half. If I didn't become a shinobi, a philosopher is not something I have the time nor the patience to become, bit back Naruto while staring at the sky. You order me here for a reason? Asked the black half, partially annoyed. After leaving, Naruto secretly ordered Zetsu to meet with him, though for what reason the artificial human was not aware of. The Yonde Mizukage, answered Naruto. Both halves of Zetsu were confused. Why was Naruto interested in a dead Kage? So you called us here just to talk about the Yonde Mizukage, said Zetsu. Yes, replied Naruto, still staring at the stars. There was a light breeze that rustled Naruto's blue rope belt and coat. When I was ordered to head to Kirigakure, something popped up within my mind regarding the village. Zetsu was listening intently, while the white half was, but the black half was bored. A few years ago, I met a rogue Kiri shinobi who was a former swordsman of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Naruto then thought back to when he met Zabuza years ago. I later learned that he tried to assassinate the Yonde Mizukage, but fled the village when he failed, and he also told me how he butchered an entire class of aspiring ninja single-handedly when he was boy. I later researched the Yonde Mizukage and his tyrannical rule of the village, continued Naruto. Everyone in the shinobi world knows of Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki, who also became a Kage, but not everyone knows about Yagura before he became a Kage. Now Zetsu's interest was piqued. Shortly after I arrived in the Land of Water, I created a Kage Bunshin to research the Yondaime in one of the local libraries. Yagura, despite being mistrusted in the village, had apparently a heart of gold. He was kind, friendly, and driven. So what happened to him? Asked Zetsu. From all the history that I have read about Yagura before he was the Mizukage, painted a picture of someone who could do no wrong and radiated like the sun, who could instill loyalty in every heart and bring hope to the despaired, said Naruto. But that all changed when he became the Mizukage, spoke Naruto. His entire psyche did a complete turnaround. He became violent, cruel, and his brutal way of leading the village enforced its bloody mistitle, continued Naruto. He executed anyone who stood in his way or who rebelled against him. He made terror his weapon, and he was deceitful when he changed the views of his village against the bloodline users. Many feared him and respected him, but his acts of oppression didn't stop there. He held public shows of bloodline users being tortured and killed, even children. But one thing leads me to believe one thing, proclaimed Naruto. Someone like Yagura, going from happy and gentle to cruel and cold, doesn't happen overnight. I'm not a psychologist, but I know a case like Yagura's doesn't happen like that, ever, said Naruto. So you believe that? Uttered Zetsu. Yagura was being manipulated by Jinjutsu, said Naruto. But how? As you said, Yagura is a Jinchuriki, and Jinjutsu doesn't work on Jinchuriki who have control of their Biju, voiced Zetsu. I'm not talking about ordinary Jinjutsu, but yes, Jinjutsu doesn't work on Jinchuriki who have control of their beasts. However, for someone with the Sharingan, muttered Naruto. You don't mean, whispered Zetsu. Exactly. The fake Madara was controlling Yagura and plotted the annihilation of the bloodlines and weakening Kirigakure, declared Naruto, who was now facing Zetsu. I see. The Sharingan is one of two Keki Jinkai that can control Biju, but you must have extensively powerful eyes to control a Biju in the first place. And if he restrained the beast with his eyes, he could control the jailer easily, exclaimed Zetsu. Precisely, the copycat was here in a land of water controlling the Yonde Mizukichi, said Naruto as he narrowed his eyes. We can use this opportunity to find Obito's location and eliminate him before he ruins my plans or breaks my pawns. Zetsu, go to Kirigakure and find out as much information about the Yondaime, the bloodline purges, the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Sanbai, and any history the mist has with the Uchiha clan or anything connected to the Uchiha clan. The hunt begins, proclaimed Naruto. Nodding to his master, Zetsu disappeared within the ground and headed to Kirigakure to complete his objectives. Naruto was alone in his thoughts. It's an ingenious way of weakening a ninja village. Taking control of the leader who is well-respected and strong would allow Obito to control the village with fear or respect. He knew that he couldn't just execute everyone in the village just to weaken it. Even a Kage is no match for an entire village of shinobi. Instead, he opted to erase a large part of the military strength in the mist by ridding itself of its Keki Genkai, such as the Hayaton, Ice Release, and also the Reason Why had. Zetsu look into the swordsman was to see if any were his pawns, such as Kisame Hashigaki, who I believe is in league with Obito because he supported Yagura during his reign as Mizukichi. But still, why Kirigakure in the first place? If I was in Obito's place, I'd weaken Kanagakure instead, which lead me to suggest that Kiri had something to do in Obito's life after his death. Knowledge is one of the branches of power. If you understand your enemy as you understand yourself, then taking his life will be as easy as taking yours, thought Naruto as he remembered one of the lessons Madara taught him. Neither the student nor the subordinate noticed the shadow that was watching them, a shadow with blue hair and amber eyes. Orochimaru was stewing within his chamber, contemplating killing Ryu Yokeis or taking his Sharingan. He had underestimated the Akatsuki, and that cost him greatly. But the Black Fire and the Skeletal Warrior were jutsu he had never seen before, also that Wind Dragon jutsu was no pushover either. The door to his chamber opened up to reveal his apprentice Sasuke Uchiha. Hello, Sakun, Dolid Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't do anything other than stare at his master. I require more training if I am going to kill Itachi, Orochimaru. Orochimaru smirked at the youngest Uchiha. After my recent fight with a member of the Akatsuki has shown me I'm not ready to dash, but he was stopped when Orochimaru silenced him with his hand. Sasuke-kun, when are you going to stop hiding it from? Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the Sannin. What do you mean? Questioned Sasuke, but he had an idea of what the snake was asking. What I mean is, when are you going to let me in on the secret of you having the Mangekyō Sharingan? Spoke Orochimaru. Sasuke widened his eyes in fear and surprise. And I don't understand why you didn't use it against our dear friend from the Akatsuki, who, said Orochimaru. Silence was all there was between the two of them, but seeing as how Orochimaru already knows, he should answer him. I know that the Mangekyō causes me to lose vision in my eyes when I tested one of its jutsu, and from that lesson, I am saving my Mangekyō for Itachi, answered Sasuke. Orochimaru's smirk was still there, and he was a little disappointed that he never knew of the eye's weakness. Nodding at his apprentice, Orochimaru agreed with him. If he had the Mangekyō, he would save for stronger opponents. They both got up and went to the training ground within the base. Sasuke's humiliating defeat would only strengthen him until he faced Itachi. A fully clad man in black armor was standing in a burning forest. He was unafraid of the whipping flames and the torturous heat. He was seemingly happy at all the devastation that was wreaked within the forest. He wanted to watch the world burn like the fire burning the trees and create a new one where no impurities were occupying it. The world he lives in is an imperfect one. Hatred and fear had literally devoured the world. Nations mistrusted one another, and enemies killed innocents out of paranoia and fear. The world he would create would have none of that. No war, no fear, no pain. Those would be absolute in his world. The black-clad man pulled down his hood, revealing his golden spiky locks. His Sharingan was searching over the desolation. His face was expressionless, and his thoughts were empty. The wind amongst the flames were strong and sharp, the breeze effortlessly cutting his face, but he felt no pain, nor did he flinch. He then heard a voice off in the distance, a familiar voice that recognized. He strode towards the location the voice was coming from. With each step he took, Ash would cover his clawed boots. However, it seemed like the ash moved on its own, taking the forms and faces of people he once knew, whispering his name. There was a feral-looking boy with a puppy, a masked ninja, two children with white eyes, an old man wearing a hat with the kanji for fire on it, a chubby boy with swirls on his cheeks, a pink-haired girl, a shark-like man. The list went on. He kept walking, ignoring the ash like apparitions. Their whispers were like teeth against his ear. Their claws were grasping his spine, their breath was clouding his sight, and their eyes were penetrating his thoughts. In one last effort to have the samurai-like man listen to them, they tried grasping his body so that he would hear what they had to say. However, the moment their hands came in contact with his body, they dissipated into ash and fell to the ground. One by one, out of the corners of his eyes, the blonde man saw the ghosts collapsing into ash. But his steely gaze was focused on one thing, the path ahead of him. The fires that were burning the forest was still scorching the trees, but not destroying them. He looked up into the sky and beheld no sun nor the moon, only the gray clouds that matched the color of the ash on the ground. He finally exited the searing forest and beheld a gray, barren wasteland devoid of life. There were no mountains, no rocks or vegetation, just the gray, flat ground. He continued walking onwards towards his destination. For what felt like hours was only minutes to the blonde man. He kept walking to where he would finally stop. Then he found it. A spiky-haired blonde boy wearing an orange jumpsuit, sitting on the ground, peering into a puddle of gray, dirty water. He was holding a necklace in his hands that had a green gem and accessories on it. When the red-eyed man looked at the boy, he could see fresh tear streaks and dead-looking eyes. He trailed the edges of the gray puddle so that he was standing in front of the boy. He sat down opposite the kid. He had only noticed that his eyes were red and puffy, and his entire body looked lifeless and deprived of color. He too stared into the puddle, but there was no reflection. He looked back up at the boy to see him staring at him with his dull blue eyes. "You were once like me," said the boy wearily. He fiddled with necklace in his hand, almost like playing with it. The blonde man just stared at the boy with a calculating gaze. Was he a threat or a messenger? "I was never like you," spat the man. He already hated this kid, and he only spoke 5 words to him. "No, you were different once, less than what you are now," stated the boy. The man narrowed his eyes at the kid in orange. "What a stupid color." "You don't know me, so don't think you do," snarled the man. This kid was getting on his nerves. "I know you better than you know yourself," said the kid matter-of-factly. "You were once happy. You were always happy no matter the situation, no matter how much pain was thrown at you. You always smiled that you knew things would get better in your life." "I miss that smile," said the boy sadly. The man clenched his fist. This rat was claiming he knew him better than anyone. What a foolish thing to say. "Look into the pool," said the boy. Ultimately deciding to swallow his pride, the man gazed into the puddle. It was black and dirty, and nothing was visible. "What am I supposed to see in this?" grunted the man as he gestured at the puddle. "Just keep looking, and then you will see," said the boy. Complying, the man looked into the pool. At first, all he saw was dirty water, but the image began to change and swirl around. An image of the man appeared wearing a Konoha headband, being thanked and praised by the people around him, which he was able to tell that they were Konoha citizens. The images themselves looked like they were sketched by an artist. Then the image shifted to a different picture. He saw himself having fun with his friends at a bar, celebrating his birthday and showering him with precious gifts. Having an awesome party. The man narrowed his eyes at the pool. What did this mean? The painting changed again to him, wearing white and red robes, along with a blonde-haired woman with a big bust, laying a red hat with the kanji for fire on his head. And he turned and faced the crowd, where he was met with thunderous applause. The final image showed him holding something. There was also a pink-haired woman with emerald eyes standing next to him. This image most of all confused him the most. What were these images, and what did they mean? The thing he was holding was none other than a baby, a blonde-haired baby with emerald eyes. Both the blonde man and the pink-haired woman were smiling the most beautiful smiles anyone could see. The image changed to both parents teaching their infant how to walk and feeding him, but they both had the exact same smile, and the baby was happily laughing with its parents. Somehow this picture made him empty, bitter, and melancholy. What was this supposed to mean? These pictures were confusing him to no end. What do these images mean? And who is that man in the painting? Asked the black-clad man mournfully. His eyes never left the baby. Just how much sway did one tiny being have over him? They are missed opportunities, answered the young boy. What? Bit back the man. If you hadn't stayed with that man, this is what would have happened instead of what you are today, answered the boy pensively. Still staring at the baby, the man was disgusted by what he saw. He channeled a large amount of chakra into his right eye, activating his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The scythe-like shuriken pattern appeared, and with it, black flames alit the dirty pool of water, burning it. His eyes never left the small child until the flames burned away the water. He turned his sight back to the boy. There is nothing in my heart but hatred, said the man. He got up from his sitting position, and so did the boy. They were now standing before each other. Who are you? Growled the man. He was clenching his fist and lightly gritting his teeth. Angry is not the correct word to describe him at the moment. I was you, answered the child. The man's eyes still had that steely gaze. The child held out his hand and placed the necklace into his counterpart's right hand. I miss that smile, said the boy. The man tightened his fist, clenching the necklace. His left hand reached over his shoulder and unsheathed the katana on his back, and in one swift motion killed the boy with a diagonal slash. Blood instantly exploded from the horrendous gash on the child's chest, and the blood splayed the man's face and bloodied his hair. The boy's blood flowed from his body, staining the ground, becoming a large puddle of red. I was never and will never be like you, said the man. Naruto jolted from his sleep with sweat pouring down his forehead. What was that? Questioned Naruto. It apparently was another of his nightmares, however. It was the same nightmare he had experienced the night before. Everything concerning his dreams was confusing him. That was something else entirely. What did it mean? Why me? Were only some of the questions running through his mind. The blonde had never experienced such a dream before it felt real. He was the one that gripped the sword, and he also heard the whispering against his ear as if someone was actually telling him in person. His face was in his hands, and he was breathing more calmly. He was put through the worst kind of torture by the old goat, so for something to affect him like this was indeed something, and he also believed that a simple dream made him like this. Then it was truly pitiful, and it made him feel weak. And if there was one thing he hated, it was feeling weak. Deciding to get ready to move and begin their travel to Kirigakure, Naruto got dressed into his black armor and black tattered coat. He pulled the Akatsuki cloak over his body and strapped his katana sheath across his back. He exited his tent and beheld his campsite that he shared with Konan. The campfire was doused long ago, and they had rid themselves of the leftovers of their food. Naruto turned back to his tent and took out a scroll, went through a couple of hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the scroll. He sealed the tent into the scrolls and bound the scroll with some twine. He looked over his shoulder and stared at Conan's tent. He wondered if she was awake or was she not inside the tent at all. Remembering all the beatings he got from women years ago, Naruto decided to use caution. Despite being powerful, he knew that nothing was more fearsome than a pissed-off woman. He said just loud enough to hear, but he received no answer. He said her name again, but was met with the same result. Being smart, he created a Kage Bunshin, and his clone opened the tent for him. The clone peered inside the tent, but was met with nothing but an empty living quarters. The clone poofed out of existence, and the memories went back to Naruto. Where could she be? Given that her tent is still here, she must be nearby, deduced Naruto. Slipping back into his Ryu persona, he went to look for Konan. A few minutes of searching through the forest. Ryu found the same lake where Konan went fishing for their food. But instead of finding a fish, he found his beautiful partner, naked and bathing. Her back was facing him, and she had yet to notice his presence. Naruto had a large blush on his cheeks. Beneath that cloak, she had a killer body that most women would kill for. Naruto also got a good look at her. Deciding to not suffer a beating from someone who he suspected was a powerful woman, Naruto decided to leave before he was caught. I know you're there, stated Konan emotionlessly. Naruto knew he was in trouble, but didn't show it. He never showed fear. It was letting your enemies know one of your weaknesses, and it was a weakness he despised. but he didn't mind taking advantage of the fears of others. "How did you know?" asked Ryu. He didn't make a sound, nor did she see him, so how did he was there in the first place? Was she his censor? Wasn't masking his chakra signature? "I didn't." "Well, not until you spoke up." Naruto's face faulted at her answer. She never knew he was there, so he actually just revealed himself to her. "You're quite devious," complimented Ryu. Given how she just made a fool of him, he deduced that she was what he stated. "Thank you. Now, if you please, I like to bathe in private," said Conan unemotionally. Naruto turned on heel and left not before saying to meet him back at the camp. Naruto was waiting for his blue-haired partner in their camp. He had been 15 minutes since he left Conan, and he was currently wondering why women take so long when they were bathing. It was one of the unsolved mysteries of the world. Zetsu then appeared from the ground in his usual manner. "Have you found anything from your search?" questioned Naruto. "Yes, and you were correct," said Zetsu. Naruto raised his eyebrow. "Wouldn't more details and explanations be useful?" "Which part?" spoke Naruto. "That the Yondaime was being controlled," said the white half. "In a report written by an Oinin who had a transplant to be a Kugen, Yagura was indeed being controlled by Jinjutsu, and that the puppet master supposedly had the Sharingan." Naruto smirked. He was always right. "I have more information regarding the swordsman of the mist," said the black half. "Apparently one of the swordsmen, Fuguki Suikazin, was selling his village's secrets and aided the bloodline rebels until his death, but it was Kisame Hashigaki who killed him and was later approached by the Yondaime, applauding him for his devotion and duty." If Kisame was approached by Yagura, then I can only assume that he's one of Obito's lieutenants. And if so, then he may have an idea where the fake is, contemplated Naruto. However, it had been years since the Yondaime's death, and so Kisame may be a loyal follower, and if so, it will be harder to recruit. "I was unable to find any information that was connected between the bloodline purges and the fake Madara other than Obito tried to weaken the village," said White Zetsu. "Were you able to find anything linking Kiri and the Uchiha clan along with the Sanbai?" asked Naruto emotionlessly, as usual. "That is the most interesting thing we have to say," said Zetsu. Now Naruto's attention was piqued. On a mission during the Third Shinobi World War, one of Obito's teammates was captured by Kiri and turned into the Sanbai Jinchuriki. They were supposed to utilize a plan where they would release the Sanbai in the middle of Konohagakure, where the Biju would destroy the village. However, they were followed by Oinin who were to release the Three Tails, but Kakashi discovered their presence and they fled. Rin Nora, which was the Jinchuriki's name, was later killed by Kakashi Hitaki and the Sanbais. Chakra was dispersed, but when Kiri tried to recover their possession, they found all the Oinin and the body of Rin on the ground drenched within a sea of blood created by trees that were decorated with corpses. "No wonder Obito wanted to weaken Kiri," mused Naruto. "Thank you, Zetsu, for all this knowledge. The predator is now closer to the prey," smirked Naruto. But Zetsu was a little taken back by that smirk. It wasn't his usual annoying smirk. No, this was a bloodthirsty and deathly smirk, one that promised pain. "Conan should be returning soon, so you better leave," suggested Naruto as he regained composure of himself. "Do you want to spend time with your girlfriend?" "All right." White Zetsu, for some reason, got even whiter at the gaze he was receiving from Naruto's Sharingan. "Zetsu," said Naruto. "Yes," answered White Zetsu wearily. "How do you picture your death?" asked Naruto, as if he was asking for the time of day. Zetsu didn't answer. He was too afraid, or he didn't want to piss Naruto off more. "Do you want me to choose your death for you?" With every word, White Zetsu's fortitude was breaking. "I can think of a few ways for you to die." With that, Zetsu disappeared. Naruto smirked. It worked every time whenever he would say that sentence. Conan returned a few minutes later. They packed their equipment and restarted their journey to Kiri. At the gates to Kirigakure, Ao was waiting patiently for the arrival of the Akatsuki. The problems they were facing in Kirigakure required high-level shinobi, and they were short-handed on high-level shinobi. "I see them coming," shouted a Kiri Nin who held binoculars in his hand. Ao pointed to a random shinobi. "You go and inform the Mizukage," commanded Ao. The shinobi quivered a little and sped off toward the Mizuki's office. Ao activated his Byakugan and observed the incoming shinobi. but he was able to get a view of their chakra. The first on had the chakra levels of a low to mid Kage, which slightly surprised him, but he soon remembered that the Akatsuki were S-rank shinobi for a reason. But it was the second one that scared him a little. The second Akatsuki had gargantuan chakra levels, even surpassing those of a Kage, maybe even a Biju. Ao had heard of shinobi who had chakra levels that rivaled a Biju-S, such as the Yondaime Reikage and Kisame Hashigaki, the Kirigakure no Kaijin, monster of the hidden mist. But this chakra unnerved him a bit. It was bright like the sun radiating on a field of grass, but cold like a remorseless winter. Just by looking at his chakra, Ao could claim that his blood was freezing in his arteries. Who was this member of the Akatsuki? Ryu and Konan were nearing the gates of Kirigakure. Konan was deep in thought, and her body was on autopilot. Why would Zetsu be meeting with Ryu? The events from a few nights ago intrigued her. And who is this Obito Uchiha? Who is Ryu Yoke's? And why were they talking about the Yondaime Mizukage? And the fact that the Kage was being controlled astounded her. And how did this involve Kisame and the other ninja swordsman? Konan was broken from her thoughts when she and Ryu were greeted by a Kirinin with eye patch. Welcome to the village hidden in the mist. I'm Ao. Mizukage-sama had instructed me to guide to escort you to her office, but be warned, try anything funny in our village and we'll put you down, said Ao sternly. Apparently he didn't trust the Akatsuki. You have nothing to fear as long as your village is contracting the Akatsuki and pay us in the end, there will be no trouble, replied Konan stoically. Ao nodded, but still kept his eye on the other Akatsuki. You will have to remove your hats when meeting with the Mizukage, said Ao. Both parties walked the rest of the way towards the Mizukage Tower. As Naruto was walking around the village, he scrutinized all the architecture and stores that he passed by. Kiri was different from Konoha. For one, the towers and buildings were cylindrical and there was mist, lots of mist. When they arrived at the Mizukage Tower, Naruto had a sense of déjà vu. The tower was eerily similar to the Hokage Tower that he remembered. They entered the tower and climbed up the steps leading to the office. Maid Arumi was sitting in her office doing paperwork. She heard a knock at her door and signaled enter. Ao came in along with two cloaked figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds, and they wore conical straw hats. If you could please remove your hats, I would like to see the faces of the people I have contracted, asked Mei sweetly. Naruto and Konan did what she asked. Mei scanned the two shinobi in front of her wait, a shinobi and kunoichi. She scanned the kunoichi first, and she had to compliment her beauty. She could rival her, as well as Tsunade. But it was the shinobi to the kunoichi's left that made her breathless. He was rather tall, and his face was well narrowed. He had roundish eyes that were slightly narrow. He had chin-length strands of hair that framed the sides of his face, and a few strands fell in between his eyes and parted at his nose with a low ponytail that fell between his shoulder blades. But she never expected to see such a hair color. It was a golden yellow, but he had a pair of Sharingan in his eyes. All in all, this man was a god of beauty. Mei had to force her blush down in order to think coherently. Welcome to Kirigakure, welcomed Mei softly, never taking her eyes off Ryu. Thank you for your hospitality, Mizukage-sama. I'm Konan, and this is my partner Ryu Yoke's. Before Konan could continue her sentence, a gasp was heard from within the room. Everyone turned their eyes towards Ao, who was shivering a little and biting his lip to prevent him from talking further. But when he looked into Ryu's Sharingan, did his teeth start chattering, and he was shaking even more. If he was honest, he was afraid of those eyes after all his encounters with Shursui Uchiha. But it was Naruto's that frightened him. There was something dark about them. Naruto made no move other than turning his head, and Ao was staring into those deep crimson. Ao could have sworn that the world darkened and that a shadow appeared behind Ryu. But before he was able to investigate the shadow, Ao was knocked to his senses by Mei asking him to politely leave. With that, Ao Power walked hastily out of the office, not even sparing a glance. Please forgive that intrusion. Would you please continue, Konan-san, said Mei in her business tone. If Ao tried something that was interrupting her business, then she would melt him. Thank Mizukage-sama. As I said, I'm Konan, and this is Ryu Yoke's. We were the ones assigned to any missions that Kirigakure or the Land of Water has, spoke Konan neutrally. Ryu wasn't listening because he was watching the door that Ao left through. So it seems that the Kuro Ryu's Black Dragon reputation reaches here in a land of water as well. Interesting, I didn't know defeating Kakashi would garner such fame, thought Naruto. Ryu turned his attention back to Mei, who was still discussing with Conan. Now, as your first mission that require your talents, there have been reports of Taki's shinobi within the land of water. Several of our shinobi have engaged them within the last 2 weeks, and there have been casualties, but they always move locations, and they have great skill with evading our Oinin, who are the best within the elemental nations. I require you two to go and wipe out the Taki ninja, said Mei. Anything else? Questioned Conan. Yes, if you could be able to bring one back alive, that will be appreciated, so we could gain intel for their motives, and there will be extra cash on the side. But that in itself is an optional objective. You just have to kill the rest of them. And also there have been reports of a few IWA shinobi among them. But they're just rumors of the moment. But sometimes rumors tend to be true, said Mei. Both Akatsuki members left the village. This will be difficult, said Ryu, gaining Conan's attention. How so? Asked the blue-haired woman. The land of water is a large collective of islands, and right now we are the largest island. Splitting up is not the most appropriate decision, said Naruto. So, instead of splitting up, we split ourselves. Conan was now confused, and what did he mean? Naruto made a unique cross sign and shouted out the name of a powerful jutsu, his oldest and fondest jutsu. Taju Kagebunshin no Jutsu. And immediately 1,000 Ryu's were found all around them. Conan, understanding what he meant and getting over her amazement over so many clones, thought the name of her jutsu, Shikigami no Mai. Conan, then her entire body starting unfolding into numerous sheets of paper. They then folded into butterflies and started flying around the Naruto clones. Have one of your butterflies stay here with me, and have one butterfly partnered up with a clone where they will spread out and look for the teams of Taki shinobi, ordered Ryu, which Conan had nothing to complain about since it was an ingenious plan. When one of the clones finds the campsites, it will disperse, and the intel will come back to me, and then we kill the foreign ninja when we meet up again. Each Naruto then activated their invisibility jutsu, and each clone and paper butterfly went on their own way. An hour later, Naruto was meditating in the exact same spot where he created his own army, waiting for one of his clones to disperse. Each of Conan's paper butterflies was sitting on each clone's shoulders, also waiting patiently. Not long passed, and Naruto felt the memories of 3 of his copies dispersing. Found the campsites they on the southwest island from the center one. There are 3 camps, one to the southwest, one to the southeast, and one to the north in an evenly spaced triangle. I will take the southwest camp, and you take the southeast. We will meet up at the northern camp when we have dealt with both, said Naruto. Ryu activated his invisibility jutsu, and Conan's paper butterflies flew to the southeast. It took a few hours of traveling on Naruto's part. He would have gotten there faster if he had learned the Hiraishin, but it was one difficult jutsu. The mechanics behind it were hard even for a seal master, such as Naruto. But what he had studied from the jutsu scrolls is that the Hiraishin was a space-time ninjutsu and fuinjutsu mixed in one. Naruto had yet finished understanding the basics of the jutsu, sharing with us all that the teleportation jutsu was a masterpiece of the shinobi arts. By now, Naruto was nearing his assigned campsite. Since the blood transfusion Madara gave him, Naruto was now a censor, but he rarely used his abilities and instead sealed it off like the seal the Hyuga clan used on their branch members. Naruto released the seal, keeping his censor abilities at bay. The seal was located at the nape of his neck. He could now detect 23 chakra signatures in the camp. Some were small, while others were fairly large, at least low Jonin level. Deciding to take action, Naruto unsheathed his katana on his back and got ready to kill all the shinobi. He jumped into the middle of the camp and deactivated his invisibility. All the Takin ninjas who were milling about jumped at the sight of the stranger in the black cloak with red clouds. Deciding to make the first move, Naruto threw a kunai that penetrated a Takin nin's head. Instantly, all the other shinobi were on guard. They charged all at once on Ryu, but 3 were instantly cut down by Naruto's sword. Seeing their dead comrades on the ground, some took a step back out of fear. At the corner of his eye, Naruto saw a shinobi tying what looked like a flare tag to a kunai. Choosing to let the shinobi fire off the flare, Naruto stood there waiting. He didn't care if more came, he needed to wipe out all these shinobi anyway. So a warm-up would be good before the rest arrived. The flare exploded in the sky, alerting any patrols that there was trouble at the camp. Ryu sealed his katana into his right hand and went through some hand seals. The other nin in the camp were waiting for what was to happen next. Futon, Uzumaki, Repakama, wind release. Billowing gale scythes, shouted Naruto as two scythes made of wind appeared in his outstretched hands. He threw them at the shinobi, and the scythes launched away from his hands, traveling and whirling around in a sphere, killing and maiming the shinobi that were unable to duck or get out of the way. The scythes dissipated, and now only 7 shinobi were left. Rage fueling them at the sight of their compatriots, lying in fleshy chunks on the ground, the ninja charged at the blonde, forgetting all their caution, now replaced by anger. Naruto unsealed his katana on his right hand and blocked a punch with the flat of the blade, and he then took surprise of his opponent when he flipped the flat side and replaced it with the blade. He completely tore through his attacker's arm and then decapitated him with a swift flick of his wrist. He sidestepped the kunai slash and performed an uppercut with his katana on the shinobi. His neck had a large slash, and it continued on to the base of his skull, where it sliced his head like a butcher shanking a piece of meat. He grabbed the body in front of him and used it as a shield which blocked incoming kunai as they lodged themselves into the body. He tackled the ninja that threw the kunai with the body he was holding and shoved his katana through the body's chest, and it pierced the ninja's chest, who later died of blood loss. He heard the shout of a jutsu, and small fireballs were racing towards him. He channeled chakra into his katana where a wind aura appeared, and he cut every fireball aimed at him while briskly walking towards the ninja. But he didn't realize that the fireballs were a distraction, where a ninja was attempting to sneak up behind him and stab him in the back. Sensing the approaching ninja behind him, Ryu, in a marvelous show of agility, jumped into the air and performed an upside-down spin, dodging the fire. And while he was doing that, the fireballs were soaring towards the ninja, who was burned by the flames. The ninja that was creating the fireballs stopped what he was doing. Naruto landed on the ground, swiftly sealed his katana, and went through some hand seals. Raiton, Reiku Jab Aaron, Lightning Release, Lightning Javelin, shouted Ryu as from his hand a flickering spear of lightning shot towards the ninja, where he was stabbed in the right lung. The lightning was numbing his body, and he lost control of his right hand. Then Naruto yanked the lightning spear to his right, where it created a gruesome wound that appeared as if someone hacked the Takinin with a chainsaw. Naruto turned around and backhanded another nin who attempted to stab him. Apparently, this one didn't learn from his comrade's mistake. The shinobi rolled on the ground before coming to a stop with his face burying the ground. But he wasn't dead. The other ninja went through a multitude of hand seals before finishing his jutsu. Unfortunately for Naruto, the camp was near the ocean where the Takinin could draw the water from for his next attack. Suidan, Tsuryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, yelled the nin as a huge water dragon appeared from the nearby ocean. It tore through any tree that were blocking its path from Ryu. Ryu, being smart, went through hand seals for a jutsu he was able to copy with his Sharingan when he was in Konoha. Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Earth Citadel Wall, yelled Naruto as a wall of earth rose up in front of him. But he noticed it lacked the bulldog heads and it was less chiseled. The water dragon hit the earth wall dead on. But since water was weak against earth, it did little to budge the wall. Naruto unsealed his katana and channeled lightning chakra into it, increasing its piercing damage and overall sharpness, but it wasn't as great as the wind chakra's penetration. He chucked his sword in the air and kicked it at the base of the hilt, where the katana traveled through the earth wall easily and still kept its flight towards the Taki nin, who didn't have enough time to move before his spine was drilled by the lightning sword. The other Taki nin, who was trying to get up off the ground, tried to run away, but his attempts were futile as he felt himself being hefted into the air, was being held by the unknown assailant at his throat. "Please, I have a family, a child," choked the man as his throat was being squeezed by the man with the red eyes. "Please," begged the man. "I don't have what you have," said Ryu darkly, and with enough pressure, crushed the nin's throat in a second. Naruto dumped the body on the ground and went to retrieve his katana. He approached the shinobi's body and put his foot on the chest as pressure and hefted his sword out his chest, cleaned the blade, and sheathed it in its holder. Now he was waiting for any patrols that might have been signaled when the kunai flare went off. He heard a voice behind him, and judging from the sound of it, the voice was definitely male. He turned around to face the voice, and it was a IWA Nin. The IWA Nin was surveying all the carnage. There were dead bodies everywhere. He looked, and most of them were cut up into meaty chunks. Others were merely stabbed or slashed, but their blood was staining the ground. And in the center of all the desolation was a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. But when he looked at the man's face, he froze. This guy looked like an exact replica of the Yondaime Hokage, whispered the man. You're the Yondaime Hokage, said the IWA Nin as he pointed a finger at Naruto. Naruto's eyes changed into his eternal Mangekyō, and a look of rage appeared on his face. The IWA ninja didn't have time to blink when he found a hand in his chest holding his heart. The IWA Nin coughed up blood, and his body was in pain, and there was a hand holding his heart. If you're gonna kill me, do it already like how you murdered all the other IWA shinobi that died valiantly, said the IWA Nin. But Naruto had his bloodthirsty smirk on his face. Foolish, you believe that I'm a Yondaime Hokage, said Naruto cockily. I'm someone much worse, but how to kill you? Crushing your heart is too cliché. How about this? Naruto then started channeling wind chakra into the palm of his hand, creating tiny wind blades. The IWA shinobi started screaming in abject pain. The wind lacerating his heart was the worst feeling imaginable. All the slashes and cuts were too much for the ninja to resist, and he then felt his life slipping away. Within a few seconds, the shinobi was dead, and Naruto unceremoniously dropped him on the ground. When Naruto glanced at his hand, it was flooded with blood. He grinned at the red liquid coating his hand. When he glimpsed at his handiwork, what he saw was a carved and slashed heart that was bleeding from every opening. Naruto didn't mind killing. He was unaffected by it. He didn't love it, nor did he hate it. He was content with it. He sat on the dirty ground and began meditating, waiting for any other Taki or IWA shinobi. He didn't have to wait long before he heard footsteps encroaching on his position. A large group of Taki Nin along with some IWA Nin were now surrounding him. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he was responsible for all the deaths in the camp, and his arm was bloodied, showcasing that he killed someone, and painfully. Come on, he's just one man. We can take him, yelled the Taki shinobi. The Yondaime Hokage, yelled the IWA shinobi. Let's kill him and avenge our families, yelled another IWA Nin. Naruto got off the ground and dusted off his cloak. You will never mention that man in front of me again, threatened Naruto, though none of the ninja took his threat seriously. They didn't know that he was right, and you will never get the chance to. Naruto blazed through some hand seals, ending on the dragon's seal. Futon, Sanhan no Kisi, wind release, formation of 1,000 blades, and instantly a semi-sphere of wind needles surrounded him like a shield. And then the needles launched away from Naruto, impaling every ninja that was near him. Konan had just recently finished off the shinobi in her camp. There was about 20 of them, and halfway during the fight a flare went off in the sky to the west, signaling any others nearby. Realizing that Ryu had something to do with the flare, Konan was relieved that some pressure was taken off her. But now she was standing amidst dead bodies of the Taki ninja. She wondered how Ryu was handling himself against the shinobi, but quickly told herself that there was nothing to worry about. She activated her signature paper jutsu and transformed into butterflies and headed for the northern camp. Ryu was stepping over the corpses that lay on the ground. That last jutsu couldn't be blocked or dodged. Even taking cover behind other things was useless because of the sharp wind blades. Penetrating abilities were so powerful that even earth walls were ineffective. The ninja on the ground did have time to scream before their lives left them, and their blood soiled the ground that Naruto was currently stepping on. He stepped on something while walking away. He looked down and noticed a picture of an IWA Nin whose body was not far away. It was a picture of a ninja with a woman whose hand was on a bulging belly, and they were smiling lovingly. What Naruto noticed is that the smiles were the exact same smiles he and the pink-haired woman had in his dream a few nights ago. He scowled at the image and kept walking to the camp. He had no sympathy for those who were in love. But love was one of the things he craved most in his past life, and maybe he could love someone like that family in the picture. Maybe. He was walking for some time while heading to the camp. That warm-up, slaughter, did him wonders. His body was refreshed and full of energy. He felt energized. He needed to dump a powerful jutsu, and soon. He finally made it to the camp, and he sensed Conan not far off. Conan was patiently waiting behind a tree not far off from the northern camp. Luckily, there were no sensors, so no one had spotted her. She saw her blonde-haired partner in the corner of her eye. "Since you are here, I'm to believe that your assigned camp has been dealt with," said Conan to Ryu. "It sounds like you doubted me," stated Naruto neutrally. "I did," deadpan Conan. I twitched. He disliked being doubted. It sounded like an insult to his abilities, or was she toying with him? "And I also assumed that you let the flare go off." "I was doing my assigned mission while also having a bit of fun," spoke Ryu with a subtle smirk. "Fun?" inquired Conan. "In battle, I have a very bad habit of holding my power back and making the fight more enjoyable for myself. I'm a censor, but I hold that talent back whenever fighting to give my opponents an advantage over me," said Ryu in barely hidden arrogance. "You so sound very sure of yourself, and it's best not to allow your arrogance to cloud your mind," bit back Conan. "Not arrogance, confidence," replied Naruto. "If a battle gets boring, I become serious and end the fighting before I die of boredom." "You sound like a warmonger or battle master to me who enjoys killing just to amuse himself," responded Conan. "If you had been listening, you would have heard that I never said that I like killing, just combat itself," corrected Ryu. Conan slightly widened her eyes at Ryu, but decided to stop the conversation and focus on their objective. "We still have to deal with the last remnants of the Takinin," spoke Conan as she stared at the camp. "We should at least try to keep one alive so the mist can interrogate him." "Sure, I can keep one alive. In fact, I already have a jutsu that I wanted to test out," said Ryu with his signature smirk. "Katan, Yurihi Kakahen Shippo, fire release, flickering fire whipping tail," yelled Naruto as he spewed streams of fire towards the enemy camp. The fire was coiling around, igniting shinobi in the tents that housed them, and true to its name, it seemed like the fire was looping around like tails. Conan could hear the screams emanating from the shinobi. She had witnessed death multiple times, even at a young age during the Second Shinobi World War, when she and her friends Nagato and Yahiko first met the Sannin, and she experienced a lot more death afterwards. She could see with her eyes that her blonde partner had also seen death with those emotionless eyes of his. "I could sense a few who are still clinging to their wretched lives," spat Ryu. But Conan was able to pick up on the animosity he held, as if he didn't want them to suffer in their lives, but his face quickly fell back into his neutral appearance. "Pikataki need to bring back to the village. I will go on ahead and report to the Mizukage of our mission success." Ryu then began walking away, back to Kirigakure, leaving Conan, who was watching his back. She could feel sympathetic to him. He obviously had lost a loved one in his life, like her. Naruto made it back to Kirigakure. He was rethinking of his dream/nightmare involving all the apparitions and the small boy in orange. He experienced the same dream earlier, and they were exactly the same, but was he going crazy? Was all the stress from the Eye of the Moon plan getting to him? No, it wasn't a vision. He didn't believe in such things. But why was the boy claiming to be him? Was he talking about his psychological mask? That Naruto never existed. It was a fake. He was now truly himself. But all those visions, they made him melancholy. Why? He knew that those visions would never happen. He would always be hated if it was for being the QB container or for something out of his control. It wouldn't matter if the village knew he was the Yandame's son. In his past life, he was a sheep in a world of dogs, but no, he's a wolf. Especially the images with the pink-haired woman and the baby. Their love for such a tiny being. The concept of love to him, love, was an illusion. Nothing could justify love. Could you see love? Could it be used as a weapon? He didn't know the feeling of love, or at least he thought he knew. Like the Sandame and Irika, no, they love him out of pity. But even now, he hoped one day to love someone as they love him, to just give him a chance. The Sandaime probably thought he was a bane to his existence, and if his tool broke from all the hatred from the villagers, then his village would lose a valuable weapon. Most villages don't care about their Jinchuriki, so why would he? And Irika, why would he bond with the thing that murdered his parents? He was one of those people who hated him with those eyes. But the eyes he would give people would be like windows, both seeing through and nothing at the same time, depending on what was on the other side. His body was on autopilot, and he was climbing up a staircase, but he didn't notice the pair of soft mounds collide and smother his face. "You know, I was slightly disappointed that you never looked at me when we met in my office," said a sultry voice. "But if I knew I needed my greatest assets, then I would have used them on such a handsome man sooner." Naruto looked up from his position between the perky globes to see the gorgeous face of the Mizukage smiling down on him. Recovering quickly, Naruto detached himself from between the valley of Mei's breasts and took on his emotionless visage. However, if you were to look closely, you could see the stain of pink on his cheeks. Female interaction was not something he was good at. "I'm here to report the success of the mission you assigned myself and my partner Mizukage-sama," said Ryu, as he was now standing at the same height as Mei. "I'll straight to business. No fun in between. You have to learn to lighten up, Mr. Yoke's," said Mei as she bit her fingernail sexually. "Although I could help in that department," said Mei as she whispered in Ryu's ear. Naruto still kept that emotionless face, but held back a shudder at Mei's actions. Now that he fully looked at her, Naruto could say that Mei was one of the most beautiful kunoichi he's met, along with Konan and Tsunade, although he would never call Konan beautiful out loud. "As entertaining as this is Mizukage-sama, I believe such things should not be spoken outside private areas," said Ryu politely, and yet showing no hint of emotion. "What we're doing now would be far different than what we would do behind closed doors." "Mr. Yoke's," said Mei slowly and softly. But her Mizukage position would come before her fun. Mei led Naruto to her office. "So how was the success of your mission?" asked Mei in an authoritative voice. "Konan and I were able to eliminate any Taki Nin within the vicinity. There were 3 camps among their ranks. I took one, and Konan took another, where we later converge upon the last one, where we also dealt with them, and Konan should be returning with a hostage." "How long will it be until your partner arrives with a hostage?" queried Mei. "Unknown, but I believe it will be at least a day before she arrives," answered Naruto. "Good," stated Mei. "Good," questioned Naruto. "Now presents us with a perfect opportunity to get to know each other on a much more personal level," spoke Mei in an enticing voice. "How so?" asked Ryu carefully. "After everyone had heard what you did in Konoha, especially to Kakashi Hitaki, I was amazed that someone as young as you could be so strong," said Mei sultrily. "I've wanted to meet you for some time, yet from all the rumors spoken about, they never said you were this handsome. It's pleasing to know that such an exquisite specimen of the female gender thinks of me in such a way," said Naruto neutrally. He didn't know how to react to the situation he was in. Living in a cave for years can do that to some people. Mei blushed at Ryu's words. She always liked it when men complimented her. "Well, Ryu, maybe we should talk about our business with the Akatsuki and their contract over dinner at possibly my home," suggested Mei sweetly and huskily. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the woman. Naruto couldn't remember much of his interactions with women before his life as Madara's student. All he could remember was a fist coming towards his face. "Very well. When would you like to have dinner, Mizukage-sama?" replied Ryu with his face betraying no emotion. "Please, call me Mei, and tomorrow sounds good. I will give you the address later," said the Mizukage as she brushed her hand over Naruto's cheek while walking out of her office. Naruto craned his head to watch the Bustakage leave as she added some sway in her hips just for his entertainment. "Interesting. I had heard that the Mizukage was beautiful and that she is a powerful kunoichi who's worthy of being a Kage. Also add on to the fact she has 2 Keki Genkai. Quite the opportunity indeed. Who knows how long the capturing of the BGS will take, so it's always good to create contingency plans. Quite the opportunity indeed," thought Ryu viscously while creating future plans. A few hours later, Konan had returned with a Taki Nin smothered in papers, only showing his nose so that he could breathe. The Kiri shinobi brought him to one of their interrogation rooms, ready to be interrogated. The room had various tools used for torture, and there were various old blood stains on the walls and floors. In the room was tinted glass where people could observe the interrogation. Behind the glass was Mei, Conan, and Ryu. For hours, they had been watching Ao beat the Takinin until he told them who and why they hired them. But it was ineffective, so Ao gave up. "Nothing I have done has tried Mizuki-sama. He won't talk well, at least not under my strategies," said Ao as he joined the three others in the room. Mei bit her finger lightly, trying to figure out something. "Perhaps you should let me handle the interrogation from here, Mizuki-sama," suggested Ryu. Mei was surprised at the suggestion from Ryu, so was Conan and Ao. "Can you really help Ryu-kun?" said Mei. Both Ao and Conan caught on to Conan. "It will go down in history as the shortest interrogation ever," said Naruto confidently. He walked into the room housing the prisoner and sat down in a chair opposite the shinobi with a table between them. "Who are you?" spat the tied-up nin. "I'm Ryu Yokeis," said Naruto. The ninja looked at him quizzically, but Naruto caught on to his confused face. "You asked me who I was," stated Yokeis. The ninja looked at him for a few more seconds before he chuckled a little. "Well, at least you're not using some corny, your worst nightmare line unlike that other guy with the eye patch." "Please, I'm far above any cliché," said Ryu, as Ryu inspected the shinobi in front of him, devising the best possible to torture him. The nin had greasy black hair, pale skin, and brown eyes, just average in appearance. On the other side of the glass, Conan, Ao, and Mei were watching the whole spectacle. Ao was taking notes on how Ryu handled the situation. He had to admit it. Yokeis was cool. Conan was looking at her partner with calculating eyes, wondering what he would do next. But Mei was apprehensive. Her thoughts were bordering on what Ryu was doing. On the other side, Naruto's Sharingan were boring into the nin's head. But the shinobi wasn't intimidated by the crimson eyes. "Come, what are you going to do that the other guy didn't?" quipped the Taki shinobi. Ryu combed his hand through his blonde locks and sighed. "Do you know what pain is?" asked Naruto. The ninja didn't answer him, but just stared at him confused. Pain can mean a lot of things, such as suffering or discomfort brought about by illness or injury, or mental and emotional suffering of the mind caused by stress or great trauma that happens within one's mind and experiences of life. Conan just kept watching. But he was right. Even today, she was still in pain of Yahiko's death. And her partner was in pain too. "Now, I'm going to give you two choices about how I'm going to get the information from you," said Ryu. "First option, my way, or second option, my way." The shinobi spat in Naruto's face just below his eye. "I'm guessing you want to do it my way," stated Naruto as he wiped the saliva off his cheek with his cloak sleeve. Naruto channeled chakra to his left eye, and his eternal Mangekyō pattern appeared. The scythe-like shuriken and the red pinwheel around the pupil appeared, and Naruto whispered, "Tsukuyami." The Taki nin then found himself trapped within a strange world. The entire landscape changed. There was a red moon, shining red light over the world. There were black clouds that dotted the red sky, and there were no mountains or trees. "Welcome to the world of Tsukuyami," said Ryu as he materialized from nowhere. "Here you could call me a god, for I control everything within this reality." Then chains burst from the ground and coiled around the nin, restricting his movements. "For 3 days I will torture you here without pausing or stopping. The pain will only end when you're willing to give me the information," said Ryu. Then what appeared to be embers formed on the nin's body. Then the embers became flames. The shinobi started screaming out in pain. For hours he screamed while the flames seared his flesh. Naruto, just watch this, was one of the training methods Madara used against him if he was ever captured and tortured, and it was hell in the first lesson. 2 hours later, within the illusion, did the shinobi finally say something. "I'm not telling you anything," gasped the Taki nin. Naruto sighed. He wasn't sure if it was amazing willpower or stupidity, so he decided to kick things up a notch. The nin, while on fire, then started vomiting water. "Right now your lungs are being filled with ice-cold water," said Naruto. "Let me tell you an interesting fact about the lungs. If ice-cold water were to reach the inside of your lungs, then it will burn more than fire." The nin was desperately trying to scream, but instead he was choking on water, but he wasn't dying. "You just have to nod your head and tell me the information, and all this will stop. You have 2 days and 17 hours to go," said Naruto as he kept watching the nin. 3 hours passed, and Naruto was getting impatient in a world where he controls time. The nin had yet to break. The blonde assumed that he must be a high-ranking jonin within his village, as that was the only explanation. "You forced this on yourself," said Naruto. The chains that holding the shinobi grew hooks on their links. And like a factory line, the chain started moving in an orderly fashion. The hooks that were on the links started stripping the skin of the shinobi, exposing his muscle, where the flames that were burning him caused even more pain. Pain was all the ninja could feel. He couldn't scream at all the pain that he was feeling because of the water he was choking on, and the burning in his lungs was forcing all the oxygen from his body. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to make the pain stop. Through determination, the shinobi nodded his head to Naruto, and he found himself back in the real world. He was sweating. He could feel no more agony, and he screamed while tears flew from his eyes at the feeling of it all. He hadn't felt anything so horrifying before. Eventually, he stopped screaming, and the tears that fell from his eyes were wetting the table. We, Takinin, were hired by the Sandame Tsuchikage to smuggle weapons and other items into the land of water and prepare to take some of its land and set up a base. The Sandame sent Iwa Nin as assurance, and we only had a few skirmishes with Kiri Nin, said the shinobi tiredly. Ryu got out of the chair and left the room, and the Mizukage left with Ao and Konan. Well, Ao went back into the room and started beating the nin again. But Mei was impressed. Did the blonde Akatsuki member use Genjutsu to make the nin talk? And if so, it was really effective since only a few seconds had passed, and he reduced the Taki shinobi into a weeping mess. Naruto was walking along the roads of Kirigakure, although he had the strange feeling that he was being followed. His suspicions were proven true when his slender arms wrapped around his neck. "Thank you for your help with the interrogation, Ryu-kun," said a sultry voice which was familiar to Naruto. He turned his head, and he saw the smiling face of Mei hugging him from behind. A thought quickly came to mind. "Mei-chan, I need access to your files on the Yonde Mizukage," said Ryu. Mei was taken back by what Naruto said, and she released him from her grasp. "Whatever do you need them for?" asked Mei wearily. "I'm hunting the person that was controlling the Yonde," deadpan Naruto. "Why?" asked Mei. "Their hunter Nin were not able to capture the man, so how could Ryu?" "He murdered my mother," said Ryu neutrally. Mei gasped at what he said. Naruto didn't mention his father because he had no love for the man. "Very well. The reports are near my office, and on the same level, not many people guard the reports, so you can enter if you want," said Mei sadly. Naruto nodded and made his way back to the Mizukage Tower. Mei was staring at his retreating form, his Akatsuki cloak moving with the wind. Naruto made it to the report room and closed the door behind him. There was only one light, and it was dimly lit. There was dust everywhere he laid his eyes on. The feeling of emptiness the room gave off was chilling. He would have continued on into the room further if it wasn't for the swirling distortion that appeared behind him. What he saw first was an orange mask with a single eye hole, black spiky hair, and an Akatsuki cloak. "Why, hello," greeted the stranger. Naruto's eyes didn't betray any emotion. He just simply stared at the newcomer as if he was a nuisance. "Hi," said Ryu. "It's nice to finally meet you, Ryu Yokeis. You made quite the reputation when you butchered all those leaf nins and Kakashi during the infiltration of Konoha. That was quite impressive. Oh, but wait, let me introduce myself. I am Madara Uchiha," said the now identified Madara. Naruto smirked his deathly smirk, and his eyes widened in surprise. From just observing the space distortion, he was able to deduce that it was an advanced space-time teleportation ninjutsu. "Madara Uchiha," repeated Naruto with a happy sigh. "I take it you've heard of me," said Madara happily. "Yes, I have heard of you. I also met you just recently," said Ryu with his now annoying smirk. Madara narrowed his lone eye at Naruto. "What do you mean, met me?" threatened/questioned Madara. "No, I've never met you. I've met Madara, not you, so you can drop the charade now." "Obito Uchiha," spoke Naruto. The masked man, now known as Obito, scowled. "How do you know that name?" snarled Obito, who had a scowl on his features behind his mask. "Does it matter?" queried Naruto. "I guess not," said Obito as he took off his mask. Naruto now saw the Uchiha survivor's face, It was horrendously scarred on the right side while it was perfectly fine on the left, and he had two Sharingan. I can only assume you got that left Sharingan in your eye after the events of the Uchiha massacre, said Ryu. You're quite astute, complimented Obito. Yes, I was involved with the Uchiha massacre. Can you believe that Itachi alone can wipe out the entire Uchiha police force in a single night? Then you're the accomplice Itachi was with that night, spoke Ryu. He had some questions regarding Obito that needed answering. Quite right, Itachi came to me that night, asking for my help in wiping out the clan. But enough about the Uchiha. I can only assume you have questions, said Obito as he scrutinized Ryu. Why, yes, I do have questions, and you being here saves me all the time and trouble trying to find you, said Naruto. How did you escape all the rocks that crush your body during your mission to destroy Canopy Bridge? When I was crushed, I was blind, a boulder obscured my right field of vision, and I gave my left eye away to Kakashi, yet I was able to feel the small glimmer of light on my cheek through a crack in the boulders. With a new resolve, I attempted to crawl through the dark and step into the light. I was able to move my body well enough in the cramped spaces to reach my kunai holster on my right leg, which was also nearly crushed, and cut off the remaining arm that was pinned to the boulder, and I was able to wrench myself free from the boulder, and I climbed up with the rocks as my platforms, and with only one arm and a kunai. Although it took my days to get out, and only the few droplets of water that cascaded down the rocks was I able to survive. But how did you get your right arm back? Questioned Naruto with narrowed eyes. When I was free from the boulders, I saw a strange pale man with yellow eyes and green hair walking around. I killed him with a kunai in my hand, believing him to be an enemy. However, instead of blood, I saw nothing, wasn't bleeding. So an idea came in my head. I used my basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu, ninja wire and a senbon needle, that I cut off the man's arm and sewed onto my own where it later melded with my body. It seems luck favors you, stated Naruto. Indeed. Why did you never return to Konohagakure? Although I assume why. I want to hear from you. Obito remained silent, and he narrowed his eyes a little. Does it involve Rin Noera? Obito scowled but made no move towards Ryu. Obito didn't know much of his abilities, so it was best to back down for now. I was returning to Konoha after I'd gotten used to my new arm. However, I was able to hear yelling, and even though I'm not a sensor, I could sense numerous chakra signatures chasing two others. So I followed the chakra, and I was able to see through my left eye, which was in Kakashi's eye socket at the time. I saw him stab his signature jutsu, the Chidori, through Rin's chest where her heart was supposed to be. Spat Obito. Naruto looked down at the ground as if contemplating something. The Chidori, huh? Breathed Naruto. The blonde then began to remove his Akatsuki cloak and dropped it to the floor. Obito tensed, slightly expecting an attack, but then Naruto removed his edge-tattered coat, then went his arm's armor, and finally his chest. I know what it feels like. Obito then saw a large scar that looked like a lightning bolt hit Ryu's chest and arced outwards where his heart was supposed to be. To be hit by that jutsu. That scar, said Obito as he inspected it. Did Kakashi try to kill you too? Questioned Obito. No, this was done by another, said Ryu. Sasuke Uchiha. Quickly putting the pieces of the puzzle together, Obito. You're Naruto Uzumaki. I should give you a prize for figuring it out so quickly, said Naruto as he placed his armor back on his body. I thought you died, stated Obito. Well, Uzumaki are like cockroaches, you just can't seem to kill us, replied Naruto. I'll remember that, said Obito. I also know about that Kiri mission involving Rin and the Sanbai, stated Naruto, which made Obito widen his eyes in surprise. Now, there are two possible reasons why Kakashi killed her. One is that he killed her to eliminate the beast inside of her, dispersing its chakra around the world. Or two, you made Kakashi promise to protect Rin and he would never kill her, so she jumped in the way of his Chidori, so to kill the beast anyway. To be truthful, I find the second option more believable. And you have the ancient power of the Shodame Hokage that you attained from the DNA of the white Zetsu you killed. Both men locked eyes with each other before Naruto voiced something on his mind. Why did you control the Yonde Mizuka Jigura? Kiri was responsible for Rin's death despite that it was Kakashi that made the final blow. It was still their plan in the first place. So I decided to weaken Kiri by manipulating Jigura. to sway the beliefs of the village against those with bloodlines, since I couldn't just kill the ordinary shinobi. And when Fuguki Suikazan was killed, I approached Kisame myself and told him about my plan. However, when the rebels finally killed Yagura, he killed many officials, and among other things, and fled, where he later joined the Akatsuki. Explained Obito. And I can only believe that you used your Madara persona to deceive Nagato. And by the way, how did you meet Nagato? Pressed Naruto. I was traveling within the land of rain, and I saw Nagato's Rinnegan from a distance. Of course, I had researched Jujutsu during my travels of Madara, but when I saw the ripples, I used my mask to fool him into believing that I was who I said I was, spoke Obito. But why Madara Uchiha in the first place? As a young boy growing up in the Uchiha clan was difficult. My parents instilled in my mind that only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha, and I tried to be greater than I was, but no matter how hard I worked, I was always the loser, and Kakashi was the prodigy, and my weakness caused the Uchiha clan to shun me even more. One point in my life, my father said to me that because of you, the clan is weaker than what it's supposed to be. And then I read about Madara and his treatment of the clan. He was the head and the most powerful among them, yet he was treated like an outcast, even with his godlike power. I started admiring him and compared his position to mine, that no matter how high you can reach within the clan, they would betray you in the end. Touching story. However, what are you going to do now? Asked Naruto, narrowing his eyes. Well, I did come here to recruit you to my cause, said Obito with a grin. Cause? Then Naruto started laughing, which in turn caused Obito to scowl. Please, I know what your cause is. You plan on sealing the Biju within the statue to create a weapon, correct? Yes, answered Obito, who was still scowling. Naruto didn't say anything, but he stopped laughing, replaced with his annoying smirk. I'm not going to join you, stated Naruto. Instead, I'm going to stop you and replace your plan with mine. Obito was still scowling, while Naruto was still smirking. So what do you plan on doing to me? Killing would be your most popular answer, and you can't do it here. It's not the right place, said Obito as he crossed his arms. Naruto's face fell back into its usual neutral expression. Kill you? No, I'm going to make you my personal toy where I will torture again and again. Oh, but not physical torture. No, I'm talking about the torture that you can't heal from, the mental kind, and when I'm done with you, you'll be nothing more than a broken plaything, discarded and forgotten, and then you'll be begging me to die, and the world will remember you as nothing more than a puddle of blood on the ground beneath my heel, said Naruto, scornfully. 6 months from now, south of the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire, there is a valley large enough to wage a shinobi war. There we will meet again and face each other in battle, for you threaten my plan, and I threaten yours. Very well. There only one will reign as the victor. I will create a weapon that will bring hatred to this world, proclaimed Obito. There is no such thing as peace in this world, only pain, war, and hatred. I will create a world that there is no hatred and war, where there is no winners or losers, where there is no darkness, only light, the perfect world, exclaimed Naruto. In 6 months, train, and become stronger, and when your eyes are ready, come and face me, said Naruto. Obito disappeared via Ki, and Naruto stood there grinning. And know that it was the student that struck down the fake. The disciples passed, a father's love. Naruto was standing before a mirror in his hotel room, preparing for his date with the Mizukichi. He was lying if he said he was nervous. He then scowled. He had faced multiple opponents at once without a shred of fear, and yet when he thought about his evening with the Auburn beauty, this anxious feeling swept over him. What he was feeling at the moment, anxiousness, it was to him nauseating. He had no idea how to act on such evenings. His female interaction was not the greatest in the world. He didn't know the correct etiquette or how to give a woman a good time. And there was no point in asking Zetsu, because the plant man was basically an evil clone in a cliché movie. When he tried to remember what his past self was like when it came to women, all he could see was the same result: a fist. Luckily, he had the basic sense to dress up in nice clothes. Currently, he was wearing a black business jacket with a white collared shirt, black slacks, nice shoes, a yellow tie that matched his hair, and stylish leather gloves. His usually spiky hair was as it is, the strands framed his face, and his ponytail fell between his shoulder blades. He went out of his way to buy a bouquet of plum blossoms because he thought it would be nice to buy flowers for a woman, since Conan liked flowers, She even had one in her hair, which led Naruto to believe that women like flowers. The flower lady blushed when she saw his face. He checked himself in the mirror again, making sure nothing was wrong or out of place. He then remembered his conversation with Obito and how in 6 months they would battle it out to the death because Obito threatened his plans and he also impersonated the real Madara, something which enraged Naruto, and he knew why. Madara himself called Obito a copycat who could never measure up to a name that overweighed his. But Naruto knew better. You didn't claim to be Madara Uchiha without immense power to back it up. Naruto knew that Obito had been emulating Madara even since he saw Rin die, and if so, then Obito is not someone Naruto should take lightly. He needed to train and fast while also develop his jutsu arsenal, and that ability, he had almost mastered it, he just needed more time to develop them more. In a psychological case like Obito's didn't happen to anybody, it only happened to an Uchiha who had lost something they loved and replaced it with hatred. It was the sickness of the Uchiha, also known as the curse of hatred. Naruto also had to find a way to turn Obito's pawns against him, but how was the question? If Naruto had Kotoeme Tsukumi of Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyō, then coercing them to his side would be easy. He had hoped to get Konan on his side, but other matters were taking his attention away. But right now Naruto had to focus on his date with the Mizukichi. When he thought of the auburn-haired wonder, he had a shaking feeling in his hand. He knew it wasn't fear. So what was it? Konan had told him earlier that the missions in the Land of Water were not over. So he assumed he had another mission after his date. Naruto sighed. He wouldn't turn off his Sharingan for the date, because he didn't wish to see what his eyes were like behind the red. Were they pitch black and empty like Madara's, or were they the ocean blue of his original pair, shining with color? He didn't know which one black or blue, and he didn't want to find out. Flashback. Naruto had just recently acquired the Eternal Mangekyō from his teacher Madara. Normally, rehabilitation was needed to allow the body to become adjusted to the eyes, but because of Naruto's incredible healing abilities, he didn't need to wait that long to use his new eyes. He was now training his wind affinity with 1,000 clones alongside him, trying to cut the leaves between their palms. It was tasking, but Naruto knew that it was all worth it in the end. Each day, he would focus on one of his 3 affinities, and today was wind, and tomorrow would be lightning followed by fire. Then something struck Naruto that he had thought about recently. The eyes in his sockets. Who did they belong to originally? The original stopped what he was doing and walked up to the root-like throne that Madara was sitting on. The ancient Uchiha looked up when he sensed his apprentice standing before Sharingan, eyes peering into his soul. "Do you require something of need, my young student?" wheezed Madara. Madara was really the decrepit old man Naruto thought he would be. "These eyes, who did they belong to?" asked Naruto in his emotionless voice. Madara raised his eyebrow at the blonde, but he was curious and his clones were training, so it wouldn't hurt to tell him. "Those are my eyes," spoke Madara. Naruto had a confused expression. "You said that you gave your eyes to another. So whose are these?" asked Naruto again. "Those are my eyes. The ones that I transplanted into Nagato were originally my brother's. Izuna. The ones that are in your sockets are mine before Izuna forced me to take his," uttered Madara. "But I thought you went blind?" "Before Izuna gave you his eyes," questioned Naruto. "I never went blind. That was just a rumor within the clan after the village was created, and many Uchiha shunned, believing that I was a warmonger intent on renewing our battles with the Senju," continued Madara. Madara gripped his scythe tightly in anger. They called him the person that stole his brother's eyes. Tobirama, the future Nidaime Hokage, was distrustful of the Uchiha, mainly of me. I was able to listen in on a conversation between Hashirama and Tobirama about the standing of the Uchiha within the village. Hashirama at the time wanted me to become the Hokage and lead the village as a symbol, and also proving to the village that I was not what the people believed I was. This news made Naruto gasp. The Shodaime actually wanted Madara to be Hokage. However, because the village was a democracy at the time, the people chose to make Hashirama the Hokage, and when Tobirama became Hokage, he created the military police force and gave it the Uchiha clan as a sign of faith and trust. But in actuality, this was a way to focus any of the Uchiha's bitterness towards the Senju and focus it in a positive way, but the police were only a temporary solution where my fellow clan members believed that the villagers and the Hokage were ostracizing the Uchiha and taking away any power that the clan had over the village, spoke Madara as he talked about his history and the Uchiha clan. Interesting, but you must have been forced to use the Mangekyō, so therefore you had suffered damage to your eyes, said Naruto neutrally. Yes, and the eyes in your sockets aren't damaged because of the eternal Mangekyō, informed Madara. Naruto raised his eyebrow in curiosity. When someone transplants the eyes of someone closely related to a Mangekyō user into another Mangekyō user, you create the eternal, and any damage to the eyes is repaired, explained Madara. Wait, you said closely related eyes can grant you the eternal? So how can I use the eternal when I'm not even related to you? Queried Naruto emotionlessly. You have the eternal because of the blood transfusion I gave you, and maybe the QB's healing factor helped a little. You can access the eternal because in a way, you are now related to me, thanks to my blood running throughout your body, clarified Madara. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Madara then started having another coughing fit, which was a common sight for the blonde. Get back to your training, ordered Madara hoarsely. Naruto did as commanded and went back to his clones who were trying to cut the leaves in their palms. Flashback end. Naruto was still thinking over his eyes. His regenerative abilities could have allowed Naruto's natural eye color to return other than having coal black like Madara's. He then decided that it wasn't important his eyes were powerful and nothing could change that. The blonde was about to leave for his date when Zetsu materialized right before him. Naruto was secretly pleased that Konan was off doing her own thing, so now he could talk to Zetsu in private. What is it, Zetsu? Sighed Naruto. The Sharingan wielder had just noticed that Zetsu was carrying 2 brown packages wrapped in twine. Naruto subconsciously raised his right eyebrow at the plant man. I have gifts for you, said the white half merrily. The black half groaned at his other's half's behavior. Why did you buy me gifts? Hissed Naruto, getting slightly angry. White Zetsu usually brought him crappy items, such as smelly cheese and old socks. The Uzumaki was unsure if Zetsu was being serious or like joking around with Naruto, which later the blonde would threaten to kill Zetsu if he didn't stop being an idiot and kept on buying him shitty presents. Zetsu handed Naruto the first package, and Naruto put down the flowers he was holding and unwrapped the package. Naruto unwrapped the package and was met with a box. Opening the box, Naruto saw and beheld a tanto, perfectly crafted and well-created tanto. Naruto was taken back by the weapon in the box. His version of surprise was merely a raised eyebrow. He took the tanto out of his hand and inspected the sheath that was connected to the blade. The sheath was a royal red in color and had black cherry blossoms that dotted the sheath. Naruto grabbed the hilt of the short blade and noted that it lacked a guard like his katana, and also had a long light blue 11.5-inch rope on the end of the hilt. Naruto unsheathed the blade and held it in his right hand. The blade was silvery blue, and the light seemed to shine off it like a mirror, like his own katana. Naruto's lips twitched for half a second. This was the best gift. That wasn't a piece of crap that he could get from Zetsu. However, Zetsu didn't see the twitching of Naruto's lips. Naruto sheathed the tanto and tucked into his jacket's inner pocket. Why would you give me this gift, Zetsu? Asked Naruto, strangely. Zetsu smirked at his master. It's your first date, and I believe it was a special occasion, said Zetsu honestly. Technically, white Zetsu wanted to give Naruto a signed copy of Ica Paradise, but black Zetsu said it was trash and Naruto would actually kill him if they were to get it. Zetsu handed the second package to Naruto. Like before, Naruto unwrapped it, but this time it wasn't a weapon. It was a mask. The mask looked like what could be best described as a menacing skull. It was white on the right side of the mask and had 10 red stripes on the left side, almost completely covering the left side of the mask. It also had sharp teeth and a pointed chin with narrow eye holes. Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He didn't know how to feel. He had to admit that the mask was elegantly designed, but why a mask in the first place? It felt like he was copying a Beto, someone he hoped to kill. Why would you give me this, Zetsu? Questioned Naruto neutrally. The blonde didn't know how to feel. He liked the mask, but the purpose of it was clouded. Black Zetsu decided to answer. After your recent escapades in Konoha, if it wasn't for your hood obscuring your enemies' views of your face, they would have discovered your identity, or they would think you were the resurrected Yondaime. That mask is infused with chakra, so even for someone with the Byakugan, they will be unable to see your face from all the chakra obscuring their vision, explained Zetsu. Naruto was surprised that the mask would perfectly hide his identity. Understand, Zetsu, I will only wear this when around Konoha shinobi or anybody associated with Konoha. Even though they believe Naruto Uzumaki is dead, the fact that they can't learn my plans or who I am until the plan commences and the infinite Tsukuyomi is launched. Zetsu nodded at Naruto's words. Naruto rolled up his jacket's left sleeve, revealing sealing tattoos on his wrists. He sealed the mask into the tattoo and rolled down the sleeve. Naruto picked up his bouquet of plum blossoms and left the hotel room he was staying in ready for his dinner with the Mizukage. In the land of Earth, specifically Iwagakure, Ryotenbin no Inoki of both scales, the third Tsuchikage was fuming with rage. His operation to weaken the land of water and Kirigakure had failed. He knew he shouldn't have hired those Takinins. Trusting a weaker shinobi village was incredibly stupid. No wonder they were weaker than the 5 great nations. The operation had taken months of planning and preparation. He even sent some of his best jonins to make sure nothing jeopardized the plan, but instead with all of his forces slaughtered and the mission resulted in failure. Now Kiri had all those weapons and supplies along with all the funds they happened to have with them to establish a base camp and hire workers. And something infuriated him further. Kiri returned all of their corpses that were mostly intact, and now his medical officers were going over autopsies of the corpses. He needed to find out who was responsible for all the saddened families in Iwagakure that had lost their loved ones in the land of water. Then one of his assistants walked through the door with news on the bodies. Tsuchikage-ma, we have just recently finished the autopsy on the IWA Shinobi station within the land of water. Although what we have found was nothing really urgent, one body has shocked the medical officers, and it requires your eyes, said the assistant. Very well, go and tell the medics that I will be arriving at the hospital shortly. Inoki then rubbed his back in annoyance. He really was an old geezer, according to Kuratsuchi. When Inoki made it to the hospital, he was greeted to the sight of his 2 medics standing over the body of one of his most trusted IWA shinobi. He noticed that his shinobi had a gaping hole in his chest, and someone had broken through his ribcage. Thank you for coming, Tsuchikage-sama, said one of the medics, and Inoki nodded at the medic. Cause of death? Asked the old Kage. That's the most gruesome thing about this body, sir, said the other medic. Inoki raised his eyebrow, and his mouth dropped a bit. Cause of death. Numerous lacerations to the heart which lead to blood loss and later death, informed the medics. Inoki sighed. This really wasn't his kind of day. And yet there's more, Tsuchikage-san. The medics lit up a light above the body and positioned it over the hole in the shinobi's chest. Inoki used his flying jutsu to get a better look. He noticed that the medics had removed the heart, but there was something else in the chest. In big bold letters, Inoki could make out a few words written on one of the ribs. Inoki's face puffed and went red in anger. He stormed out of the hospital, leaving 2 very startled medics behind. The inscription on the rib was plain as day, as even a child could read it. With regards, from Ryu Yoke's, was all it said. Naruto must have apparently written that with wind chakra when he was crushing the shinobi's heart. That poor shinobi. Naruto was making his way to the Terumi mansion where he would meet the Mizukage for his date. However, the date was not the thing that was preoccupying his mind. He had another night terror. It was different, and yet similar to the one he had a few nights ago. But he brushed off the thoughts from his mind. However, he was nervous this would be the first time he would truly interact with a female who wasn't Conan. He then remembered one of the lessons Madara told him. Flashback. Naruto was currently training with his new katana that Zetsu had got him when he told his teacher that he was interested in Kenjutsu. Currently, Naruto was 14 and his body was quite lean and rippled with muscle. The blonde was now testing his skills against multiple Zetsus and his own Kage Bunshins. Madara was just watching with a calculating eye. He was currently going over what else he should teach Naruto. The blonde had already finished elemental manipulation and shape transformation. So what now? Then it came to him. There will be times when Naruto would have to interact with the females of his species. Naruto, croaked Madara. Naruto stopped what he was doing and walked up to his sensei. What is it, old goat? Said Naruto, emotionlessly. A tick mark appeared on Madara's forehead. He couldn't get his student to stop calling him that disrespectful nickname. But back to the reason Madara called Naruto over. Naruto, there will come a time when you will be subjected to the advances of women when you leave the hovel, said Madara. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Since in Zetsu's opinion, you are handsome and attractive, many kunoichi will use their sexuality to seduce and maybe assassinate you. I have known many Uchiha who have died from having their throats slit in their sleep by kunoichi spies, so make kage bunshins and study all you can on resisting the temptation of the kunoichi. But sensei, it might be impossible to fully control my perverted urges, muttered Naruto. While it is true that you can't fully control it, you could train yourself to resist it, said Madara. This conversation is becoming really awkward, old goat, spoke Naruto cautiously. Madara sighed at his student, and he can't fault him, it was awkward for him as well. Zetsu, yelled Madara, and a few seconds later the plan appeared. Gather books on women and how to stave off the seduction of kunoichi, said Madara, awkwardly. Naruto sighed. The old goat was right. This would be extremely awkward. Flashback end. Naruto then found himself standing before the Terumi mansion. It was an extravagant Japanese mansion that had blue blossoms on the roof. Guarding the mansion was a tall wall that was sure to be guarded by ANBU and a double door blocking the person from entering. Naruto walked through the double door, believing Mei had already told her ANBU that his presence was expected within the mansion's grounds. Not far away, a team of ANBU were watching Naruto enter the Mizuki's mansion. This is duck to lobster. Target, dragon has entered the mansion. Over, said the ANBU agent duck, who wore a duck mask. Copy duck, this is frog. Confirm status on the target. Water maiden, over, said frog, who wore a frog mask. Frog, duck, this is lobster status on target. Water maiden is currently dash. But before Lobster could finish his update, he was propelled backwards by a giant perverted nosebleed. Behind his mask was currently a perverted grin and some drool on his left lip. Lobster, come on, Lobster. Shit, we have a man down. Man down, yelled Duck. Going in to assist Lobster, over, shouted Duck into his communication device. No, we must complete our mission, no matter the cost. Over, said Frog in a cliched, overdramatic voice. Too late, I'm at Lobster's position. Over, said Duck over the radio. Fine, confirm status on Water Maiden. Over, but Frog's message didn't get through to Duck. You know, this is a nice view of dashed, but Duck was also launched back by a perverted nosebleed where he landed next to Lobster, where he also sported a perverted grin. Duck, come in, Duck. Do what? Damn it, we've lost another one. Going over to Duck's and Lobster's last position, yelled Frog to no one since there was only 3 of them. When he made it over to the down ANBU agents, he knew they needed to get to the hospital to replace all their lost blood. But before he did that, he retraced the 2 blood trails left behind by the UMBU agents. But what he saw when he made it to the beginning of the trail also gave him a nosebleed, where he flew even farther than his 2 fellow operatives. The cause of their nosebleeds. Madarumi was currently standing before a mirror, naked, trying to decide on which dress she would wear for her date with Ryu. She was nervous and anxious. She had never been on a romantic date in a long time, and usually they were a disaster, because either the man she was with would get a perverted nosebleed and be taken to the hospital, or she would make an idiot of herself by somehow blowing up their food or any other thing that was around her at the time. She decided to take Ryu out for dinner, because she can't cook. Whenever she tried, she would somehow burn the water, her oven would combust, her food that was in the refrigerator would freeze solid and would be inedible, and any food she was able to successfully create turned out to be inedible and gave whoever ate the food poisoning. She couldn't decide on a certain dress. There was a sapphire blue dress, her favorite color, with one strap with a flower on the strap and a cut down the right side, showing off some leg which were smooth and firm. An emerald green dress that matched her eyes, which was strapless and flowing but lacked the cut down the leg. Ultimately deciding on the blue dress, she had just noticed that she lacked any decency so quickly. Doing that, She put on a pair of black lace panties, and then she put on her dress that hugged her figure nicely and pushed her breasts together, making them even more perky. She heard a knock at her door, which her heart jumped in her chest at the surprise sound. She smoothed out her dress, ready to meet Ryu. She opened her door and blushed at what she saw. Ryu was standing there in an extremely nice suit with a yellow tie and black gloves. He was holding a bouquet of plum blossoms, and he still had his Sharingan active. Breaking herself from her stupor, Mei started a conversation. "You clean up nicely, Ryu-kun. Quite handsome," complimented Mei. Naruto turned his crimson eyes upon her, and he tried his hardest to ward off the desire coursing through him, and he remembered Madara's lessons well. But this woman was making him disregard all those lessons and was slowly breaking his will with the sexy dress she had. And he could smell her perfume. She smelled like the ocean. Catching up with reality, Ryu handed the flowers to Mei, and both went on their way to the restaurant Mei had made reservations with. Inoki had a headache. Why? Because most of his top jonin were killed by the Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, the man that had made a mockery of the Leaf Village. If it wasn't for the circumstances right now, he would love nothing more than to laugh at Konoha. Inoki believed that Yoke's was nothing more than a brat who gets involved with business, not his own, and his rising fame and his exploits were already traveling to the rest of the nations. When Kyumo hears of Iwa's failure, it will be a blow to their pride and power. His assistant walked in carrying a stack of paperwork. "Yuzu," said Inoki to his assistant. "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama," said Yuzu. "Put a new page in the bingo book for Ryu Yoke's and all information that Konoha and IWA have on the man," commanded Inoki. The Tsuchikage's assistant nodded and left to fill in a new page in the bingo book. Inoki sighed. He would now have to tell the victims' families about their deaths at the hand of the Yoke's no Ryu, Dragon of the Night Wind. At Myobokuzen, the elder Toad Sage was in deep thought. He wanted to tell Jiraiya that Naruto was alive and traveling the world. But he also didn't want to tell Jiraiya that Naruto was the one with eyes like the abyss, for it may change the prophecy he saw in his vision 2 years ago. "Lord Elder," said a voice. The old toad opened his eyes and saw Fukasaku hopping up to him. "Lord Elder, should we tell Jiraiya-chan that Naruto is alive and that he is connected to the prophecy you saw 2 years ago?" said Fukasaku. The elder sighed. For 2 years, he had kept Naruto's current status only among the other 2 Myobokuzen sages. "That's the problem, Fukasaku. I cannot decide whether to tell Jiraiya about Naruto. I've already lied to him once when I said that I didn't know who the person that would control the great beast was. I don't wish to lie to him again, and news like this would most likely cause him great rage or sorrow. Rage because we withheld the information of his godson being alive, or sorrow knowing that Naruto has not returned to his home and refuses to return," said the toad tiredly. "But something is happening to Naruto. I saw it. In another vision of mine, he is haunted by dreams and nightmares of his past and future self," said the elder Toad Sage. "What are you talking about, Honorable Elder?" asked Fukasaku. "There are 2 paths that are available to the Maelstrom. One path is where he returns to Konoha and lives out his life in happiness. The other path is much different, where he will continue walking the path, but never truly stopping, not until he completes what he originally set out to do. However, right now, he is trying to discover who he is, although which path he takes is unknown at this time," said the sage. "We will not tell Jiraiya. Naruto's status and goal is something he must discover on his own," said the sage, and Fukasaku bowed his head in uneasy agreement. Speaking of Jiraiya, he was currently walking on a road within the Land of Fire. Along with him was Konohamaru Sir Toby, the late Sandame Hokage's grandson. Konohamaru was like a clone of Naruto, personality-wise. He was loud and boisterous and was quite hyper, and he called Jiraiya Ero-sensei instead of Ero-senin that Naruto used to call him. The Toad Sage was still grieving over the loss of his godson, the only family he had left, and he had failed also. He was never there for Naruto when he was growing up. Not until he became a genin did he meet him for the first time. But he had also failed Minato and Kushina. The least he could have done is visit the blonde from time to time. But he didn't. He was too busy peeking on women and writing his perverted books. Konohamaru was walking alongside his new sensei and the toad Sannin was surprisingly a better teacher than Ebisu. The young Sarutobi was now 11, and according to Jiraiya, his power was comparable to that of a mid to high-level genin. The young boy was now currently engrossed in reading Konoha's latest bingo book, but there was one entry that seemed to catch his eye. "Ryu Yokeis," whispered Konohamaru. History-wise, there wasn't much on the guy. It's as if he fell out of the sky, like a stranger in a strange land. He then scrutinized the man's picture. You couldn't see his face much because it was covered by a hood, but you were able to make out a lower jaw and some hair. He noted that the hair was golden blonde like his. There were a few shinobi who also had Naruto's hair color or similar hair, such as Deidara, Mado Banba, the Mad Bomber. "Hey, Ero-sensei, who's Ryu Yokeis?" asked Konohamaru with a curious pout. Jiraiya looked to his side to see Konohamaru reading a bingo book, and he was looking at the page of the Kuro Ryu. "I don't know, kid. Everything about the Yokeis no Ryu, Dragon of the Night Wind, is a mystery. I have heard rumors among my contacts saying that Yokeis has joined the Akatsuki," spoke Jiraiya. "Really?" asked an amazed Konohamaru. "It's just a rumor at the moment, but still, should you ever cross paths with Yokeis without me?" "Run," said Jiraiya, cautiously. "Come on, we can take him. Naruto, Nissan would never run from a fight." When the Sarutobi spoke, that name, a flash of guilt appeared on Jiraiya's face. "Kid, this guy was able to infiltrate one of the most well-guarded villages in the shinobi world, and he was able to kill at least a dozen ANBU and critically injure Kakashi at the same time, and he disappeared as if he never existed. So tell me, when someone like you, who isn't even a Jinin, let alone not even a Jonin in power, could take on an S-rank criminal such as Ryu Yokeis," berated Jiraiya. Konohamaru pouted in annoyance, because what his sensei was saying happened to be true. For half an hour, both Jiraiya and Konohamaru continued to walk on the road. But Konohamaru decided to voice something that had been bothering him for years. Why was Naruto Nissan hated? Everywhere we walked, there were people who would openly glare at him and say terrible things as well. Asked Konohamaru out of the blue. Jiraiya sighed. There was no point in keeping Naruto's Jinchuriki status a secret. Tsunade was planning on telling the village soon, mainly the younger generation, and about time too. As you know, Konohamaru, the most powerful of the Biju, the Kyubi no Yoko, attacked the village 15 years ago. They say in the academy that the Yondaime killed it. But that's not true. To kill a Biju is impossible. There are built up masses of chakra, and if you did kill one, their chakra would just disperse and reform later. Since the Yondaime couldn't kill the Kyubi, he instead did the next best thing. Seal it into a person, preferable a newborn baby, explained Jiraiya, looking down on ground. Konohamaru widened his eyes in surprise, quickly figuring out that Naruto was the baby that the Yondaime sealed the Kyubi into as a vessel. But why would the Yondaime seal the Kyubi into Naruto? Was it because he was an orphan? Questioned Konohamaru. Jiraiya frowned at the question. After the people in the village had calmed down about Naruto's death, Tsunade would reveal his full heritage to everyone. The Yondaime was far too noble a person to ask someone to give up their child, so instead he sealed the fox into his own son. Konohamaru stopped his trek and stared at Jiraiya, who had also stopped walking, with a gaping jaw which had hit the floor. Quickly getting over his stupor, Konohamaru asked, "What? But Ero-sensei, if Naruto was the son of the Yondaime, why did everyone in the village treat him like crap when his father was a hero?" yelled Konohamaru. Jiraiya frowned even more when he heard the Sarutobi's comment. During the Third War, Minato was the one that basically spared us from slaughter from IWA, and they were among his greatest enemies. After his death, if IWA or Kyuume were to find out that Minato had a son, then they would have stopped at nothing to kill Naruto in revenge. So your grandfather gave him his mother's last name to fool everyone in the village and others, and it worked perfectly. And also, I was Naruto's godfather, said Jiraiya guiltily, but he didn't register the foot that was aimed at his family jewels until they hit their mark. Jiraiya was on the ground, clutching his balls. That kick was harder than he thought. "Why were you never there for him?" screamed Konohamaru. Jiraiya picked himself off the ground and looked Konohamaru straight in the eye. "After the Kyuubi attacked, I had to reconnect with my spy network. I had to know if the other nations would attack the village. Thankfully, they still believed that Konoha was strong, and with our alliance with Suna, it made them hesitant to attack. Because of my work, I was unable to meet Naruto or even see him. And I know that's another failure I can add onto the list, said Jiraiya sadly. Does he have any other family? Asked Konohamaru. Jiraiya thought about the question, and the answer came to him. Only one, spoke Jiraiya, and with that said, both teacher and student kept walking onwards. Naruto was walking through Kiri with Mei latched to his left arm with her right and holding the bouquet in her left. This was a new experience for him, for he had never been on a date before. Currently, he was chanting stupid within his mind. He knew this was a bad idea, but how could he reject the Mizukichi? Within a few minutes, the duo found themselves at their reserved restaurant. The stars in the mist, the best Kiri had to offer in fine dining and comfortability. A waiter working at the restaurant guided them to their tables. They ordered wine and their food. Naruto ordered a bowl of miso ramen with a side of red bean soup, while Mei was having a bowl of donburi. So Ryukun, I have been meaning to ask, who was it that trained you in shinobi arts? Because I'm doubtful that you would have become a S-ranked shinobi without some help, said Mei with a smile. Ryu stared at her with his emotionless gaze, deciding that refusing would be rude and she would only pester him more for the information if he did. I was trained for 2 years of my life by someone important to me. He taught me everything I knew about being a shinobi, and he was the only person that ever really acknowledged me, said Naruto blankly. Mei's smile dropped a bit, but it was still there. The number of people who actually smiled at me, for who I was can be counted on my hand, and he was among the few. You still didn't answer me question, said Mei as she bit her fingernail. Who trained you to be a shinobi? Mei asked again. Naruto looked down into his ramen bowl and found his answer. My father. Flashback. Naruto was currently training in taijutsu, trying to perfect the style that Madara had taught him. The blonde Uzumaki was using wooden training dummies that would move around at irregular intervals like a factory line. The dummies were made by the white Zetsu's clones with their wood release. Also add on to the fact that the wood had revolving arm and leg extensions, forcing Naruto to block some of the blows whenever he would hit one. The purpose of his training? To break the logs with his bare fists and to adapt to situations where he would face more than one opponent. He hit a wooden target with the back end of his fist, utterly shattering the wood. He jabbed another, ending in the same result. However, among the targets were white Zetsu who were holding kunais. The clones were trying to remain hidden, so to catch the blonde off guard while he was dealing with the moving wooden targets. Madara knew that target dummies could only do so much. They could hit you, but could they hit you back? Naruto did a roundhouse kick that shattered yet another log. One of the Zetsu lunged at him with a kunai, but Naruto did a spinning tornado that impacted against the clone's jaw, effectively breaking its jaw, and broke its neck at the same time from the force of the impact. Before the Zetsu could hit the ground, Naruto took its kunai and stabbed another in the mouth on the blonde side, killing it instantly. He took out the kunai and threw it at another Zetsu, where the knife flew past the wooden dummies with accurate precision and drove into the eye of the Zetsu, also killing it. Naruto went back to shattering the dummies with his fists and feet. As he was destroying his targets, he took note of the number of Zetsu hiding within the moving targets. His Sharingan could count at least 27. Naruto performed a two-fisted punch against the target, breaking the target into splinters, and then didn't have much time to narrowly duck a sword swing from a Zetsu. Naruto steadied himself, and with his Sharingan, scanned his targets and enemies. The Zetsu attacked again with a downward slash, and Naruto was able to catch the blade in between his palms, and in a swift motion disarmed the Zetsu by breaking its arm and smashing his foot against its chest and slashed the clone with a katana. Naruto dropped the bladed weapon on the ground and broke another target with his elbow. Naruto slammed his foot against another target, fracturing it, and finally finished off with another tornado kick that destroyed the target. One Zetsu came up behind Naruto, intending to cut him with his kunai. Naruto easily sidestepped the slash, but he received a shallow cut on his cheek, which bled a little. Without showing emotion, Naruto viscously caught the Zetsu's arm, put him into an arm lock, and with some effort slammed the clone's face into the concrete-like ground, where spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Knowing that Zetsu wasn't dead, Naruto picked up the clone of the first Hokage and started demolishing the moving wooden targets with the Zetsu's face. If the clone's face wasn't already messed by being smashed into the ground, the result from being used a human weapon was different. The clone had lost most of its teeth, and its nose was disfigured, and if Zetsu had any blood, it would be bleeding also. There were large splinters and fracture of wood embedded deeply into the Zetsu's face. Naruto, after seeing that the Zetsu was still alive, dropped it on the ground and broke its neck with his foot, and then went back to destroying the wooden dummies that he was skillfully dodging the entire time. One person was watching the brutality that the Uzumaki heir was reaping with a satisfied smirk, and that was the man that breathed life into him. Madara Uchiha was watching his apprentice demolishing everything in his path with ease and precision. This was a training method was designed by the old Uchiha to improve Naruto's dexterity and the force and power of his taijutsu. However, Madara was able to note that he could see some flaws with Naruto's taijutsu. He pivoted his punches too much, and his stances were too rigid, which allowed him to become unbalanced and easy for an enemy to exploit to their advantage. "Your stances are too rigid, you have to let them flow like water," barked Madara hoarsely. Naruto didn't seem to register what he said, but Madara knew that he heard him. He lived with the boys sharing the dark hovel they were in for a year, and Madara could tell when Naruto was listening or not. But Madara also noted how brutal Naruto could be in combat, such as when he used the Zetsu's face as an improvised weapon while it was still attached to the body, and using the kunai to stab the Zetsu in the mouth and piercing another one in the eye. The Uchiha knew that Naruto didn't like nor disliked killing. He was content with it. But sometimes when Naruto was training with the Zetsus, Madara could glimpse a small smirk of joy, but it was a sickly smirk that someone took pleasure from inflicting pain. Naruto was currently enjoying himself, inflicting harm on the Zetsus, whether by breaking their bones, using sharp wood pieces and gutting them with it, or just by simply watching fall to the ground. But he was happy because whenever he would see a Zetsu, he would picture the face of someone in Konoha who had mistreated him. He saw various faces of his former friends and some people who he used to consider his family. But when the face of the Yondaime appeared, he lost all sense and ruthlessly slaughtered the Zetsu and kept breaking the targets even more. A moving, thick, wooden target was nearing him, but the image of his father was standing there smiling kindly at him popped up, and that sparked something within Naruto, something dark. He cocked his right fist back and crushed the wooden dummy from the impact of his punch. However, he overexerted the amount of power he put into the punch intended for the target, that his arm broke in 3 places, 2 on his forearm and 1 in his humerus bone. He felt his knees in pain while he was cradling his right arm. His breath was hitched, and there were beads of sweat rolling of his brow. Madara, seeing that his apprentice was wounded and hurt, got up off his root like thrown and hurried over to his disciple as fast as his withered legs could carry him. When he made it over to his student, he stopped the training and ordered the Zetsus to get bandages and splints. Madara brought Naruto over to his bed, Naruto's bed, and laid him down. Madara knew limited medical ninjutsu, and he knew how to perform surgical procedures, given how he transplanted his brother's eyes into another. A few white Zetsus returned with bandages and splints. Madara checked over the places that were broken. One was near the wrist, the other near the elbow, and the one located on the humerus was directly in the middle. All the while Naruto was grimacing in agony. He gritted his teeth and tightened his left fist since he couldn't move his right hand or arm. Madara glanced at his student, and when the boy showed signs of his pain, a wretched feeling would wash over Madara. He hadn't felt that feeling in a long time, not since Izuna. Madara knew that Naruto's healing factor would greatly reduce the amount of time the recuperation would require, but given the extent of the injuries, it would take some time to heal. Madara wrapped the splints around the broken areas and bandaged them up. "You have to be more careful. Watch how much power you exert in your punches and kicks. If you keep doing that, you just end up in this scenario," said Madara. But Naruto's hair overshadowed his eyes. Madara gazed at Naruto again while he was tying a sling around his right arm. Madara could feel that something was bothering Naruto. He could see some stray tears that were prickling at the corner of his eyes, but refused to fall. Madara then figured out what was wrong. Anger leads to sorrow. Madara was entirely aware of what happened to Naruto before the boy became his student. He was treated as if he didn't exist, like he was a nobody. Some vessels to the beast were at least hated, but the existence acknowledged. But Naruto was a person who wasn't even there. and people would look through him and nod at him, like an apparition. Such anger built up over time was like holding back an explosion. It would come out at some point. "Let out," whispered the Uchiha. Naruto looked up at his sensei, and ever since knowing the old goat, Naruto knew that he would never say such a thing or act, so old man understood him perfectly, and he understood what he was feeling right now. The tears that were being held back by the wall, those eyelids flew out like a waterfall. So Naruto cried, letting out all his anguish and misery that the villagers inflicted on him. No other vessel, a jailer to a beast, was treated like he was. He leaned forward and rested his face on the old man's shoulder. But surprisingly, Madara didn't push him away. Instead, he embraced him in a hug, the most genuine hug the blonde Sharingan wielder had experienced. Somehow Naruto could feel love within this hug coming from such a hateful person. I guess it gave him a new perspective, that even the most hateful person has some shred of love in their being. Madara stared down at the mop of blonde hair. He remembered a time when Izuna was faced with something similar after the deaths of his other brothers. Madara became a father figure to Izuna rather than a brother because their own father was too busy with the missions the Uchiha received, and he promised long ago that he would protect Izuna from anything. However, he failed, and Izuna died. He broke his promise. But now when he looked at Naruto, he would see the face of his beloved brother. Then he discovered what that feeling toward Naruto is fatherly love. Madara didn't deny that he cared for Naruto on some level. "The boy grew on you. I wonder if this is what it feels like to have a son. I never had any children, so I don't know what it's like to be a father. So this is quite the new but happy experience. You know I will not be with you forever, and if so, I will protect you until I pass, like my brother." Naruto promised Madara silently as he tightened his embrace on Naruto. He was going to make the Uzumaki as strong as possible within the limited amount of time they had. This strange feeling, this love, he hadn't felt it since Izuna, nor for any other person. While Madara was thinking that, our favorite blonde was thinking something else. Is this what it feels like to have a father and it feels warm?" lamented Naruto. Despite how Madara and him would argue about which dish of ramen is better than the other or the color orange is or isn't a stupid color, he truly cared for the old goat. Flashback end. Naruto then found himself back in the restaurant with Mei. Despite not showing it, Naruto was truly sad that his sensei was gone. "So, heard Ryu." Mei was there smiling at him. "What was your father's name?" asked Mei, generally curious, because if Ryu was an S-ranked ninja, that meant his father was powerful or was a hell of a great teacher. "His name," said Naruto neutrally, but you could detect a hint of sadness in his voice. He had to think of a name quickly, but which one would be good? "His name was Hidora Yokes." "Hidora, Hydra, sounds like a strong name," commented Mei. "Wait, you said was it?" "Yeah, he died about a year ago," said Naruto emotionlessly. "You're probably also wondering why I have the Sharingan as well, correct?" queried Naruto, to which Mei nodded. Deciding to fabricate a lie, Naruto did just that. "I don't know why I have a Sharingan. I questioned my father about it, but he didn't tell me anything. But can we please stop talking about my past? It's quite uncomfortable, and it brings back bad memories," commented Ryu. "Just one more question," stated Mei as she bit her nails seductively. A few minutes passed, and yet Ryu didn't want to give in to the Auburn woman's demands. "Fine," said Naruto dejectedly. "What was your mother's name?" asked Mei carefully, as she knew his mother was a touchy subject. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question. He didn't know how to feel about his mother. Did she love him? Did she hate him like all the rest? "Her name was Kushina Yokes. She died the day I was born, but not from childbirth," said Naruto agitatedly. "I answered your question. I am not required to answer any more," spoke Naruto. Mei sighed. She knew that was all she could get from the man. For the rest of the evening, the two Kage-level shinobi talked and ate. Mei would throw a few flirts here and there, and Naruto would take them, as he usually did, emotionlessly. After the dinner, Mei said goodbye, left Ryu alone, who ventured back to his hotel room. It was cold, like a hungering winter. Chilling wasn't the word to describe the cold atmosphere. Everything was covered in a thick layer of ice. The trees, the leaves, even the flowers were entombed in a wasteland of frozen water. The wind howled like wolves, and the gales were sharp enough to cut and freeze the blood in your veins. A black-clad man was standing in the middle of the desolation. The winds were cutting his skin, and the frost was biting his muscles. But he was unaffected by the icy touch of the rime. His golden locks flayed in the gnawing wind as he stood stalwartly against the eerie onslaught of the icy tract. Instead of the dazzling sight of snow, he faced a slaying blizzard. But he stood against the cold and just surveyed his surroundings. From the branches of the trees, he could icicles dangling from wood, and the trunks of the trees acted like mirrors, seeing everything within their vision. As he stood there, he could make out figures within the mirrors of ice. There was a man with long white hair and red lines on his face, another man with a horizontal scar over his nose, a blonde-haired girl whose hair was tied in a ponytail, two people wearing hideous green jumpsuits and had large eyebrows where he originally thought they were caterpillars, a man with red eyes and wearing a black coat with red clouds, a red-haired boy with a tattoo of love on his forehead, and a busted blonde-haired woman. They all appeared in the mirrors, looking at him with dead eyes, and he stared back with as much ferocity. He then began to traverse through the blizzard, walking by the trees. As a result, the wind seemed to push against him as if trying to stop him from moving. But he fought through and endured the blistering frost, eviscerated his blood, freezing it, but he trekked on through the frozen storm. He walked for what seemed like hours until he came upon a unique tree. Unlike the rest of the trees in the cold forest, this one wasn't frozen over. Its bark and leaves looked more crystalline than frozen. The leaves seemed to droop down from the branches, appearing as if it was a painting or a chandelier. He stood before the tree and inspected its form. Then he saw images within the tree of him and people who appeared to be his friends, and more images of him greeting people and wearing robes that looked familiar to him. And finally, as if the tree had a will of its own, its branches and leaves started to move together, forming a crystal mirror. And he saw her again, the pink-haired woman with the blonde-haired baby and a man with blonde hair who he assumed was himself. And yet this feeling of melancholy washed over him. He kept staring at the mirror for a minute or two before it shattered into pieces, surprising him. When he turned his back towards the tree, he noticed that all the other trees were fracturing as well, before like the crystal shattered. And then a mighty gust of wind that forced him to shield his eyes approached. It blew away any remnants of the blizzard and the snow, leaving him standing on a field of ice, as if he was standing on a rimed ocean. When he looked down into the ice, he saw something that made his breath hitch. It was a blonde-haired man, wearing the same clothing. However, there was something different about him. He looked older than the other blonde, his eyes were more narrow, and he had a noticeable jawline along with a more narrow face. It felt like the original blonde was looking at an older version of himself. But there was one big difference between the two. This man's eyes were dull and lifeless, even behind the valiant red. It's as if he was looking into the eyes of a dead man, someone who died but still lived. "Just accept me," spoke the older blonde. However, his voice was dark and deep. It sounded like the QBs. "I will erase everything that causes you pain. I will destroy everything that you hate in this world. Entrust your heart to me." The ice, the original blonde's feet, began to crack and splinter. The ice couldn't handle the weight of the younger blonde, and it collapsed upon itself. The younger found himself drifting within an ocean. Everywhere he looked, he saw darkness, but no light, not a spark. He found the older man hovering above him. The younger blonde's back collided with the seabed, and the older held the younger by the throat with a vice-like grip and stood over him like a predator who had caught their prey. "What's the matter? Why do you hesitate?" asked the older blonde with an evil chuckle at a dark smirk. The younger found it hard to breathe from all the water entering his lungs and the crushing grip of the older. "We need each other. You need my power. Without me, you can't do anything, nothing at all. Now who do you wish to kill?" asked the older with the voice of the QB and the dark smirk. "We'll be the ones who wronged you, the ones who always underestimated you, the ones who kept everything from you, the ones you loved, or the ones who denied you everything you deserved," tempted the older blonde with his dark voice and insidious smirk. The younger found himself drawn to the older, as if wanting to accept the power that he offered. "Yes, you understand now. With our prodigious vision and a chakra more ominous and sinister than his own, we will shape the world as he has always wanted to," continued the older man. "Just give me your heart," whispered the older man. He then placed the palm of his hand against his younger counterpart's forehead. "Finally," hissed the older. Naruto woke up within his hotel room. He noted that he was alone, and that night, AHD fully crept over Kirigakure. He was wearing his black armor, except his arm's armor and coat. He never felt safe while sleeping except for in front of Madara. So he instead wore his armor. He had just had another night terror, and it was the same way he had experienced 2 nights ago. Why was this happening to him? He felt himself grab the sword and kill the boy, and yet he also felt his throat being crushed. Just what did this mean? His shinobi senses then kicked, and he felt some chakra signatures outside his hotel room. But before he could react to anything, a canister burst through a window in his room. Then the canister started excreting yellow gas. And when he breathed it, it strangely smelled like lavender. But he realized something was wrong. Naruto started having trouble breathing and molding his chakra. He dropped to his knees on the floor and tried to mold some chakra to escape, but his control was rapidly fluctuating and he couldn't focus. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open, revealing 3 men wearing brown flak jackets and gas masks walked in carrying kunais. "There you are. Yokkei's no Ryu, Dragon of the Night Wind," said one of the intruders. Naruto, through the gas, was able to make out the symbol of a Wagakure on their hitates. Another IWA, Nin, took out a katana and ran straight toward Ryu, intent on killing. Ryu, knowing he didn't have much time to counterattack, focused a large amount of chakra into his right, while also trying to stave off the effects of the gas. Instantly, the black, scythe-like shuriken with a red pinwheel around the pupil appeared in Naruto's right eye, and he thought the name of the jutsu he was going to use. Kamae Naneo. Just before the IWA Nin could deliver the blow, something blocked his katana. "What?" whispered the Nin. Kamae Naneo. Pathetic, thought Naruto. He was currently tied to a chair and bound with rope. How'd I get into this mess? Everything was going great before I was fucking taken hostage and tied to a chair within a dark room with only one light. But did they have to take my shirt? Pathetic. If I could mold my chakra at the time, I could have killed him easily, but the gas also had to mess with my senses, making taijutsu near impossible. Flashback. Kamae Naneo, thought Naruto. Just before the killing blow was made, something blocked the katana of the IWA Nin. "What?" whispered the Nin. It was a scythe, and the one who was holding it was a priest wearing black robes and a strange mask. The mask had 2 pointed ears resembling a fox and 3 eyes. The IWA Nin was cowering under the glare of the mask. Where did it come from? The black-robed priest pushed the IWA Nin back, and with a swing of its scythe, a sickle-like wave appeared and cut through the Nin, but it didn't kill him. But he found that all his chakra was gone. Possibly that wave-like energy drained his chakra from the black-robed priest's attack. The other IWA shinobi were unsure what to do. Their partner wasn't dead, so why was he just standing there? Naruto stared blankly at the Nins, but his breathing was heavy from all the poison gas. He focused as much chakra as he could into his right eye, and a blue ring appeared behind him bearing the kanji for Jewel. An angelic priestess burst through the ring. She wore flowing cream-colored robes and translucent ribbons. She too had a mask with 2 fox-like ears and 3 eyes. However, she had a red crown-like accessory on its mask. The priestess gathered up chakra that the black-robed priest stole and focused intently. She created a glowing ball of white, transparent chakra and threw it at the enemy shinobi, which forced them to fly back onto a street. They were relatively unharmed, and their wounds were superficial. Naruto was struggling to stay conscious, but the jutsu was wearing down all his chakra. The gas was causing his chakra control to go haywire, and the sleeping effect was hampering his physical abilities and was wearing down upon him swiftly. He was foolish to believe that the chakra signatures outside his hotel room were Kiri, shinobi, May had sent. And he didn't focus on his sensor abilities to reveal the location of the shinobi who threw the canister into the room. Naruto was trying to maintain control and focus on his 2 creations. But the gas was affecting his concentration, and he was becoming incredibly drowsy. He got up onto his feet, and with his remaining strength, propelled himself out of the hotel room, breaking through the walls. He landed on the ground, but tumbled a bit. His feet came in contact with the ground, coughing all the way, his 2 priests following after him. When he was outside, he saw that the IWA shinobi had recovered from the priestess's attack. His remaining strength was waning on him, and the blonde lost consciousness, and his two priests puffed away in smoke. No one in Kiri were able to get to the disturbance fast enough to ascertain who caused it, and by then the enemy shinobi had already taken Naruto. Flashback end. When Naruto woke up, he found out that he was tied to a chair in a dark room. He could only guess that the IWA Nines captured him and later restrained him. He was currently wondering where Konan was. Was she trying to rescue him, or did she not give a shit about him? And where the fuck was Zetsu when you needed him most? Deciding that Naruto was just going to sit back and find out what the IWA Nines wanted, he relaxed in the chair, not caring about anything in particular or what the IWA Nines were going to do. Did they want to bring him to IWA to turn him into a breeder for the Sharingan? The ancient and stubborn Kage, Inoki, probably wanted him to join his village, or was it out of revenge for all the IWA Nines he killed a few days ago? He sighed happily. He was going to enjoy whatever amusing torture the IWA Nines had in mind. Madara had personally put Naruto through the worst kind of torture imaginable by using Tsukuyami to keep him within the world for days, torturing him nonstop. Zetsu questioned the old man's sanity at the time, believing that it was overkill to keep a person within Tsukuyami for weeks at a time, torturing them. Although the end result was amazing, it helped Naruto build up his mental fortitude and gave him a high resistance to pain. His thoughts then traveled to one of his dojutsu's techniques. The Kamayan Neo was described by Madara to be the greatest battle jutsu in the world. With it, Naruto could create his own unique beings made entirely out of his chakra. It was similar to the Susanoo, but on a more advanced level, where like the Susanoo, it created beings made of chakra. But instead of a skeletal soldier, the beings made from the Kamayan Neo were more like shock troopers and soldiers. But there was more to the Kamayan Neo than creating personal guardians with their own individual powers. There was far more to that eye ability than the Tsukuyami or even the Forbidden Eye techniques of the Uchiha clan. Naruto had accidentally discovered this exclusive ability when he added too much chakra into his right eye when practicing with the Blaze release. The result was 9 created constructs, each with a different shape and abilities. However, that was for the right eye. The left eye was far more versatile and powerful, but both eyes at once using the Kamayan Neo was truly a jewel among pearls. Naruto tried to focus his chakra, but he found that his chakra was being actively suppressed. Focusing even more, he found the chakra suppression seal on the nape of his neck. From all he knew about Iwagakure, he knew that they were at least decent in seals. The chakra suppression seal was created by the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's clan. So he knew the advantages and drawbacks of a seal, and he could use his knowledge to escape. That is, if someone rescues him before then. The shackles that we're currently holding were weak and made of soft, flexible metal. Therefore, it would be easy for him to break in part to his physical strength that he advanced in the years. But he knew that even with taijutsu, he wasn't on the level of Might Guy, the green idiot of the hidden leaf. But he was confident enough that he believed he could kill the IWA Nines with one hand. But then he remembered his capture. He truly was pathetic that shinobi fodder, such as IWA, could capture him. He admitted that the only people who could defeat him were Nagato and possibly Obito. Nagato because of his skill with the Rinnegan and his experience in battle. But the leader of the Akatsuki's arrogance was a weakness he needed to fix. And Obito, but that was because Naruto overestimated him. Naruto was brought out of his musings by a door opening in front of him. A person walked in wearing a brown flak jacket. He had slightly spiky, brown hair and brown eyes. When Anin looked at Ryu, he sneered at the tied-up blonde. "Hello," said Ryu with an annoying smirk. The Nin narrowed his eyes at the Sharingan wielder. The Nin scrutinized the man in front of him. He was laid back and relaxed, as if nothing could affect him in his content world, despite being tied up like a criminal on trial. The blonde was also well sculpted in muscle, and there wasn't a scar on his body except for a spot above his heart, where it looked like he was hit by a lightning bolt that arced outwards. "Can you untie these bonds, please?" The IWA Nin looked up to see Naruto, smirking at him happily. "Can you please untie these bonds?" stated Naruto with a big grin, as if finding the situation funny. The IWA Nins, I twitched a little in annoyance. "My name is Kuri Ganseki. I am a jonin in service to Tsuchikage-sama and Dash." But he stopped his sentence when he noticed Naruto wasn't listening, as if he wasn't worth his attention. He gained a tick mark on his forehead at the level of attention Naruto, was giving him. "Ichi-wai," yelled Kuri. Naruto snapped his head and gave him his attention to the knee. "What?" asked Naruto, shrugging his shoulders. Kuri's face puffed up in anger, and he gained a prominent tick mark that was pulsing. "You killed my brother," said Kuri, gritting his teeth. Though Naruto stared him blankly, which seemed to unnerve Kuri a little. Naruto sighed and breathed in some air. He closed his eyes and started thinking about who was the person he killed. But then he realized he didn't care. "You think I care about your problems, and you believe that I actually do," spoke Naruto as he opened his eyes. "Honestly, I could care less who I kill. Your brother did his duty as a shinobi serving his village. He died like a shinobi, no. He died like a dog," said Naruto scornfully. He then felt a fist impact against his face. Kuri was shaking with rage, and he was grinding his teeth. But Naruto continued on with his psychological warfare, intent on finding what the shinobi wanted. But he guessed it was revenge. "I slaughtered him just like all the others. He could never think of defeating me. None of them are worth my time, but it felt good watching his life slip away," lied Naruto. "He was the ninja who I killed via lacerations to the heart, correct?" asked Naruto. Another punch to the face was his answer, and he knew he was right. "He had a child," yelled Kuri. But Naruto continued smirking. He didn't care if he had a grandmother. "I don't have what he has," said Naruto with his smirk. Kuri punched Ryu again and left the room. All throughout that talk, Naruto was sending enormous amounts of chakra into the suppression seal. Konan was currently speaking to the Mizukage about what had happened at her and Ryu's hotel room. When the blue-haired woman arrived at the hotel after a mission the Mizukage gave her, she saw that the door had been blown nearly of its hinges. There were tumbled over items, as if there had been a scuffle in the room. However, Ryu's items were still there, such as his katana and his coat and Akatsuki cloak. However, Ryu himself was missing, even though she had been partners with the blonde for a while. Konan knew that he would never leave behind his katana or his coat. So, where was her partner? Shortly after the Mizukage's forces arrived to investigate what had happened. "You are currently looking into what has happened at the hotel and who could have caused it and why," said May in a professional voice. "I just care about getting my partner back," said Konan emotionlessly. She had many questions that only Ryu could answer, and she needed them answered and soon. She meant to ask him after his date with the Mizukage, but her mission took longer than expected, and then there was this mess. You were able to discover a few pieces of evidence that could lead us to the perpetrators," said May as she took out a scroll and unsealed its contents. There was a used-up canister, a gas mask, and a katana. Konan inspected the gas mask and canister. They were used in recon unties to capture targets, judging by the canister's model and the gas mask. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it was linked to the canister, but the katana, Konan had seen the same brand of that sword. It was shorter than the average sword, but it had a square-shaped guard and brown hilt. "That katana is a model used usually by shinobi from a Wagakure," informed Konan. May wasn't surprised by Konan's information. In the past, a Wagakure had utilized the Akatsuki, so it would be natural for Konan to recognize the sword. But still, why kidnap Ryu? IWA has always been a village who couldn't rein in their emotions very well. Given the many assassination attempts on the Yondaime Hokage after the Third Shinobi World War. Suddenly, Ao burst into the room. He was sweating and his breathing was heavy. "Mizukage-sama, we found this near the crime scene," said Ao as he held up in a Wagakure Hitate. "There are only a few possible explanations why IWA is here, or more specifically, Ryu," said Konan, her face not betraying any emotion. "1. That Tsuchikage ordered his shinobi to capture Ryu and possibly use him as a breeder for the Sharingan, if he does posses it naturally, because I don't believe his Sharingan is a gift from someone like he said it was, or to join their village, strengthening a Wagakure by training its next generation of shinobi too. Some of the Tsuchikage shinobi have gone against his orders and have taken it upon themselves to eliminate Ryu in revenge, or because he is a threat to their village," theorized Konan. May nodded her head in agreement, because it sounded like something IWA would do considering all it's done in the past. "Ao, have 3 teams of Oinin to track down the shinobi that took Ryukun," ordered May. "Already have Mizukage-sama. We were able to find a trail leading out of Kiri," said Ao. Mei smiled in gratitude and dismissed AO. Naruto was still sitting in the darkroom. He continuously channeling enormous amounts of chakra into the seal. His clan created the seal, and they sold it to all the other nations or was stolen from an Iwa's case. But most didn't know the weakness to the seal. By focusing large and continuous amounts of chakra into the seal itself wear down and eventually break. However, it takes a while for the seal to actually break. He heard a lock click, and the door in front of him opened to reveal for IWA, Neen all with sneers on their faces. "We have time before he arrives," said one of the Neens. "But he wants him unharmed," said another. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the banter, but decided not to look into it. "We'll just use medical ninjutsu to heal him," said another. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. "Let's just do it. What can he do? He's an old man, and this one is tied up," said the last Neen, gesturing towards Naruto. "This is going to be fun," said a voice within the room. The Neens looked at Ryu, who had an annoying yet arrogant smirk. "That's our line," said a shinobi who was particularly annoyed by the smirk. Then all the Neens started beating Naruto within an inch of his life. All the while the blonde had the same smirk throughout the beating. He had suffered much worse in his time in Konoha. What the IWA shinobi were giving him was a massage. 3 men were walking on a road towards the land of water. 2 had distinctive ANBU masks, but instead they wore attire different from normal ANBU, and each had a tanto sheathed on the back of their right shoulders. The third individual was walking slowly, and it appeared he had withered in time as he was walking with a cane. "Has the Iwagakure shinobi captured the target?" asked the third individual. "Yes, my lord. They are currently holding him in a bunker on one of the islands that the land of water. Within a few more hours we should be there," answered one of the other individuals. "Very good. As long as the asset is mostly intact, I have no qualms," said the man with the cane. "But my lord, can we truly trust him?" said the other person among the trio. "Yes, we can, for we gained the Sharingan and a useful pawn. I just have to use that if it doesn't go according to plan," said the man with the cane. The trio were currently unaware that they were being tailed by shinobi wearing demon masks and wielding katanas. One of the trio sensed their presences through their chakra. He craned his eyes, searching the forest they were walking through. "My lord," stated the censor among the group. "Yes, I know," said the man with the cane. He then stabbed his crane into the ground where it stayed there, standing like a statue. "I have not seen combat for quite a while. This is perfect chance to get my muscles all limbered and supple." The old man then began shifting the bandages around his right eye, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. "Do not interfere. This won't take long," ordered the old man. Suddenly, 4 shinobi wearing dark green flak jackets sprung out from the tree line, their katanas at the ready, aimed for the kill. The old man went through some hand seals, now revealing that he had a fully functional right arm behind his black robe. He drew in some breath and faced the shinobis who attempted to attack him with crescent move like waves of cutting winds. The ninja in mid-air couldn't redirect their trajectory as they were sliced up by the wind currents. They tumbled on the ground and landed in heaps, one landing near the old man with a Sharingan and a katana landing near his feet. The only living Nin gasped in pain from all the wounds on his body. The old man grasped the katana and held it over the Nin's head. "Is your target the Konoha elder? Or me personally?" asked the bandaged man. The Nin gasped out a "kill me" in response. "Well, not that it matters anyway." The bandaged man stabbed his katana into the shinobi's head, killing him instantly. A rain of kunai flew from the tree line straight at the hidden leaf elder. The man used his unbandaged arm and grabbed the collar of the Nin, using him as a human shield, protecting him from the kunai. The old man's Sharingan scanned among the trees, picking out his targets. 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 in total, thought the shinobi as he scrutinized his enemies. More kunai flew from the trees, intending to kill the man. The man used the body as a makeshift shield, and the kunai kept impacting against the body while the old man went through some more hand seals behind the corpse. He pushed the body aside and aimed his jutsu at the trees. "Futon, Shinku Renpa, wind release, vacuum serial waves," yelled the man as he fired multiple waves of eviscerating wind at the trees. Some shinobi didn't have much time to move before their bodies were bisected from the wind. The shinobi that were able to escape drew their katanas and charged at the bandaged man. The man grasped the katana that was in his human shield's head and engaged the nins in kinjutsu. The man had years of combat experience under his belt, so he was able to parry, dodge, and slice all the nins in his sight. Most of them were cut down before they could register that they were dead. He threw his katana at a shinobi where it pierced his head, killing the nin. The man went through some more hand seals and prepared his jutsu. Futon, Shinkijoku, wind release. Vacuum sphere, yelled the man as he exhaled numerous bullets like blasts of wind at his remaining enemies. The bullets penetrated their flak jackets and flesh easily. 3 shinobi fell to the ground dead, while 3 more still lived. The old man took up his sword again and engaged the shinobi in swordplay. He killed another nin by stabbing him in the neck with his sword, where he then used the body as a shield where the 2 other shinobi stabbed the body. Using the opportunity that the ninja were close to him, the bandaged man removed the katana via slashing the neck and killing the last 2 combatants in a swift and grisly strike. The man's lone Sharingan watched as the last of his attackers fall to the ground, and he stood there, not a drop of blood on his wrinkled body. These are remnants of the Hanya Black Ops from the Land of Woods that we eliminated in the past, informed on of the old man's traveling companions. It's always been like this. Snakes always look for the slightest opportunity to strike, said the man. Now that you have come out of the shadows, incidents like this will increase our headaches in lots of ways. This may become more troublesome for you, sir, said the other traveling companion. Shinobi once belonged to a world of aesthetics, to be nameless and anonymous. Your existence hidden from the world was a source of pride, said the man as he grasped his cane that hadn't moved from its spot. By controlling what's seen and what's hidden can one truly strengthen village and nation. That is why I respect Ryu Yokeis. He is everything a shinobi must be in this world: deceptive, cunning, ruthless. He doesn't allow the world to see him unless he wants to be seen, and when he is seen, he inspires fear with his power. When he infiltrated the village, he purposely revealed his presence. When he was compromised, and before that he was hidden in plain sight. Let the people mask you so that you are one with the crowd. He knows this best of all, and as quickly as he appeared, he disappeared as if he was phantom. That is what a shinobi must do, what ninja must be. He is the pinnacle of what shinobi must represent, and I will have him as my pawn, proclaimed the old man. We should arrive at the bunker within an hour or so, if we keep up our previous pace, informed one of the trio. Good. I am quite eager to meet Yoke-san, and when I have him on my side, I will be supplying the village with a powerful weapon, one that is far more exceptional than Kakashi Hitaki or possibly Tsukumo Hitaki. Not even Tsunade will repudiate the decision, for even though he killed all those ANBU, he is worth more than 50 of them, said the man as he shifted his bandages on his eye to their original position. With that, the trio reignited their journey to the Land of Water. Naruto didn't feel anything. The fists striking his face were tickling him. What he went through at the hands of the civilians was far worse than any beating. And throughout the beating, he had the same annoying smirk all the way through. He wondered why Zetsu had yet to contact him. The plant man was loyal to him, so where was he now? If he hadn't gotten captured by ninja fodder, this wouldn't have happened. But now that has occurred to him, the canister and the gas it excreted didn't come from a Mangekyō, but from Konoha. Someone in the leaf wanted to capture him, and they supplied the IWA nins with the necessary tools. Naruto felt like a headless chicken for not seeing it sooner. The IWA nins then stopped their brutal beating and took a look at their work. Ryu's face was red and puffy, and he was bleeding from his mouth and nose. There wasn't a part of his face that wasn't bruised. His nose was slightly disfigured, and his lips and eyelids were swollen. It's as if he appeared out of a bad painting given the extent of the injuries. Do you think he's had enough? Asked one of the 4 IWA shinobi as he looked at the beaten Ryu. Yeah, he's had enough. Besides, we can't have him die on us, since that mummy needs him, said another ninja as he spat on Naruto. The 4 shinobi then left the room, promising to heal Naruto later. But they didn't notice that some of Naruto's wounds were already starting to heal, and he still had that same smirk. Zetsu appeared in its usual manner via slinking from the ground in front of Naruto. The clone's Venus flytrap appendage opened up, revealing the black and white man. When it looked at Naruto, the white one's eye widened a little in horror, but the black showed no emotion. Naruto would heal from the beating in a few seconds. "Naruto, are you okay?" asked White Zetsu nervously. Naruto's eyes had healed enough so that he could see, and he subconsciously glared at White Zetsu for asking such a stupid and obvious question. "What do you think, Zetsu?" asked Naruto out of the blue with a hint of sarcasm. "Well, I'm going to say that you're not okay," replied Zetsu, which caused Naruto to tighten his glare. The black Zetsu, getting unnerved by the glare, even though it wasn't aimed at him, decided to tell Naruto of what they had discovered. "I found it," stated Black Zetsu, which caused Naruto to look at him with wide eyes. And soon Naruto grinned in happiness. "You found it," repeated Naruto. "Where has it been all this time?" "In a temple within the land of lightning, guarded by monks that are cut off from society," responded Black Zetsu. "Perfect now. Can you untie me?" asked Naruto, whose happy grin was still in full sway. He was happy because of the one thing he was searching for had been found, an artifact of legend. "Oh yes, sorry," spoke White Zetsu. But before either party could do anything, they heard the click of the door, and Zetsu materialized into the ground while Naruto's injuries had fully rejuvenated. When the door opened, it revealed a man wearing a white shirt with a black robe with a purple obi. He had one arm, and it appeared he had lost the other long ago, along with his right eye, which was concealed by bandages. He had black, shaggy, spiky hair, lots of wrinkles, and an X-shaped scar on his chin. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. He knew this man from long ago. Flashback. 7-year-old Naruto was walking through the halls of the Hokage Tower. Today he was meeting the Hokage, who he had dubbed Gigi because he was like a grandfather to him. The blonde would visit the old Kage 3 days a week. The old man had been kind enough to give him an apartment and a weekly allowance so that he could live with. But Naruto always wondered why the Hokage was interested in him and only him. None of the other orphans were given the privilege to meet the Hokage unless they were in the ninja academy, and even seeing him as an academy student was rare. He passed by the Hokage's secretary that instinctively scowled at him, but he paid her no mind as he kept walking to his Gigi's office. When he was right in front of the door, he heard voice behind it, as if both were arguing with each other. "I have told you before and many times, Danzo, that he is just a boy, not a tool." Naruto heard the Hokage's words from behind the door, and he pressed his ear against the door, intent on listening in some more. "He is not a tool, Hiruzen, but a weapon. Under my guidance, he will become the greatest weapon Konoha has ever produced if you just hand him over to me," said the man, now known as Danzo. "Watch what you say, Danzo. I will not stand by, and watch as you turn that pure-hearted boy into one of your emotionless dogs," continued Sarutobi. "He is not a boy. He is a human sacrifice. Sacrifice is the way of shinobi," rebuked Danzo. The two men glared at each other, unaware of the little spy behind the door. "We have had this discussion before, Danzo," spat Sarutobi as if it was poison on his tongue. "You will never get your hand on that power, so leave before I force you out," threatened Hiruzen with a small amount of killing intent, which made the Warhawk back down. And with that, Danzo stormed out of the office. "I will get the QB one day, Hiruzen. I promise you that," thought Danzo, never looking over his shoulder. When Danzo opened the door, his lone beheld the subject of the conversation with him and the Hokage. Naruto shivered a little under the cold stare of the bandaged man. Naruto couldn't feel anything coming from this man. It was as if he was empty, like the void. Danzo didn't say a word, but left without offering a glance back at Naruto. Flashback end. "Danzo," snarled Naruto within his mind. Danzo hobbled into the room. His cane tapping against the ground was the only sound as it echoed off the walls. He snapped his fingers as two men wearing customized clothing with ANBU masks walked into the room, carrying a chair, and laid it down directly opposite of Naruto. It seemed these two were Danzo's servants. The old man sat down in the chair and stared at Ryu with a calculating gaze, as if trying to discern something from the blonde, but the Konoha elder also noticed how much resemblance there was between this man and Naruto Uzumaki. But their old badger brushed off those thoughts because it was confirmed by Jiraiya that Naruto Uzumaki, the Yandame's legacy, was dead. "Hello, Yokai-san," greeted Danzo in a formal manner. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I have heard many things from you and regarding your exploits. Naruto's face held no emotion and just continued to stare at Danzo blankly. However, Danzo was able to read Ryu. He could immediately see that Ryu was a shinobi who kept his emotions in check and never showed any kind of softness. Given your power and your mastery of the Sharingan and your other abilities, I have little doubt that you are a remarkable shinobi who will make the correct decisions when you are faced with obstacles that require those decisions, continued Danzo. For a split second, Naruto saw something at what appeared to be approval. Naruto continued to stare coldly at Danzo, and finally spoke up after deducing that the old badger wouldn't leave until he received answers. Your compliments are gratifying and your confidence in my ability fills me with pride, but you have yet to introduce yourself since you already know me, spoke Ryu emotionlessly. He knew that despite his frail appearance, that Danzo was an incredibly dangerous individual who kept his skills refined. He was considered a prime candidate for the Hokage position, so that meant he had power to back it up. Oh yes, how could I forget? It's the only polite thing to do when introducing someone. I am Danzo Shimura, an elder of the Konohagakure, replied Danzo, who had yet to show any emotion. Now on to the real reason I am here. I have come to extend an offer that will only be given once, said Danzo cautiously. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the old man. I want you to join Konoha, forsake the Akatsuki, and serve under me as a root agent, offered Danzo. I will give you whatever you wish for or desire in return, and I can pardon all the crimes you have committed against the village while also offering protection from the Akatsuki. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the man. He wanted him to join Konoha and become an operative of Root. Thank you for the generous offer, started Ryu. A small smirk played on the lips of Danzo. But I politely refuse, for I don't wish to work for a pisshole, such as Konoha. Why would I want to be surrounded by idiots and twits who are more likely to trip and fall on their own kunai? Said Ryu sardonically. Danzo's lips pursed tightly at the Sharingan wielder's insults to his village. Knowing that he couldn't get Ryu to join through normal means, Danzo decided to use his trump card. Are you sure? You could become a great operative among Root, spoke Danzo in a last-ditch effort. At what point did I ever claim to join Konoha? I loathe your village. I hope. No, I dream that all your civilians are butchered and raped on the streets while your children become slaves to your conquerors. And as you take one last look at your shining Konoha, your Hokage monument will wither and decay and shall be nothing more than dust. Your leaves will burn in the smoke-permeated wind, and your will of fire will be nothing more than a dying ember on the verge of becoming ash. And then nothing of it shall remain but my joyous laughter, said Naruto sinfully with a deathly smirk as he made eye contact with Danzo, which caused Danzo to sweat a little. The Konoha elders stared back at Ryu. Danzo did not expect Ryu to act or speak so callously against Konoha. He had only assumed that he infiltrated the village just for the Hiraishin. If there was an animal that would be best described as Ryu Yoke's, it would be a fox, no? Greater than a fox, a wolf, cunning, treacherous, protective, aggressive, loyal, powerful. These are the words that would describe the wolf known as Ryu Yoke's. I must use it now. Yoke's is too much of a threat, judging on how he killed the elite of the village, thought Danzo frantically. He channeled chakra into his right eye, preparing one of the greatest jinjutsu in the world. Kodomatsu. Danzo-sama, said one of the old badger's root operatives as he walked through the door. This took Danzo by surprise, but he didn't show it, and the surprise caused Danzo to accidentally cancel his jutsu. The IWA Nin are demanding to see you and to talk about the payment for their services. Danzo turned his head slightly and glanced at his subordinate through his left eye. He nodded slightly and got up off the chair. Very well. Let us discuss the payment, said Danzo as he hobbled out of the room, leaving Ryu alone. Danzo and his other root operative were walking through the old bunker that Ryu was being held in. The bunker itself was used by Kiri years ago, but fell out of use after the Second Shinobi World War. The 4 IWA Nin who had captured Ryu were waiting within a small room around a rectangular table. Danzo walked into the room and sat at a chair reserved for him. The payment, said Koriganseki, who was obviously the leader among the 4. Yes, the payment, you shall have it, spoke Danzo. Suddenly, all the shinobi's throats were slit by the Tonto-S of Danzo's subordinates. The payment of your lives would be sufficient enough. Now, I am aware that I contracted more IWA shinobi than these four, so we'll have to deal with them or allow Yokai-san to deal with them. Now back on my appointment with the wolf. But before Danzo could get out his chair, he felt a massive force shook the foundations of the bunker, causing some dust within the room to be disheveled. Danzo-sama, this quake is being caused by Yokei's chakra, said one root soldier who was a censor. Unbelievable. He's doing this with just his chakra, said the other root soldier who was exasperated. We're leaving now. This bunker is underground. It could come down on top of us, ordered Danzo, who kept a cool composure. With Naruto a few minutes earlier, Naruto was still thinking over Danzo's offer to return to the Leaf Village. But the words he spoke were true. He never wanted to go back to that village, ever. He couldn't be bothered to destroy at the time because of the Eye of the Moon plan, which would force everyone into the dreamscape, where Konoha would no longer matter. He had to get to the temple within the Land of Lightning, the one that was holding the artifact he wanted. He also had to meet up with the Akatsuki to remind them that he wasn't dead. Then he felt something at the nape of his neck. The chakra suppression seal was broken. He could now manipulate his chakra freely, although he had lost at least a quarter of his reserves trying to destroy the seal. He used his enhanced strength to break the shackles which were constricting him. He then pressed two of his fingers against the seal on his left wrist, and smoke appeared around his form. When the smoke dissipated, it revealed Naruto in his black samurai-like armor. However, he lacked his weapons. Zetsu appeared out of the ground beside Naruto. There are only a few IWA Nins left, and Danzo and his lackeys are in a different room in the bunker. Seeing as how you lack your weapons, maybe you should rely on those, that stated Zetsu. Naruto didn't respond, but he registered what Zetsu said and what he meant. Kamayan and Ao thought Naruto as he channeled chakra into his right eye, allowing his eternal Mangekyō to be shown to the world. And a massive blue mandala sprouted behind him, each with a different ring and kanji on it. Come forth, started Naruto. Sarayu, from the azure to ring, burst forth in azure. Japanese dragon taller than a human. It had 2 large horns and 3 eyes along with fox-like ears. Byako, from the white Baringa, white, slender and lean tiger which also had 3 eyes and fox ears along with sharp teeth came forth. Suzu, from the vermilion 2 ring appeared a vermilion bird with elegant and dramatic plumage, and it too had the same mask, but with a beak and a feather on its crown. Jinbu, from the black ring, a tortoise with black overlapping plates and a white bushy tail burst forth from the ring, and it had the standard mask, 3 eyes, fox ears. Kinja, from the sky can ring, a golden snake with a long body surfaced, only it had the standard mask like its predecessors.